the final day of our Group B weekend in the Mythic Dungeon International The Great Push. Today, we crown a Group B champion and determine the top 3 teams that'll be moving on to the Global Finals. I'm your host, Rook, and I'm back on desk with Ironic, Nagura, Tettles, and Ratnos. And I think chat's had a little bit of talk here at the start about how Nagura has some hot takes about Italian bread, but more on that later. We can dive into that. But what we will be diving into for sure today is the incredibly hot competition here between our teams. It has been so close. Day 2 brought us some clutch plays. And honestly, I think one of the most narrow margins between our first 2 teams and our 2 battling it out for 3rd and 4th right now. Of course, like we said, the top 3 will be moving on to Global Finals. So today determines it all. And to help you kind of see where we've been and where we're going, Proving Grounds, where our teams came together to get into the competition, was June 19th through 24th. The top 12 teams moved on into our Group A and Group B split weekends, which we are going through right now and about to finish up. And these top 6 teams will be moving on to the Global Finals July 19th through 21st. So that's next weekend, where 200K will be on the line. Now, if you need a little refresher, just in case you're jumping in here in the middle of the competition, our format for the Great Push is that basically the team's got to push these keys. They need to push them as high as they can, and points are awarded based on the level of those keystones that they've completed. We have 5 hours of gameplay for you each of the days, and the same will hold for next weekend. And while we had 2 teams eliminated, thank you so much, Ducks Can Fly and Jif, for fighting hard this weekend. Our teams today will be trying to secure those top 3 spots to go on to the Global Finals. We've had a few changes to the rule set as well this time around, so dungeons have been revealed over the course of the weekend with a 3-2-1 schedule. So we had 3 dungeons to start, 2 more got added in yesterday, and we have 1 yet to be revealed today that our teams will be trying to push so that they can get those scores ever higher without having to go into some of these incredibly difficult 22s that we've been seeing coming up. Group compositions are locked. Our teams will have to take breaks that they can split up into 2 10-minute increments. And we will have co-streamers from all of the teams on Twitch live for you to watch. So if you'd like to check them out, get that close personal view on the team that you are particularly interested in, be sure to check out their streams. !player streams will get you that information here in chat. Now, like I said, yesterday and this weekend has been an incredible competition, which we wanted to see since mandatory was so strong in Group A. It's looking like Global Finals will be amazing. And as we look at our leaderboard from this weekend, Zyra, I'm wondering, can you give us a little bit of a lowdown on where we are coming into day 3?
I think we kind of nailed our assessment of how this weekend was going to look so far, talking about how there were like 3 different pairs of groupings. The bottom pair, unfortunately, both being eliminated on day 1 and 2. The top pair between Miscount and Echo looking like, Miscount had a huge advantage on day 1, but faltering a little bit yesterday, letting Echo get back into it, and they were able to even out their scores at the end of the day. That being said, Miscount still does have the potential +2 in the bracken height, so they still are at a slight edge over Echo, I would say. And of course, even with the tiebreaker, they still are slightly ahead. But of course, I think the main thing to keep an eye on today is going to be that middle pairing between Hope and Dratnos Guild team. Remember, our top 3 teams are the ones that head to Globals, and whichever one finishes in that 3rd spot is going to be the one heading, and the one in the 4th slot is unfortunately going to go home not qualifying. Dratnos Guild team, again, similar to Miscount, had a great day 1, played very consistently, but had a lot of issues in the Algathar Academy yesterday.
They had all of our teams yesterday, it seems like, had some dungeon where we just watched them make a few mistakes. Even Miscount, who played near perfect day 1, had a few moments where they were really struggling to just iron out some of those little things that were tripping them up. And of course, as these keys get higher and higher, and a reminder to everybody, the key levels were adjusted for this season, so if they seem lower than usual, that's why. Add about 10 on, and those are the kinds of dungeons we're looking at here. Now, we had some big highlights. Like we said, there were mistakes yesterday, but there were also really big moments that happened. And Tettles, I'm wondering, can you give us your top 5 plays from yesterday?
Oh my gosh, welcome back to Tettle's top 5 moments from yesterday. First and foremost, we have a Brackenhide Hollow Sleepwalk tech. A lot of the teams were doing it, but what actually this allows you to do is you Spatial Paradox. You're able to get that Hunter out of that first pull. It allows you to take a lot less damage for the first pull. and then just pull a lot bigger, right? You're going to be able, you see Ellesmere even grabbing those claw fighters off to the side, and you're going to be able to do a much larger pull than what is typical there. In addition to that, moment number 2, we have Hope barely eking out and being able to time this dungeon. They were 0.9 seconds over the timer, but the timer notably rounds down. And so you look at the left side, it actually rounded all the way up to 31 and then readjusted, and Hope barely squeaked out the timing of this Azure Vault. Moment number 3, we have Xaylia being well over 900,000 HPS for almost all of Kajin the Unyielding. This really allowed Echo to be able to excel in this dungeon. Echo was right down to the wire at being able to time this key. They came off this boss at like 26:15, and we were questioning whether or not it was going to be possible. And it would not have been possible if Xaylia wasn't there being able to keep the team alive for as long as he did, just doing as much HPS as humanly possible. Next up, we have Missed Count, also in the Halls of Infusion. And so they go left side. And they're the only team that actually goes to the left side here. And you see that they, first and foremost, skipping up here like this is going to save them some time. A lot of teams actually end up going right because it's slightly faster in terms of travel time. But this left side pull that they're able to pull off is insane. They basically pull all the way through the Shock Troopers. They pull both of the mini bosses, and they get an exceptional second lust. This allows them to have a lot more leeway timer-wise in the dungeon than a route similar to like what Echo or the other teams are able to put up this weekend, because this pull right here, while it is very dangerous, you can die to the Shock Troopers 100 to 0 if you're not careful, the timer efficiency of this second lust is really good. Last moment, we have Hope emceeing this Mana Wraith. They are going to be using the ability Mana Void. What the Mana Void does is it actually drains mana from the mobs. The Invokers are the notable mob in this instance, where whenever they get their mana drained, then they will no longer cast their arcane missiles. This allows Hope to be able to pull this entire area in one singular pull, but not only does it allow them to pull this area in one singular pull, it allows them to manage Sanguine better. Look at what's going on screen right here, where they're able to keep those mobs moving because they're never going to stop and start casting that very, very dangerous missiles. And so those were my top 5 moments from yesterday, and Rook, what did you think about that?
Terrible. No, I'm kidding.
What? I curated those myself. What do you mean terrible?
I'm teasing. No, they were amazing. They were great. Nigger and I agree. But no, Tunnels, they were great. Honestly, just teasing. We had some big plays yesterday, and I think you did an amazing job highlighting some of those big moments of action. It's always impressive to me to see how you can narrate us through that, whether on desk or you are highlighting different moments that we can all kind of that we can all look back on. No, really. I mean, you and I have great taste. I mean, our predictions have been on point, so you know. But we've got a lot of other things to keep an eye on besides just our highlights today. We have a player to watch as well. We have been going through and pointing out different players from the team so that you can all get to know them a little better and keep an eye on some of their incredible plays over the course of the weekends. So, Dratnos, would you like to share with us today your player to watch?
That's right. I've picked a little-known MDI player you may have heard of if you're a big fan of the competition. This is a player called Mirez, little-known player for Team Echo, has actually been playing now for them for the past forever. 6-time MDI champion, 3-time TGP champion, multiple world first rater, and he's played basically everything. He'll tank, he'll DPS. I'm sure he could heal as well if Xaylia weren't around. But I wanted to highlight Mirez because he's sort of been the he's in charge of a lot of different stuff for Echo, but taking care of stuff like strategy, tactics, thinking about stuff like that. It's obviously a group effort for that team, but Mirez is responsible for a lot of that kind of excellence out of Echo. And it's been interesting this season because he's been playing Shadow Priest, which is one of those roles that doesn't actually get involved with much of the like if you're actually playing the Shadow Priest, you're not pressing a lot of those CC buttons, a lot of those interrupts. A lot of the time you're just there kind of doing damage. So it's interesting because Mirez is going to be involved in, I would say, of all the Shadow Priests we've got in our competition, it's very likely that he's one of the ones that's actually like looking at what mobs are doing, thinking about what's happening, helping communicate about what's going on. Whereas most Shadow Priests usually just there throwing their Shadow Crash, pressing their damage, and letting the rest of the group handle all the other stuff.
Is he World Rank 208? What's up with that?
That must be his character's Raider IO right now, something like that. That sounds plausible. Oftentimes you don't actually see Echo on the live servers an awful lot. You'll see them play like a week or two and then just be on the tournament realm the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Echo, of course, you know, day one, they didn't have quite as strong of a showing, but we saw them yesterday just steadily continue to ramp up until it was neck and neck. I mean, Echo, has been dominant 100%, and players like Miras absolutely contribute to this. And although we saw a recent shakeup with them getting second with MDI, it's been really great seeing them come back in, build their momentum, and I think really jump in here to give Missed Count some serious competition between these two. And also, we gotta be real, their social media person is incredible. All of these pictures have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some incredible Photoshop work here. How did they make Gingy look so much less jacked than he actually is?
Good point.
I love it. I mean, these absolute legends are unbelievably ripped, as you can all tell. That was just a real picture there, 100%. But we've had some predictions ourselves this weekend about how things would shake out. Now, Tettles and I, have been doing great. Although there you go. There's Tettles' real prediction. But honestly, after yesterday, I think a lot of us have a shot of getting our predictions here. Nagura, how have you felt like this has kind of gone according to plan or not this weekend?
Well, initially in the first day, I was like, oh, wait a second. I guess I did underestimate Miscount, and Echo maybe a little bit overrated after they had struggled a little bit in that Ruby life pools on the first day. But now Echo, of course, performing so well yesterday. Miscount having some hiccups here and there, and now all of a sudden it looks like maybe my predictions are actually going to be correct as the top three teams that make it. But obviously anything can happen today. I think we're going to see so much high key pushing, like actually just doing chase keys today, that I think we're really going to see like the top three teams really like crystallize and see which teams actually are going to be the ones that make it to the final. And I don't know, I mean, anything can happen. Not a lot of people predicted Hope, but Hope is also still, of course, in the running as well. All of those four teams, they're just incredible, and I'm super excited to see what they have in store for us today.
Absolutely, me too. I mean, like you said, Hope, it was interesting to see that they struggled a little bit to kind of get their footing and climb through. But as we saw with Tettle's top five, I mean, there were a ton of moments where Hope was really pulling off some stuff and really seemed to be kind of turning the tides in their favor. Now, I know, Dratnos, you have Hope here in second place. Do you think that's feasible for them? Or you think that right now this weekend they should probably just try to lock in that third?
Yeah, I think that the competition between both Dratnos Guild Team and Hope is for that third place slot, unless there's a disaster of some kind for Miscount or Echo. But right now, it does seem like Miscount and Echo in 1 and 2, that was probably a wise prediction. I don't know how you were supposed to know that Miscount and Echo were in 1 and 2. That seems like a really impressive prediction work from everybody else. But it does look like we have our dungeon for today. It's Nokhud Offensive, plus 16 Fortified, Volcanic Spiteful. Interesting.
I mean, I saw in chat a lot of folks saying, please, anything but Nokhud. So it is Nokhud, everyone, and it's going to happen, and you need to brace yourselves. But how does it look with these specific affixes? I mean, Zyronic, what do you think looking at this? Is this going to be a particularly difficult one, or is this going to be one of the ones that these teams are going to be kind of prioritizing, just push quickly as fast as they can?
I'm looking at this key and wondering, is 22 Nokhud possible? 21 seemed like it was the cap last week with Spiteful, or sorry, with Sanguine rather, with Spiteful Volcanic. I could see 22 being a possibility, so this could really throw a wrench in team plans today.
Oh wow! So one interesting thing to see already is Missed Count on the top left, not going to do that 22 bracken height. They two-chested the 20 bracken height as the only team, I believe. And we were thinking, you know what, maybe they're going to do the 22 and they're going to be making those 2 points. But it looks like they're not even attempting it. From looking at the 21 keys, the 21 bracken height that we've seen echo time, it looked like the timer would have been maybe sufficient to do the 22 as well. But maybe it's just too difficult. Maybe they just decided, you know what, we're going to do this 21 to get the score on the board, then go to the Nokhud, and then maybe at the end of the tournament day, they can reassess whichever 22 key or whichever chase key they want to do. Might be a 22 Nokhud, might be 22 bracken height, might be something else. But yeah, interesting to see that they're not, or that they're just going into this 21 straight away.
It absolutely is. I was going to say really quick here, just so everybody knows, we're going to have a few of our casters jumping off the desk, but Zyronic, please continue your thought as we take a look at this, and everybody else, our casters will be cycling through today, so keep an eye out. We'll say goodbye to Tuttles and Dratnos for now, but Zyronic, what are all the teams getting into, and what are your thoughts there with Nagura?
In regards to the Braconide, we're obviously questioning why they're not going for the 22, but I think it's important to mention the reasons why they might not go for it, right? So for instance, looking back to Group A, where they also had the fortified Braconide Hollow, Mandatory did attempt, for about an hour, attempts on a 22 fortified Braconide, also with affixes that shouldn't have been too bad for the key. They ended up just stopping going for it because 22 was just too difficult for them to get done. That's all they said after they attempted it for an hour. I was like, oh wow, this is too hard. We need to go somewhere else. So maybe 21 should just be the play, and then spend your time pushing up other keys.
Yeah, maybe. To be fair though, Miscount also went to a 21 Ruby and one-shot it after last weekend, where we didn't see a single team manage to get this 21 done. So we'll see. Maybe at the end we can see one of those 22s at least attempted. But looking at the scoreboard, I think there's other 22 keys that they could do that are probably going to be in the easier side in comparison, especially because the difficulty of the 22 Braconide lies at the end mainly. I mean, obviously the whole dungeon is going to be very difficult, right? But a lot of the difficulty is also on the last boss. And if you manage to get through the whole dungeon, manage to do like the area between first and second boss, which is also super hard and fortified, and then you get to the last boss and you end up not being able to do it, like that would be a disaster because you lose so much time. So I think attempting something like maybe an Asher Vault 22 or possibly even an Academy 22, which we've seen last week, but this week we have Sanguine, which makes it a lot harder. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be doing at the end. But first, we of course have to focus on those Nokhud Offensives that 3 of the teams decided to play up.
Death from Thinner from a Rage Storm at the start of the Braconide Hollow here. Not too big of a deal. Might even be on purpose, so we can go back and grab that first cage if they need it. They already have 4 or 5 of them freed, though, so it's probably not that. Might have just been a misplay on the breath or something like that. 1 death is not going to cost them, though we know the timer is relatively safe as long as you can not have a catastrophic wipe on one of the bigger pulls. Now, talking about the Nokhud Offensive, this is actually kind of an interesting key when it comes to the tournament realm environment, because one of the things, one of the topics we've been covering a lot about how the gear discrepancy is on TR versus live is that the players on tournament realm, although they do have access to all of the best gear from vendors, they can just get max item level gear of any piece of gear they want. The one thing they really can't get a lot of is tertiaries, right? They only have access to the enchants. That's it. They only have, 3.25% avoidance or a couple percentage points of leech. So living through these high-end boss mechanics can be pretty dangerous without avoidance. That being said, the number 1 breaker on bosses in this Nokhud Offensive is the Gale Arrow, which is on that 3rd boss, Terran Maruk, and that isn't affected by avoidance. So not having the avoidance isn't really going to affect them living through the most dangerous mechanic in the dungeon. So this is actually a pretty good candidate for super high-level key pushing, and if a 22 fortified is doable this week, I think we can see it done today. I think it's a very real possibility with the affix set.
Yeah, I think so as well. One thing to note about Spiteful, though, is that it does slow you down a little bit more in this dungeon, because a lot of the times you want to mount up after you're done with your pull and just fly to the next pack, which Spiteful is preventing you to do. So you basically always have to finish off the Spitefuls if you want to be mounting up, or you just decide to do a route where you don't have to mount up that much and you just keep on moving with the trash still following you, which is totally doable in something like the first boss area and the Terran Maruk area, for example. Also, one thing I wanted to mention is that there's some difference between Echo, Dreadnought's Guild Team, and Hope. So basically, Hope and Dreadnought's Guild Team, they're both playing 190 count before they do Granith, while Echo only does 152. So that's why Echo is a little bit faster in their split. And in addition, Gingy is playing Frost, while Hope and Dreadnought's Guild Team are sticking to that Fire pick. We'll see what Miscount does later. Probably also playing Frost, because we've seen Hard Jacks stick to that Frost pick a lot, except in the Academy. But yeah, also interesting to see Echo adjust his Frost pick. I think we've also seen Gingy played in some of the other keys as well yesterday, after Miscount was adamant about that pick being better on the first day.
Yeah, We've covered the Frost versus Fire picks a lot this week, and while Miscount had made the Frost pick look extremely strong on day one, they had a rough day two as well. Now, a lot of that was with the Fire Mage in the group. They just had issues in Alcathar Academy, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like it's too big of a difference. Now, I think the biggest difference you're going to see out of the Frost Mage is when it comes down to just pure two-target cleave. And like we were talking about, Tira and Maruk is likely going to be the wall of this key. It's going to be the one thing keeping teams from timing it. If they can live through that boss, they can probably time the key as long as the rest of the pulls go well. And Frost should technically be a higher DPS cap on that boss than Fire, so making sure the most dangerous part of the key lasts the smallest amount of time is going to be pretty important. Now, that's not to be, the rest of the dungeon is still pretty difficult, right? We saw, this was the dungeon that broke Shinra Tensei last week. It's the reason they didn't qualify for Global Finals, right? They spent 3 hours trying to get a 21 down when other teams were able to just get in and get it done on their first few attempts. So this is not an easy key by any means, and even getting it done on 21 is going to be difficult to do.
And definitely will be. We're also going to be taking an eye on the early key levels to see if the teams are going to be 2-chesting them. 3-chesting, probably not a thing on a 16. Even though the timer usually in Nokhud is a little bit more lenient compared to the other dungeons, it's 24 minutes. I don't know. What do you think?
Let's see. 24 minutes. You'd need probably to have, quick maths. You probably want to have a 12-minute Raging Tempest split. So we'll see. I think it's very unlikely, but if anyone can get it done, it's one of these teams. So we'll see. We'll see when they kill the second boss here, whether or not they're on pace for it. And sometimes when it comes down to being able to time these key on the higher levels, we sometimes like to pay a little bit too much attention to the affix combos that they get. When sometimes it's hard to remember that just on a super high key level, everything just hurts. You can just go down to damage extremely easily in a 21 fortified key. So maybe we're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, or maybe I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself talking about a 22 fortified, but the numbers suggest it's possible, but the overall difficulty of the key gets so ridiculous to the point where it might actually just not be possible to get it done today. We'll see. I think it'll be an interesting talking point later on in the day.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And again, Spiteful, one of these affixes that isn't necessarily dangerous or difficult for this full ranged comp that they're running. It's going to cost them a little bit of DPS from presumably Celia, right? Celia not being able to be in melee whenever the Spitefuls do spawn. Possibly also from the tank, but not necessarily, because of course they're doing physical damage, which means you can take some hits as a tank for sure. And other than that, it's not going to cost you that much time, except the fact that you're not being able to leave combat, which again, in this dungeon in particular, can cost you a few seconds here and there, not being able to mount up, not being able to move forward, and there's obviously huge distances that you have to cover between those pulls, which makes it a little bit more difficult here. But we'll see how much time it costs them, and we'll see how close they are to this 3-chest timer. Or after Raging Tempest, we'll see what the split is going to be. Looking at count now between the teams, it looks like Echo is still a little bit behind in count because they did do less trash pulls before Granith compared to both Hope and Dratton's guild team. So that's why they also are pulling the Raging Tempest first, because they're basically one trash pull behind. Miscount on the top left side, though, they're done with the first boss and they're now moving into this very difficult area in a 2145. Kira actually does go down. This is... Wow, okay, so they are probably going to reset, because we do know that 21 is... I don't want to say it's super close to the timer when you play perfectly, but having a full wipe is probably going to be a little bit hard for them to recover like that. But yeah, this is one of those moments in the dungeon that we've seen multiple teams struggle with. It's almost always tank deaths that happen on this pull. And yeah, 21 fortified, it's just... There's just so much going on. It looks like they're not actually resetting.
No, they're back in gathering Shadow Priest stacks. Yeah, we saw them in Veldraken for a little while. Not too surprising. They weren't too far into the key. And your tank going down is one of the things that's just going to be unrecoverable, almost, especially on those pulls after the warband. So we'll see them go again. Want to get a good attempt, so they have plenty of time left on the last boss. But, the struggles are continuing for them. They did not have a great day yesterday. They allowed Echo back into the competition. Echo have tied up the score here, and yeah, we'll see if Miscount are able to play the way they did on day one. We'd like to see more of that from them. But look at the timer here from Echo. We said we wanted to see a 12-minute kill on this boss in order for them to potentially be on pace for a 3 chest. 11-minute kill. So maybe it's still in the cards here. We'll have to see. They do have a lot of trash remaining to get, but I don't know. Maybe it's possible.
We'll see how long this Terran Maruk area also takes for Echo, because that's, of course, where they're going to be getting most of the remainder of the trash count that they need. And again, Spiteful may be causing some issues here. Don't necessarily think, though, because we're probably going to see a lot of just chain pulling. As you can see, they're already gathering up 3 packs together on the 16. So lots of interrupts that they have to do. So many birds. Bloodlust also being used here. This is their second Bloodlust. Look how fast they are in this dungeon on 16. Usually, the first Bloodlust is being used in the first pull, and then on the first pull in the Raging Tempest area. Like right after Granith, you're going to the Waterfall pool and lusting on a hierarchy. So you can see just how much faster they are there. Miscount having some issues again on the first pull. That one is a lot less costly than the previous reset, because they just... this is the first pull, right? They're wiping too, so... It's not ideal, but get warm-up key. Warm-up key.
As a reminder to those of you in chat, if you want to keep an eye on one of your favorite teams and not just watch what we're watching on the broadcast, you can check out any of the player POV streams. All of the teams will have one of their players streaming their POVs as well. Right now, we're keeping an eye on Echo to see whether or not the 3 chest pull is timeable, and just to keep an eye on what some of these Spiteful Shade pulls are going to look like in this section of the dungeon here as we start the day off. Looks like nothing's going to be too big of an issue at this point in the key. The key level's still relatively low, and the character power and plays, they're used to playing in the 20s, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue here. We're just looking at how long it's going to take them to get through these pulls.
And one thing to note as well is if they manage to 3 chest or come close to it, that timer is 24 minutes, which means lasting on cooldown is somewhat important. I mean, you do have like 2-3 minutes of leeway, where you can save your last a little bit, but you definitely want to make sure you use it as fast as possible to make sure it doesn't come up like at the very end of the boss fight or at the very end of the timer, which usually means it's going to be a lot less of a valuable last. Even if you get a last usage, if you only get it for like the last 30 seconds of the boss without anyone having cooldowns available, then that is obviously not ideal. So lasting on cooldown, making sure you get a really good third last off is nice here for Echo as well. And I do believe the other 2 teams in this dungeon have also used their last already pretty early on, as soon as it came back up.
Exactly, yeah. Making sure you get the third one off there. Let's look at the splits on the Raging Tempest for the other 2 teams in this key as well. Hope about 40 seconds slower than Echo. Dratno's Guild team about 50 seconds slower than Echo. But still, I think they're both on pace. I mean, 3 chests is on the table.
They played less and more trash, right?
They did play more trash before the second boss as well, so the splits make a little bit of sense. If you look at the Granite splits, they stayed even, essentially, from their Granite split to the Raging Tempest split, so it's going to come down to that last 5% trash, but I think all 3 of them might actually be on pace here. I think it's going to be a lot closer than we're just assuming it's going to be, but again, no real way of knowing until we get down to the end of it. I don't believe, if we go back to last week... Do you remember if we had 3 chests in the Nokhud Offensive last week? No, we started at a lower key level, didn't we?
Yeah, we started at 14, I believe.
So it's kind of hard to make that comparison then. Unfortunate. Well, get a good look at it here as Echo gets through their final of the mini bosses in this area. Still plenty of trash left to go after this, but you know, with at this point 9 minutes left to deal with this trash pack. 2 bosses, and I'm assuming they're going to pull trash with Belikar Khan as well. I think there's more than enough time for them to get a 3 chest here. Miscount also, again, having issues setting up that first pull. Once again, 21 fortified key. It's a lot of danger early on, especially when you have to consider that there are a lot of dangerous mobs in that pull. Mystic getting extra casts off can be very annoying. If they do have the Hunter in that pull, it can potentially just 100 to 0 someone quickly. Now, we have seen the Augovoker tech of sleepwalking it out that we saw on the top of the show today to make sure you don't have that Hunter as a part of the pull, but I'm not sure if every team is doing that tech, so that first pull can be very dangerous.
Yeah, definitely can be. Now we do see the three teams in that 16 Nokhud Offensive fighting all of this very difficult trash in the Terra and Maruk area. And we've seen the other two teams actually catch up on percentage a little bit on enemy forces. So I think we're soon going to be even on an even playing field, let's say, when it comes to the route. So we can compare the two teams together a little bit better. But now Echo is the first team to engage the boss. They're up to 85% trash, which is enough if they're playing the mini-bosses at the end, which we've seen some teams have different strategies. Either they pull the mini-bosses, play them for a little bit, and then pull them into the boss at the very end, whenever they feel like they can finish off the mini-bosses before the intermission. Because having the mini-bosses up and do the intermission at the same time, or the last phase, can be a little bit tricky, but the first phase not too dangerous on Balakar Khan, so you can finish off those mini-bosses pretty easily, even on a 40-cat key, very likely. While some other teams decided to play trash packs instead and reset the mini bosses to make sure they don't aggro whenever the last boss is being pulled.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case. We've seen that tech as well, and we've also seen teams just deciding to pull the mini bosses with the boss. So we'll see what they choose to do here. With this much trash count left, though, Echo still have to go for either an extra pull in this area, or they're going to have to pull double trash packs onto the final boss here. Normally at this section of the dungeon, when we're on Tyr and Maruk, if you're ready to go straight to Balakar Khan, you're looking to have something like 480-ish trash count, and you can see on our beautiful weak aura timer on the left of the screen there, they're at 446 right now, so still 30 or 40 trash left to get in this area. You can see Tyr and Maruk absolutely melting here. Still 6.5 minutes left on the 3 chest timer.
And they could technically pull the mini-bosses and the trash pack that we've seen other teams pull on the last boss, and then do it with the last boss. That would be very sketchy, though, I think. Like, that would be a pretty difficult thing to pull off. But yeah, maybe they also just pulled the boss because they had certain cooldowns available, and they decided, you know what, we're going to go into the boss first and then play trash after. We'll see what they're going to do. But yeah, looking at Hope and Dreadnought's Guild team, you can see both of them are now fighting the bosses, and they are on much higher count, as Sarah mentioned. So 494 count, 95% for Dreadnought's Guild team, and 468, 90% for Hope here. So we'll see what their approach is for the rest, or the remainder of the trash they both need. Again, the 3 chest timer is 24 minutes. So looking at Echo, finishing the boss now, they have 5.5 minutes left. Which, I mean, seems certainly very doable. If they, depending on what kind of trash they're pulling, and it looks like they are flying to the last boss, so I guess they are doing some sort of double pull here.
Yeah, what is their count that they're going to be getting here? The easily accessible count that I can think of, all of the count that we've seen teams pull is this patrolling pull that Mirez is flying right past right now. You've got the 2 mini bosses over on the right that they are pulling right now. Okay, they're pulling the patrol plus the mini bosses. I don't think that's enough still, though. I think they also need like the 2 Thunder Fists on top of this, because I believe all of this together is 64 count, which would be 10 short. Maybe my math is wrong. Let me check.
Oh, I just realized that this spot is actually so much worse for them now. We've seen the spot being utilized,
volcanic.
but we have volcanic, so that means, I mean, thankfully it's not like a 1 pixel spot. Mirrors can walk back and forth on this fence, but it's going to be very hard, right? So yeah, this is not ideal for the Shadow Priest. The reason why we've seen Shadow Priests playing up on this fence is because they don't want to be targeted by anything, because they need to, they're basically the damage dealer that loses the most of the amount of damage for having to move reactively, right? If you're casting a Void Torrent or something like that, for example. But now with Volcanic, it's actually not really helping at all to stand on this fence. I mean, it's helping a little bit, but you still have to dodge the volcanoes.
Yeah, this
4 minutes
doesn't
left
count. This
for
does not count.
the 3 chest.
They need to pull the 2 Thunder Fists as well to get count. This is going to leave them at 510 count. So interesting. There's those 2 Thunder Fists off to the side that we also saw pulled from one of our teams last weekend. That'll give them the extra 10 count they need. This is a very interesting route, though. I don't think this is good necessarily, but as long as I get the 3 chest, it'll work out okay. Maybe there was something that they just forgot to pull at the beginning of the key.
I think so as well. Yeah,
this is definitely can't be
Or like
Could be
maybe
right.
something on the waterfall pool. Maybe they forgot like
Maybe.
the right side pack or the downstairs
Oh.
pack.
Yeah, you're probably right. They probably forgot to pull the 2 neophytes in. That would be the
Yeah,
remaining
that would
10
be
count.
right? Yeah. Well, we'll see what they do. If they want to get the 24 minutes, which is the 3 chest, then I mean they're gonna be fine, right? I think they can finish the boss and still have enough time to probably pull them afterwards. Or if they feel like they really are close on time. Oh, Ginchi actually going down to a spear here from the mini boss. They have Bloodlust coming up in 18 seconds as well, so they can probably going to be using it in the second phase. One of the mini bosses is still alive and also raging. So the way these mini bosses work, if you finish off one of them much earlier than the other, the one remaining one is actually going to enrage, which is not too big of a deal because all of the damage that this mob does is actually avoidable except tank damage. But you can also soothe it off once in a while. It will recast the enrage. So if the druid soothes it or if the evoker gets rid of it with a roar, you still, like it still recasts. But yeah, as I said, not too big of a deal because of it only doing tank damage.
Yeah, that Ravaging Spear cast is normally a lot longer than that, and it's not something you're really worried about as a caster. You can kind of just move out of it after lazily finishing your cast, but when it is enraged, it's like double speed. So, I can totally see Ginji going down. Yeah, like we mentioned here, pulling these 2 Thunder Fists, those will be the remaining 10 count. They have 2 minutes left on the 3 chest timer, so I think they should be fine here. They'll get 1 last static spear cast, but, you know, like we talked about last weekend, you can juggle the static spears out a lot. 1 more upheaval as well. Health bars don't even move there. They're chilling. They've got the Lust active. They're bursting as much as possible here. 1 last static spear, it'll go on somebody with a Shadow Melter and Invis, and they'll be essentially home free. Yeah, Echo's going to be getting the 3 chest
skill
here.
team Timbermaw actually
Let's look
going
around.
down. They do have to use a bell
Oh.
res. They are close.
Okay.
They're 1 minute off to get their 3 chests. They have all of the trash done already. They're probably going to be fine. Hope is the team that has... yeah, it's actually Judge's Guild team that is the most in danger of not getting the 3 chests. We do see Miscount having another death here and there. But yeah, let's look at Judge's Guild team because they have a little bit over 30 seconds left. They should be okay. Cannot have any more deaths though. Boss down to 8%. It is a 45 boss, so that HP should be okay for them. But yeah, all 3 teams are in 16, looking like they're 3-chesting this dungeon.
Yeah, there it is.
Very well done by all of them. Would have been a pretty big time loss if one of the teams ended up not making it. Yeah, all 3 getting the 3 chests done, being able to move up to a 19 immediately.
It's ironic. I know you were commenting a little bit on Echo's routing there. Please feel free to give, the thought that you were going to follow up with as well. But with the routing that you've seen in this dungeon, what are some of like the major variations or, what kind of made Echo's route there you think a little bit less optimal?
I mean, it was just having to pull extra count in the final boss area is not ideal. I mean, I guess this allows them to skip
think it might
more
have
packs in the
been-
first section? Do you think it was
Sorry,
on
but-
purpose?
Yeah, I feel like there could be a possibility that it was on purpose.
It's very abnormal. I hesitate
Yeah.
to call what Echo's doing wrong because they've been right so many times. But that is so far out of the normal thing that you see that it just looks so
Yeah.
outlandish to me. But it could end up being faster on higher keys, so you never know. I guess they do get a little bit of extra funnel in that final phase, which other teams wouldn't normally get. And the Thunder Fists aren't necessarily that dangerous as long as you get their interrupts. So maybe it could end up actually being better. I think the major thing to point out, though, in the first 30 minutes of the day here is that while the other teams are in the Nokhud Offensive, getting their score up, getting their scores solidified, getting their 3 chests off, Miscount has still been struggling in this first section of the key. They've barely even gotten past the first boss before, and I mean, how long can you throw your bodies at this key for as Miscount before you have to, hedge your losses and just go get that Nokhud up? I mean, this is not looking good for them right off the bat. Like, no, I don't think any other team has really had this much of an issue in the 21 Brackenhide.
Yeah, I agree. I think Judge's Guild team and Echo both having that 21 done already. They didn't seem to be struggling that much in this key compared to Miscount. We've seen some resets for sure. But maybe not as many as Miscount. We're now 26 minutes into the competition, and they are now... So basically, they lost 26 minutes. Which
It's just gone.
can be a problem at the end, right? But it's also possible that it doesn't... I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, right? Because it's 26 minutes. But at the very end of the day, once all of the teams are starting to do chase keys, the 26 minutes might not actually be that big of a deal. But they definitely want to get back into the game and do this just for moral even as well. Like they just want to be like mentally like going into the rest of this tournament. They want to get this dungeon done so that they don't feel stressed out. And as you said, Nokhud is a really long dungeon as well, and getting it done early on, just not having to constantly think, oh, we still have to do Nokhud, we have to push it up as well, which just takes a long time with it being such a long key with the 40 minutes total timer.
Yeah, so I guess the question then is your missed count right now. You get this 21 done. You've got all of your 21s done. Nobody else is near that yet. I guess Echo has 4 of them. They still have to go to relife pools, which is going to be difficult. Missed count made it look easy on day one. It's definitely a lot more difficult than missed count made it look. Where do the extra points come from? I think we're going to see 21 Nokhud pretty easily at some point today. Where do you go next? You would assume 22 Algathar because that's what we saw during week 1, but that's Sanguine this week. That's going to be a lot more difficult to get done. Where does that extra, point that puts you on top come from? I don't. It's got to be Azure Vault, I guess, right? That's the only one I can think of because everything else is so difficult.
Yeah, I do think that 22 Azure Vault is probably going to be the first key that they attempt to do on a 22. All the other one's going to be hard. We talked about Nokhud Offensive as well, being a possibility with the affix not being the most difficult. But yeah, Academy, Sanguine, pretty hard. Well, we saw it done last week with different affixes though. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. We're also going to see about this 19 Nokhud as well, as all 3 teams that did the 16 3-chest are now in at 19 immediately after. That is probably a key they can 2-chest, I would assume. Looking at how fast they were in the 16, I do think that the 19 is probably 2-chest. But then again, it's 3 key levels higher, and the 3-chest was kind of close. So we're going to have to see later on, whenever maybe we see a Raging Tempest split, as we compared that earlier as well for the 16. But yeah, obviously 19 ramping up the difficulty quite a lot on this fortified key. We're going to be seeing a lot more difficulty with the Raging Tempest trash. We're also going to see a lot more tank damage coming in Terra and Maruk area. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. Also have to keep an eye on that Echo route, seeing if there was actually a mistake at the missed count or if they're just playing that trash at the last boss. And yeah, missed count on the first boss again. Bottom left. They are attempting this 21 for half an hour at this point. Had some issues with the first pull a couple of times. Had some issues with the pull after this boss as well. So we'll see if they manage to get it done this time around.
Yeah, and the difficulty here comes not necessarily from the boss, but from the fact that in the realm of efficiency, what you want to end up doing is the second you finish off Trick Totem and remove those Earth Bolts from the pull, right? The major point of damage on this fight, the major thing contributing to your cognitive overload, making sure you just have to not have people go down to those bolts. Then you pull trash on top of it, right? You pull this trash pack off on the left side of the screen here with an extra War Scourge. And that's one of the issues they've been having with this key so far. That trash doing extra damage to the tank really has been causing issues for them. So we'll see if that continues to be an issue. Burning through Trick Totem pretty quickly. Are they going to be able to beat the second Decayed Senses is the question here. That would be pretty nice to get done. The first totem is pretty easy to deal with. You can just Mass Dispel the tank so they can soak the Savage Charge relatively easily. The second one, though, with no easy access to a Dispel, you'd have to burn that totem pretty quickly. Now, totem only has 6 or 7 million HP, so you can pretty easily deal with it. The problem with the totem becomes Earthbolt casts are going to get chained during that totem being active, and if you kick the boss, it'll then run to the next available target that isn't the tank, because the tank is disoriented, and start meleeing them down, so you don't really want to kick them. That being said, no issues for them. They beat the second Decayed Senses cast move quickly into the trash pack here. 2-minute cooldowns are going to be coming back up in about 25 seconds, and they'll be able to burn through it. But the person to keep an eye on here is Kira. If Kira stays alive, the pull should be pretty easy for the rest of the team here. But if he goes down, it's going to be another wipe in this key, and 30 minutes in the day, you really want to be making better progress in this dungeon.
Yeah, for sure. We did see another Gas Tooth Frenzy go off here. With the boss applying the bleed on everybody while they're fighting this trash here. It looks like Thanner is also on his way to pull some more trash in even. Getting some extra count.
Yeah.
Their War Scourge. So easy count for them here. I don't like this trash pack and the last two bosses that are up here, not too dangerous for them as long as they use their defenses properly whenever Gashtooth is jumping around. And AJ is also ready to heal them up immediately to get rid of that bleed. Otherwise, the trash, definitely very doable for a full range team. Usually a little bit harder if you have melee because they have to watch out for some bleed effects that go on them if they're too close to the mobs or closer than tank. Or they have to disrupt them. Yeah. Not too big of a deal for a full range comp. And the bosses are slowly but surely going down as, of course, this is a 21 fortified key. Which means that once they start AoEing this trash, the boss damage is going to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, the boss is not. I mean, once you have Trick Totem dead, the difficulty of the boss itself is not necessarily that high. Marked for Butchery can do a lot of single target burst damage to one player, but nothing that AJ can't heal through. Yargi was a little bit scared there for a moment, but was able to get topped off and live through it. The Gash Frenzy, not going to one-shot you even on this key level as long as you're prepared for it with personal cooldowns, so it's not that big of an issue. The big preventer that those boss mechanics do is they make it so you have to wait to go pull that extra War Scourge. You saw Thinner had to wait a solid 30 seconds to go grab that second War Scourge because they had to wait for the mark to come out, they had to wait for the Gash Frenzy to go out, then he could go, because you don't want to accidentally port the boss outside of the room and reset it. That would be pretty bad. But through the boss here, and we have another good attempt at the dungeon here for Miscount. Let's see what this first pull is going to look like for them here. We got Thaner heading up on top of this skull. Interesting snap spot. Not snap spot, but like line of sight spot. I don't think I've seen this one before. Usually we see people standing on top of the rock here. I guess this is a better spot?
Probably for frontals. Like, this is better for frontals from the Oaks, right? Because then you don't have to worry about the frontals too much. So I like this a lot by Miscount here. And this time around, it also looks like Kira is fine, at least for now. A lot of the danger here is when you gather up the trash, because this is such a huge pull that they're doing. And gathering up trash can be pretty dangerous on Vengeance Demon Hunter on such a high key level. But it looks like Kira is fine for now. So maybe they can execute this, which would of course be great. And this is one of the most difficult pulls in this whole dungeon, really. On that 45 key, you can see Kira dropping pretty low, starting to cut a little bit, getting some assistance from the players here. Hotjacks jumping down, making sure they use as much utility as they can to help out the tank surviving. And now they're going to go into Raging. Raging also actually a pretty big deal for them. Even though they do have, of course, the Roar from the Aug Evoker to make sure the AoE soothe the Raging effect off. But not all of them are going to be Raging at the same time, so they're probably going to be missing some as they get applied after the Roars come through. But yeah, looking at Echo, Hope, and Dratton's guild team, all in that 19, they're all doing really, really well. So they're all 0 deaths. We talk about this a lot whenever the first key is being done, like the 16. Sometimes we see a mistake here and there because it's the first time they're playing it again after practice, right? The last time they played at Nokhud was probably before Friday, in their practice runs. So it has been a while and they need to get used to the affixes as well. So first key, a little bit of a warm-up practice key. Second key, usually going a little bit better. But yeah, there we go, Miscount. Having a death on Hearthjacks.
Yeah, Hearthjacks is not playing up on top of this spine that the other ranged DPS are playing on, and because of that, the only players that are really going to be targeted by these lasher jumps that apply bleeds to play are going to be Kira and Hearthjacks. And with Hearthjacks playing down and taking all of those bleeds, you know, he can ice block off a pretty bad stack. His healer can heal him through a 1 or a 2 stack pretty easily, but at some point you're going to run out of buttons and you just ended up going down. Now, if that's just a planned spot to use a battle res, that's totally fine. He needs to be down there just so he can actually hit all the mobs with his frozen orb, quote unquote, cold freezes, what have you, just to do max damage to get through that pull as quickly as possible. But, you know, I think that death, I think you're just kind of accounting for that potentially happening at this point in the key. Gathering up another huge pull here, and notably that first pull they did had 2 of the oaks in it. Usually that second oak is a part of this pull. It's not, they don't have to worry about that this time around. No frontals are going to be hitting this spear here, and of course Lust off cooldown, so we can go ahead and press that and make this pull go that much quicker.
Yeah, it is certainly a little bit easier for them, even though we've seen some teams also struggle on this. Sometimes, because we talk about the snapping spot, or it's not necessarily a snapping spot, but it's a spot where you avoid some mechanics because you're basically unreachable for some abilities. But the issue that this spot can cause is that you might get frontaled by oak trees, but they don't have an oak in this, as Sarah just mentioned. And in addition, what can really quickly wipe you here is if one of the players gets aggro, especially during the gathering of the trash. If you get aggro and you're standing on top of this, the mobs are going to snap to you and almost immediately kill you. Like, they're just going to melee you instantly and you die. And then slowly the other players that are standing there are going to die too. So thankfully, nothing like that happening for Miscount here. This run looking a lot more solid for them compared to the previous couple of runs that had to reset, unfortunately. And yeah, looking at the Nokhud teams, looks like Dreadnought's Guild team has a really good Granif split. Now, Echo split is a little bit faster, but Echo notably plays one last trash pack. So the fact that Dreadnought's Guild team has such a fast split is really good for them in case that 2 chests is something that is close. We don't know that yet because we need to see a little bit closer to the end of the dungeon to be able to tell how close that 2 chests is, or if it's even doable, or if it's super easy for them, then it doesn't matter, of course. But if it's going to be something that is close for the teams, then that might be a big deal for Dreadnought's Guild team here.
There was a bit of a debate going on in chat that I wanted to toss over to both of you as well about whether or not you think that today is going to come down to the teams all trying to get 21 on the board and then either seeing who can time fastest or who can get that 22. So I guess the question, Zeronic, is do you think that's probably what everybody's going to be going for? Do you think there's a dungeon that 22 is possible on? Or do you think mostly people are going to be just trying to get the fastest times on 21s?
Yeah, so we kind of talked about that a little bit a while ago. These are tough keys to get 22s done, and if there is a key that can potentially be done on 22, it's extremely likely to be the Azure Vaults, just because of the nature of that key, right? There's a lot of times left in the key. They have to play it pretty perfectly, but in terms of just time spent left in the key, time to do the key in general, that's the most likely. I would hope it doesn't come down to time tiebreakers, because that's a little bit less exciting to see than teams trying to go for the highest possible keys, but I don't know. It could go either way for sure. I doubt that we'll see either Echo or Miscount go for time tiebreakers in 21s. They're gonna probably be in 22s for the greater portion of today, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. But yeah, we'll see what kind of 22s are possible for them to do. And if some of them are possible for them, again, on the tournament realm, they don't have as much avoidance available as they have on live servers. So sometimes it might we see them do 22s on live servers, so it's probably going to be possible for them too, right? But because of the lesser avoidance that they have available to them, and of course also the much less time and the affixes being probably different to what the time keys were on live servers, makes it for sure a little bit harder. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day. And each 22 that is doable is probably also going to take some attempts, right? I don't think any of the 22s are going to be just one shot by either of the teams. We see Hardjacks go down to Burst from Decaying Slime here on Treemouth for Miscount, which we've seen players die to that explosion a few times. And usually what happens here is that one of the players gets traded a Wernstone by the Augevoker. That's how they play this mechanic whenever the boss is trying to eat a player with Gripping Vines. And once you're getting picked up, you precast your Wernstone to get out of that ability to basically avoid it. Which, while you do that, if you also have a swirly underground that explodes from a sludge, then you're probably going to die to that. And that is what we've seen multiple players already die to. So I think maybe that's what happened to Hardjacks here. Either way, they did have a battle rest to get him back up. And a next rest is available in 5 minutes. So they can't really have any deaths for another 4 or 5 minutes. Otherwise, they might run tight on time if they lose a damage dealer. And if they lose the tank or the healer, then obviously that's going to be a even bigger deal.
Yeah, I'm not liking the status of this run so far. 0 battle reses for the coming up pulls could be an issue for Miscount here. We'll have to keep an eye on them for sure, because we're getting to the point in the first hour of the day where another wipe could be really, really bad for them. You have to assume that they're going to need at least 3 runs of the Nokhud Offensive to get a 21 done if everything goes perfectly for them. which means, at this point in the day, since they haven't even started the Nokhud Offensive yet, they're only going to have 2.5 hours left to run push keys compared to Echo, so I don't know. We'll see if this is going to be an issue for them. Still on in this run, though, and as long as they can keep it clean for the next 4 minutes, they'll get that battle res up. We know that gut shot pull is coming up here, and teams have been front-loading a lot of difficulty onto that gut shot pull, pulling extra trash into the boss just to make sure they can get that down as efficiently as possible. Let's see what their plan is to do in this 21 with Treemouth going down. Gotta get past this mini boss here. Don't necessarily want to pull it. Going to be roaring on by. What is the idea going to be for the skip? Oh no, are they just pulling it for a trash count? Okay. This is also a typical live pull as well, but not something we're used to seeing from our routes. Interesting.
It's interesting because Miscount did, I think, if I remember correctly, I think Miscount did this pull for both their 14, the 17 as well. And then I think they did not do it on the 20. I mean, I might be making this up, but I feel like I remember this because I was talking about the Stink Breath pull on the first day. And then on the 20, I think they just didn't do it. And then I was thinking, maybe they just don't want to attempt it on the higher keys. But now that they're doing it again, if I remember this correctly, very interesting. So maybe they just looked at the two routes that they had the difference there and figured, you know what, we want to do a Stink Breath pull again. One thing to note about the 21 Brackenhide is that the timer, at least for the other teams, wasn't as that close. Like if you play it clean and you don't wipe on anything, you don't have issues in the last boss, then you can somewhat easily time it because the timer is pretty lenient. So maybe they just said, you know what, let's play a little bit safer. Now, if we talk about timer in general, though, if the 21 is going to be the highest key that they do in Brackenhide, then it might matter again in case it does come to this tiebreaker that we've talked about earlier. But that is something that they probably don't want to worry about right now. They probably want to make sure, okay, we're timing this 21 rather than trying to do this as fast as possible. That is something they can think about later.
Okay, well, pull went well for them anyways, so they got their count where they needed it. That pull notably doesn't give a whole lot of count. Stink Breath is going to be the majority of it here at the end as he goes down, going to be about 3%-ish. So they're at that 81%-ish trash count that you want to be at by the time you get to Gut Shot. Still, interesting pull. I know you said they did that in the lower keys, but not doing it in the 20 and coming back to it in the 21. Maybe they pulled extra count in the 20 that they didn't assume they were going to pull and just decided, okay, we can cut that pull out. Not too sure, but...
Actually, yeah, I think I remember that was it, actually. Yeah, I think I remember Tettles saying that afterwards, that they had some raging mobs pull something. Yeah, maybe that was just it. So maybe this is just their route where they always pull Stink Breath.
Got it. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. Here we go. Into Gut Shot, trash into the boss. You can see they pulled that trash from behind the wall. Like we've seen a lot of teams get done here. And the timer is good, right? 15 minutes by the time you pull Gut Shot, more than enough time to get it down. It's just about execution here. They've reached that point where the battle res has come back off cooldown, so you've got that banked up in the back pocket in case something does go wrong, but ideally you'd hold on to that as long as possible. Ideally you just wouldn't die anymore for the rest of the key, but in the 21 fortified key, that's not always going to happen, and we'll have to see if they can get this done. Getting this done now would be huge for them. They'd have 5 21s on the board. They'd be the only team to do that, and then they can head into Nokhud with a sense of accomplishment and comfort that no one else can really have right now.
Yeah, that'd be incredibly good for Miscount, especially after their initial problems they had with this key. Taking a look at the Nokhud teams, though, Echo, Hope, and Dreadnought's Guild team all in that 19 after 3-chesting the 16 straight away. Not having any resets whatsoever. So looking very clean for all of them. Only 1 death on Dreadnought's Guild team. Echo, again, the first one to pull Tira and Maruk. Notably with a little bit less count, though. Again, it's this 4-4-6 count, which makes me believe that whatever they did last time that we were maybe doubting was a mistake, I think now is intentional. So I think they're actually playing just that much trash on the last boss, which in theory, I mean, it is efficient, right? Pulling a lot of trash with bosses, of course, being very efficient. But the fact that it's volcanic and that Miras is getting knocked up on that fence, I don't know. We'll see later on how good the strategy is that Echo has been choosing to play here in this Nokhud Offensive. Looking at the 2 chess timer, 3 chess obviously not really going to be a thing on this 19, but the 2 chess timer is 32 minutes, which looks very doable. So I think that's not actually going to be something that is going to be super close for any of the teams, unless they have some pretty major mistakes.
We're keeping an eye on a lot of the variations here in the routing and in the timers as the groups, are trying to get these extra dungeons on the board and, push up higher. But we'll have to say goodbye, at least for now, to Nakura. So thank you so much. We're going to have a swap out on desk, but we'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
Bye. And we'll be bringing in Dratnos, who will be jumping in as we continue the discussion here. And of course, keep an eye on what's going on. But we actually had a bit of a question from a person in the chat who's a little bit newer to TGP come in, where they were curious about why the teams actually pick the different races that they're playing. And Dratnos, I was wondering if you might touch on that before jumping back into the action.
Sure. So I feel like the default selection, if you have it available to you, is usually Night Elf or Dwarf for most of these classes. Night Elf tends to be really good because you can press Shadow Meld and just drop aggro, so there are places where that's used planned, and there's also ways that you can use it to recover. If a pull starts going badly, you can hit Meld and then res and try it again, but there's a lot of spots where you can CC some mobs, run past them, get in combat, and then hit Shadow Meld, drop combat, and bang, you've skipped a pack that you didn't want to fight. Really powerful race, kind of as a default. Dwarf is also really strong, seen a lot from the classes that can play it. You can remove a lot of powerful poisons, bleeds, diseases. And Brackenhide, for instance, we're seeing a Shadow Priest for Mist Count up in the top left playing that Dwarf race. So those two are kind of the default options. Of course, Evoker don't have access to those, so we're going to see them playing Drakthir always. So that one's nice. Maybe next expansion. I think in War Within, there's going to be more Drakthir able to play other classes too. So we might see a couple more Drakthir as well, because those two, knock up, knock back effects that they have are pretty potent for helping control packs too. But as it stands right now, that's kind of just, Evoker and Drakthir are synonymous with each other. So besides Night Elf and Dwarf, it's kind of anything else you'd see would be, I would say, tech. For instance, we do sometimes see human Shadow Priests because they don't have a particularly useful active racial or anything like that, but they do have the most just passive damage, and sometimes you just don't need Dwarf or Night Elf, and you play that human instead. And then we sometimes see, some weird stuff. We see some other stuff in some dungeons too. We've seen a little bit of Kultiran. Sometimes there's been places where people have played like Volperas and gnomes and stuff, but usually it is the Dwarf and the Night Elf.
Yeah, usually comes down to those two. That's a good breakdown for someone who's not too familiar with it. We need to key in on Echo, as we've been doing so much in the first hour of the day here, though, going for this large trash pull. It's the patrol on your way into Belkar Khan, plus the 2 mini-bosses. Mirrors ended up going down there. I think it was to a poorly placed frontal from those mobs, unfortunately. And, this isn't necessarily the easiest pull on these affixes, right? This volcanic still spawns on this fence, so either eat it and go into a bounce house or have to move around, which is not something you really like doing when you're on top of this precarious position. But notably, Dratnos, this doesn't give them the count they need. This will put them within 10 count of their full count, and what they actually do, if they do the same thing they did in their 16, they pull those 2 Thunder Fists off to the side during the final phase, so they actually get a little bit of extra funnel during that phase. I think it's actually a pretty interesting variation on the pulls that we've seen in Nokhud Offensive.
Yeah, those Thunderfists do seem like really good count, right? They basically require you to interrupt them, and then that's it, right? That's all they do. So as long as you do that interrupt, it seems like those are the kind of mobs that you should basically always be trying to pull. And I like the idea that Echo have here. I mean, doing this pull is a lot of count, right? The patrol plus these mini-bosses. I do agree with you that the Volcanic makes it less good than it otherwise would be. Mira's either getting knocked around, having to move. Zalia now actually getting cleaved by the Nokhud Defender there. They do have a Battle Res available, but they're going to need to actually find a way to get in there into melee to cast it to get him back up. Maybe they'll just keep the rest of this pull alive and just cast a real res at the end. Nope, they've been able to get him up. Nice work there. And yeah, it's a scary pull. I don't know. I mean, Spiteful plus Volcanic. The Spiteful, I guess, isn't the end of the world. The Frost Mage very strong at helping keep those Spitefuls from being too nasty as well. But yeah, Volcanic, one of those kind of sleeper difficult affixes. Anytime you're playing in one of these kind of safe spots, Volcanic is just really, really difficult and maybe not something they'd practiced.
I just noticed something interesting for Missed Count. Normally, when teams pull this section of the dungeon into Decatriot Rathai, they're very specifically trying to stay in combat for the longest period of time to get those Desperate Invoker's Codex trinkets cooldowns as low as possible. You know, the longer you stay in combat, the lower that will go. But they killed off their last War Scourge for heading into the boss, so I went and checked our inspect tool, which, by the way, you guys at home can check out as well by either going to inspect.gcd.tv, or if you're on the Twitch stream in the top left corner, you can click that arrow and you get a lot of drop-down menus to look at characters' gear. They're not running that trinket on anyone. They're just running a combination of Beloroloses plus Nymuse on the Ogavoker, and then I think they also have a Grief Torch, but it's just passive trinkets outside of that, so they don't think they need that extra unused trinket to kill off these totems.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we have seen that Desperate Invoker's Codex be very helpful for totem damage, but it is a fortified keystone, not a tyrannical one. Hearthjacks as well, actually playing the Vessel of Searing Shadow trinket, which is a pretty cool one. One nice thing that does as well is it gives you some extra sources of fire damage, which is really nice for activating both your Aranog and Broodkeeper rings that are so powerful this season as well. So it is nice for that purpose as well. But yeah, like you said, I mean, Desperate Invoker's Codex, that is something that I was expecting to see generally used in this dungeon. On the other hand, you know, if it means that you have to stay in combat, maybe there's some failure rate with that happening. If you have somebody die, you have to res, something like that. You know, you're losing mana, you're losing stuff like that. So maybe it makes sense to just say, you know what, we'll find a way to do this without it. Because AJ is still playing 2 unused trinkets, right? He's playing Belorolos and Nymuse Unraveling Spindle. So both of those, you know, maybe not as good as Invoker's Codex, the Spindle, but it's definitely still a lot of damage when they need it.
Well, the Invoker's Codex also comes with a bad effect too, right? When it's stacked up that high, you hit yourself for like 70% of your HP bar, and some of those totems can line up with the AoE cast from the boss, so you could jump scare your healer if that tends to happen. I'm sure they would have it planned out, but they've actually just planned to not use it whatsoever, which is, I think they're the only team remaining in the competition that is opting to not use those trinkets, but so far so good for them. They've got the boss down to 30% here. They only really have 2 more of these totems that are really going to be scary as they transition around to their 2-minute cooldowns again. Slight bit of a scary moment for Kira there as he drops low, but still has that Prophetic Stone Scales in the back pocket, that Cheat Death trinket to fall back on just in case, so I think they're going to be good here with the boss 25%. I think it's really only going to be 2 or 3 more totems they have to deal with.
Yeah, their timer is looking pretty solid as well. They are going to be slower than Echo in this keystone at this level. Echo had a 29:52, which is exactly the timer that Miscount have just gone over. But they're going to be pretty close there. They are going to be faster than Dratno's Guild team, which did have a 31:22 in here. That's a lot of time left on the board as well. Like, all of these teams are going to be completing Brackenhide with enough time left on the board that you'd think the 22 is possible, and yet Miscount have opted to just go and get the 21 on the board. I wonder if this... I wonder how much of that is we don't think we can do the 22 versus how much of it is we don't think we need the 22.
Yeah, we briefly covered that a little bit. It was like just a conversation point. Like, you have to remember, last week, even Mandatory spent like an hour to an hour and a half in this key on the 22 when they just really didn't have anything else to go for, and they were like, nah, that key's too hard. We're not getting that done this weekend. So they have a little bit of, extra info at that point to go back on, but that is going to be the 21 Brackenhide Hollow done for Missed Count. And look at the score on the right side of their screen.
21s,
5 21s. All on the board, and they can very happily head to the Nokhud Offensive and work on that to their heart's content. And I'm sure they'll get that to a 21 as well relatively quickly. And then the question remains, where do they go after that this weekend? All of the 22s look pretty tough.
They do indeed, as we do have Dratno's Guild team joining Echo at the Nokhud Offensive 19 2-chest club. Hope looking to also join that club here. They need to beat 32 minutes for that to happen. which means they have 90 seconds to deal with the last 20% of this boss on plus 19 fortified. That should be well within their possibilities as long as they can avoid a catastrophe here. So we should have all 3 of our non-missed count teams advancing to, I guess the Nokhud 21 is probably the next order of business here. I think you're going to need that key at that level. I don't think you can afford to take your foot off the gas and try the 20, for instance. So Echo up in the top right, getting underway. It is indeed at that plus 21 keystone level. Hope just about to finish off this one here. It is going to be the slowest 19 Nokhud so far, but it is under that 2 chest timer, which at the end of the day, that is all that counts.
That is all that you care about, getting the 2, putting yourself in position to get the 21 on the board, and really, the race for hope right now is with Dratno's Guild team, right? Those 2 teams are vying for that 3rd place slot. That is the spot they want to be in. You do not want to be in the 4th place slot, not qualifying to Global Finals. That's going to be one of our important topic points throughout the day here. Which of those 2 teams is going to set themselves apart from the other? Still, few 21s for both of them to go to, outside of the ones they already have, so lots of room for improvement there. Looks like Dratno's Guild team is going to be heading straight into the 21 Nokhud as well, though.
Yeah, big first pull coming out here. We do see the Fire Mage continuing for Dratno's Guild team, the Frost for both Echo and Mist Count. That is one of the things we were talking about, I think, on Friday, was once Mist Count were using Frost to as much success as they were in every Keystone, Echo was definitely the team that you would most expect to test it, theorize it, and then yoink it in any dungeon that they agreed it was good in. And it looks like Nokhud Offensive is certainly one of those. There is a lot of value you can get out of this Frost Mage here. Even agnostic to the affixes, like just in this dungeon, there's a lot of higher health targets that can be nice for the Frost Mage to hit. With Spiteful as well, it's actually really nice to have a Frost Mage just passively slowing all those Spitefuls. It's not something you think about as a time save, but it is really nice for safety to just not risk those Spiteful Shades ever really being able to get out of melee.
Yeah, it's definitely really nice. I mean, something that we also maybe covered a little bit at the start of the show as well is the Spiteful affix is definitely a lot more time offensive in this key than it is in other keys, because Nokhud Offensive varies from other keys, and it differs from other keys in the fact that normally between pulls you have to mount up and fly somewhere else, and notably, when there's a Spiteful Shade active, you're in combat, and you can't mount up, so you need to either spend that time running instead of flying, which is a time loss, or you need to spend that time killing the Spiteful Shades so that you can mount up, which is also a time loss. So those individual little, like 5 to 10 second time losses throughout the key could be a pretty big difference maker as to whether or not the 22 is even something they consider attempting this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a big deal, and I think you're right, though. The consideration has to be which dungeon is the easiest to do at 22, right? Like, we look at the field. There's a 22 Azure Vault available.
Dranos. Why is Hope in another 19? They need to realize that instantly and stop. Okay. they have identified the problem. Okay, we're good. A little bit of a 2-minute time loss, but at least they realized it now.
At the start of this key, they did do a ready check, and Yips was not ready on that ready check. I wonder if he's their keystone holder. I wonder if that was what was going on there. That's what happens if you ever give a Shadow Priest any responsibilities. Stuff is going to go wrong. Got to weaponize that incompetence and get that job onto somebody else as quickly as you can. I'm not sure if he is the key holder. Usually it's the tank, I guess, that kind of defaults to.
Is that perhaps
Mira's down for Echo?
Is that perhaps
to
your
a shoot from a longbow? Yeah, that's right. That's right. We do have so that's 1 death, 1 battle res on the board for Echo now in the top left. They're going to continue this dungeon. It's not the end of the world, right? We don't expect the 21 Nokhud to be tight on the 40 minutes if you play it well, right? Like, we expect that dungeon to maybe be in that 38-minute range. So there is a little bit of wiggle room in here. It's maybe even at the point where, the 22 is possible in theory, but it's just a question of, is this one of the easier dungeons to actually get, on that 22 level, or is it better to spend the time elsewhere? We did see the 22 Algathar done last weekend, but this weekend, that dungeon features the Sanguine Affix, which I think probably takes it out of consideration for being the easiest 22 to accomplish. We will have to see, though. I suspect that, I mean, these keys are close enough in difficulty at that 22 level. I wouldn't be surprised if different teams have different answers to that question. I also just wouldn't be surprised if only Miscount and Echo really get to do that, too, because, Miscount have 521s, Echo have 4. Dranos Guild Team and Hope only have 2 apiece, so I think they'll probably be spending most of the end of their day on 21s rather than 22s.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it would be very interesting if they were able to get through all of those 21s, but when you factor in how much time they've taken for Echo and Miscount to get through, it's exceedingly unlikely.
It is true that Dranos Guild Team have slightly worse time tie breaks as it stands right now, so they may actually have some incentive to, say you have a plus 21 available in one dungeon you could go do that you think you have like a 60% success rate in, and a plus 22 somewhere else that you think you have like a 30% success rate in, given like an hour of work or something like that. At least the 22 gives you an unassailable tiebreaker, right? So if you think you need, like if you think about it that way, if you think we're going to lose the time tiebreaker, therefore we kind of need 2 points, but the 22 counts as 2 points for the purposes of tiebreakers, right? Like the first tiebreaker we have isn't time, it's highest key level done. Maybe we will see Dranos Guild Team forced into that position of being obligated to go to a 22 instead of an easier 21, and they'll qualify or not based off of that an hour in a 22, whether they can make it happen at the end of the day.
By the way, I just want to point out, I don't know if anyone's told you this all weekend, you don't have to keep saying Dranos' guild team every time. You can say my guild team if you want.
No, I'm trying to hedge my bets here and not get too closely associated with them in case they lose.
I think that time has passed already.
Oh,
True
no.
loyalty.
Oh no.
Yeah, that'll be
All
an
right,
interesting thing to talk about, though. Like, we'll see if they are able to get through the 21s. That's another thing entirely. But yeah, there's definitely something that can come into play if one of those two teams decides, okay, let's just try to get the 22 done and win on outright key level tiebreaker rather than have it go to time tiebreaker.
Yeah, that is it's something we'll be worried more about in 2 or 3 hours rather than right now. Right now, teams just need to ideally one-shot this plus 21 Nokhud. It's easier said than done, but this is probably going to be one of the easier 21s to just put on the board of the ones on our list, right? Like the actual amount of spots in this dungeon that are super duper difficult, there's not too many of them. One problem with Nokhud is that they are kind of loaded into the middle and the end of the dungeon, so if you do wipe to those hard parts, it's not like Azure Vault, where the hardest part of the dungeon is the first pull and then the first boss, right? It's like the end, the middle of the dungeon, the Raging Tempest, Tira and Maruk, the very last pull. Like, those are some of the areas we are most expecting teams to struggle with, which means that every time you're investing 20, 30 minutes to get to that point in the dungeon, very important that you convert and win the first time there, as Hope actually are going to be proccing Cauterize early on in their dungeon down in the bottom left. Looks like one of those birds successfully flew up to that pike and started just beating up their mage. Looks like they're going to be okay, though.
Spect has also acquired a Hunter's Mark, usually something that is reserved for the tank here. So he's going to be taking the majority of the shoots from those longbows as well. You can see his health bar is going to be yo-yoing up and down here a little bit as he takes that damage. Something that Ellesmere is going to have to focus on. Even getting wards to live through that damage can be relatively scary for that to go on one of your clothy DPS. Looks like they're going to be okay, though. They've got a lot of the trash dead here. Only a couple more of those longbow rows down there shooting. Casting rate of arrow instead of shoot. You like that when you're on top of the pole because you don't have to worry about that. And looks like they're going to be okay. Get through this pole without any actual deaths, just a cheat.
Yeah, not a problem. That's what Cauterize is for. Hope and Dranos Guild Team, of course, the only teams to have Cauterize available, with Echo and Miscount opting for that Frost instead, which is a little bit more sketchy, right? Like, playing without that Cauterize is one of the things that maybe you don't calculate in, right? Like, if you think about it, you look at the difference between Frost and Fire, and you're like, oh yeah, we think Frost is like 3% better or something like that. But then Cauterize it's very hard to put a number on how valuable it is to have an extra cheat death, right? Like, most of the time it's not going to matter, but when it does, it is huge. It's incredible. It's in some cases it's run saving or run ending to have or not have a cheat death effect on an extra player. So one of those things that teams have come. We've got two teams with different answers on that. Very interesting to see.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at the end of the day, I think the major difference is going to be that cheat death, right? Does that come into play? Having that in the back pocket, just in case something does go horribly wrong, is always pretty useful. And we've already seen today in some of our bigger runs, even in that Brackenhide, right? On the Frost Mage, Hearthjax did end up dying a couple of times in a situation where a Fire Mage would have just cauterized and probably lived through it. So is that going to come into play? I feel like it definitely could. Miscount, though, finally in their out of their Brackenhide into the Nokhud Offensive. Sorry. Dungeon's just going through my head right now. And again, to get that 3 chest off here, they're going to be looking at wanting in between the 11 to 1140 mark, probably closer to the 1140 mark since they have the extra trash count that Echo do not pull at the start of the key. And looks like they're going to be well on pace for that. 2 minutes left to get there on this boss. I expect if every other team got the 3 chest here, Miscount should be getting that as well.
Yeah, they look like they are well on pace for it. It would be shockingly uncharacteristic at this point from what we've seen in Miscount so far this weekend if they were unable to secure a 3 chest that every other team did. I mean, this weekend so far, the story for Miscount has been they're the team that puts up the run that nobody else can, right? They're the team that 2 chests to 19 that everybody else only manages to barely put in time. So that team is looking so good. You can just see it from their scorecard. 21's all the way down. That is incredible work that they've put in. Those 21s, they only are worth 1 more point than the 20, but they take so much more time to put on the board for most teams. So the fact that Miscount have all of those already, it just means that they're going to have so much time at the end of the day to be working on stretch goals. And they're basically already safe through to Global Finals. Like, as long as they can get this Nokhud up to even up to like a 20, that's probably sufficient for them to guarantee a qualification, even though it probably won't be good enough for first place. They'll probably need to improve a little bit from there to stay ahead of Echo over the rest of the day.
Yeah, but again, Echo still does have to go back and get that ruby, so we'll see if that's going to be as easy as Miscount actually made it look. Not too sure on that front. Of course, we already saw Genji starting to play a little bit more Frost, so if he's got that one prepped for the 21 ruby, then they should be good to go, especially for Kokia, right? That's the major point in the key that you really have that Frost Mage there for, to get that 2-target cleave as efficiently as possible to chew through the boss HP in addition to also just doing good ad damage. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually just saw them go right there after this 21 Nokhud too, because that's really the easiest score that Echo would have left on the board after getting the 21 Nokhud done.
Yeah, I mean, it will be their last non-21 keystone, so unless they're feeling really unhappy with Ruby. But I think the thing about Echo is that, like, they were playing the Fire Mage in their Rubies on Friday, right? That was the composition they were using. I would not be surprised if they showed up with a Frost Mage today. I feel like that is one of the things Echo are just most known for. This is, you show them something better than what they've been doing, and the next day they are doing it as well, and you no longer have an advantage over them. It is very difficult to get an advantage over Echo that lasts for more than a day.
Although, I feel like if you're in a situation where you can make Echo actually copy you, you got to feel pretty good about yourself, right? That's usually a pretty good sign.
Good. It feels good, but then it doesn't last. Now you got to find another advantage somewhere, or you gotta find some new. You got to play a dungeon more cleanly than them. Which so far, Miscount, to their credit, have just been doing that. Miscount have just been. They've looked the best in most of their runs. If we look at the 21 timers, Miscount are faster in Halls of Infusion. They're faster in Azure Vault. They're slower in Brackenhide, but they're faster in Algathar Academy. So 3 out of 4 of the dungeons that both Miscount and Echo have done, Miscount are faster in. That is, I think, really emblematic of just how well they've been playing this weekend and how much they do look like the best team in this group, at least off of the first 11 hours of competition. Another one of the problems with trying to beat Echo is that they often accelerate at the end of a competition, going into, say, a global finals, but even just at the end of a weekend versus at the start, that is when they will often, put up their best work. So it is impossible to feel safe against them, even if you have felt good about the first half of a day or the first half of a weekend even.
Yeah, that's one of those hidden things that Echo have had in their back pocket for a long time. Whenever the pressure is on and other teams would crumble from the adversity, Echo, they flourish in it, right? They seem to love that heat of the competition moment, and that's one of the things that's made them a 9-time champion across our MDIs and TGPs. So we'll see if that's going to be the case for them here today. certainly wasn't last MDI, unfortunately, and that's one of the things that let Mandatory win last time around. Mandatory were the teams that rose to the occasion. So we'll see if Echo's got that back. See if they've got their mojo back here this weekend. Can they get it together today on the final day and take that top spot?
It is really exciting just how close the teams are as well here. But Miscount, if you're a Miscount fan, I mean, you've got to be ecstatic with how the weekend and the day has been going. Already putting that 21 on the board, that 21 Brackenhide. Obviously not right away, not perfect, but getting it on the board very quickly, getting into this Nokhud, only a little bit behind the rest of the field. And yeah, I mean, it's looking so good. Miscount are in a position where if they don't commit any mistakes today, if they can get these Nokhuds on the board fast, they're going to have so much time to put some 22s on the board, and that's just a really good place to be. I mean, Miscount, they're setting up not just to compete with Echo this weekend, but to compete with Echo and Mandatory in the Global Finals, in addition to the other teams that qualify. But I do feel like we have got that kind of top tier developing of Miscount, Mandatory, Echo at the top of the field. And then the other, whichever other teams make it through the Global Finals, whether it's Stratner's Guild Team or Hope joining Pedro's, Madge, those teams have also looked really solid, but I think they are going to need to improve to stay competitive with, with the unbelievable level of almost perfection that Miscount, Mandatory, and Echo have proven capable of in these different dungeons, as Jinchi drops to 2% health for Echo. No cauterize, no problem. Just living by a sliver of health there, before slowly getting healed up by Zalia. One of the nice things about Echo does as well, and that you actually see a lot of good teams do this, is if somebody drops to low health, there are some teams you'll watch where Health Pot, Health Stone are just immediately used, or no Health Stone obviously with these compositions, but Health Pot, Defensive, pressed at 2% health. One thing that separates, I would say, the great players from the good players is an understanding of okay, I'm at low health, but I'm not taking any more damage, right? There's no more damage for the next 10 seconds. I shouldn't press Health Stone. It's not going to help, right? I'm getting healed or not, but I can figure it out right before the next damage happens, rather than just see that I'm low on health and react to press the health potion. Because I think that's one of the things when you first are starting to get good at WoW. You start learning, if I'm low on health, I should press health potion. And then when you start getting really, really good, you start learning it's not just if I'm low on health, it's if I'm low on health and there's about to be more damage that I should press health potion.
Yeah, it also helps that you have the best healer in the world on your team.
Yeah.
That's usually pretty helpful.
Leave you on 2% health for a little bit. If he's got a Wrath that he needs to cast and he knows there's not damage coming out, he'll still just be casting that Wrath for a while and letting his hots get you. Yeah.
Saw that on the Kajin yesterday, the 21 turn of Kajin. Zalia doing 900 KHP and took a little break to just hardcast a few Wraths. Why not? He's good to go. It's actually funny, because this team has been together for so long, we've actually gotten chances in interviews to talk to them a lot in the past, and it's almost like Zalia teaches his teammates to live. I've heard Mirez talk about how if he doesn't pop a personal when he's supposed to pop a personal, Zalia is not going to save him in practice. He's just going to die, and he has to learn from that. And that's just one of the things, one of those training regimen things that just makes them so good.
That's right. If you give someone a heal, they'll survive for that run. But if you teach them how to heal themselves, they'll survive in every run. That's how that old saying goes, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Pretty sure.
Yeah, as a healer main, I can confirm. Yeah, absolutely. That's in our healer handbook they give us right at the start when we come in.
Haters will say it's just healers trying to avoid having to actually cast a heal on anybody, but that's just the haters, of course.
We don't listen to the haters.
That's right. Jinji again dropping super low there for Echo. Have some damage coming out. I guess I was just the soul being shattered, almost one-shotting at this plus 21 keystone level. What a scary, scary pull that both Echo and now Dratno's guild team are working on in this Tira and Maruk area. Important to move the mobs here in a controlled fashion as well. Those Death Speakers will cast that Chant of the Dead. It's got a really long cast time, and you do want to move out of it, and you want to move the mobs out of it before it finishes the cast. But one thing you'll see these teams do is they actually won't move too early, so that they can keep damage cleaving for a while, and then they'll just move out towards the end of the cast, rather than just instantly panicking, moving out right at the start of the cast, and then having those Death Speakers not get cleaved down much at all.
And we're also starting to see a little bit of a gap open up in terms of routing. Well, maybe not necessarily in terms of routing, but I guess Hope also had that 2-minute reset on top of them as well. But you can see the splits here between Echo and Dratno's Guild Team. Dratno's Guild Team is actually like silently crushing this key. They're only 30 seconds behind Echo, but remember, Dratno's Guild Team, they pull about 5% extra trash count before Granith, so I would even argue that Dratno's Guild Team is going faster than Echo right now, which bodes extremely well for them if they're able to keep up this level of play for the rest of the day. They do need to edge out Hope in order to take that third place slot and qualify for Globals, so, you know, good omens at the start of the day for them. They're playing well.
Yeah, Hope, meanwhile, working on that 21 Raging Tempest. This is a big moment for Ellesmere, whether he can keep the group alive through this. Darkness deployed by Dorky to try and keep everybody up. It's actually Dorky that's in some danger here, as is Ellesmere, but they are able to get through, and now they get to the Lightning Strike, and that's one of the sleeper difficult parts of Raging Tempest, is the Lightning Strike after the storm can often be what gets you, but it looks like they are going to be getting through that dangerous first Lightning Storm, Lightning Strike combo with that trash still up as well. Getting all the trash killed off now. And it seems like Hope have stabilized here. From now on, if they can do a good job of refreshing those extra surges of power buffs on everybody, but especially on Ellesmere, their safety is going to be high. Refreshing it on their mage and their Shadow Priest will be really important to keep their DPS high as well. We can see those Raging Tempest splits, as you said, Echo around that 1650 mark, Dratno's Guild Team 1720, so hoping to be somewhere around that 17-ish minute mark on the Raging Tempest split to be keeping a pace with Echo and Dratno's Guild Team. And you know, there might be room to give there a minute or so and still time the key, but it is important to note that there is a very good chance that third and fourth place is going to come down to time tiebreakers, and there's a very good chance that this 21 Nokhud that we are seeing for all three of the teams that aren't missed count will be the Nokhud that stays on their scorecard all day. So it is very important that they optimize every single second out of this run, especially Dratno's Guild Team and Hope, who are the most likely to come down to that tiebreaker.
They had a choice there between extending Dorky's buff or extending Goop's buff, and unfortunately, Goop got the unfortunate end of not refreshing his buff. That is probably better for personal damage. Of course, Goop on the Augavoker doesn't do that much personal damage, but still having one person have to not refresh their buff is definitely not ideal and is going to cost them on the split. And with this boss at 40% and at 1645 on the timer, they're definitely going to be lagging a bit behind Echo and Dratno's Guild Team in terms of their splits here. Now, they're still well within the timer for timing the key. Oh, Genji going down. Okay, you're right. But again, that's a battle res.
All good.
But you know, that's another situation where if he was a fire mage, he'd be alive right now, and that wouldn't be a battle res. So we'll see if that one comes back to cause any issues. That's one of those two battle reses they had banked up gone. They're only going to have one of them probably for the most important part of the dungeon, which is going to be Tira and Maruk. So we'll see if that comes back to cause any issues for them later on. What is this split going to be for Hope? And like you said, this is actually really important for time tiebreakers. If this opens up like a 1.5, 2 minute gap, that's a lot of time that Hope are going to have to make up somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, that will basically erase the advantage that they had coming into the day over Dratno's Guild Team. And Dratno's Guild Team in particular have some easy time that they can improve in Ruby Life Pools, because their Ruby Life Pools 20 was timed with a full wipe and run back situation. So that's easy 2 minutes if they can replicate that run without that wipe. But yeah, Hope are cresting that 18-minute marker here. And one of the things we talk about a lot, how it is valuable in TGP if you can front load your difficulty in a dungeon, right? Because then you can just attempt it over and over again versus the dungeons where the difficulty is at the end of the dungeon. But one of the nice things, at least when the difficulty is at the end of the dungeon, is that you have accumulated some extra B-reses, right? So in a 40-minute dungeon like Nokhud Offensive, you do actually get some flexibility here. Echo, even with 2 deaths on the board, are still going to be coming into the end of the dungeon with a battle res, with another one coming up at the end of the dungeon as well. So there is a little bit of safety, at least in that. At least a little silver lining.
Yeah, that definitely helps a lot, right? You have the extra like mental barrier of knowing there's something that you can do to fix it if something goes wrong. Still scary in terms of time spent in the key, though. Now, Hope has gotten that Raging Tempest down, but about a minute slower than Dratno's Guild Team. Really, the only thing we're worried about with that timer is the time tiebreaker. Usually, in order to time the key on this key level, you're looking for, I think Tettles was talking about it being a 20-minute or a 20-30 split on Raging Tempest, so they're still well within the timer to just time the key, as long as they don't have any wipes. But, yeah,
well, they do have wipes on their team. That's their Shadow Priest.
Oh, right, yes. Yes, wipes the Shadow Priest. I forgot about him.
Yeah. Actually, the splits being this far under might suggest that this is a 22 candidate as well. This might in fact be the easiest plus 22 candidate of the dungeons available to us.
Yeah,
in
maybe.
which case, that would turn the time in the 21 back to being irrelevant, right? Because if you upgrade it to a 22, then that's not something we need to worry about. So there is sort of a multi-level whether it matters or not thing of like, does it even come down to the time tiebreaker or not? And does the dungeon get upgraded to, say, a 22? Both of those factors could make the timer in here irrelevant, but if neither of those things happen, then it is a big deal to be able to put up a clean zero-death run without any slowdowns. Without Sanguine active in this keystone, which we saw in it last week, there's a lot less kind of invisible time loss. It's mostly just going to be, do you have any deaths? Do you have anything go wrong? And other than that, damage efficiency, extending those buffs on Raging Tempest, for instance, would be the only real way to get sizable, plus 20 seconds, minus 20 second moments.
So, Dratnos, obviously, I mean, you're touching on this too, right? And we've been talking about this with which candidate is going to be our 22, if anyone really is able to accomplish it this weekend. And it's ironic, I was wondering, because, obviously, between last weekend and this weekend, we've seen some similar dungeons, right? So we've seen the same lineup, but these affixes make a huge difference. So what do you think the unique challenges this weekend are with the affixes present with these dungeons, Ironic?
Well, it comes down to a couple of different things. Most of the affixes, in terms of how they affect your dungeon timer, are relatively small, right? When you talk about things like Volcanic, Spiteful, Afflicted, and Corp, Entangling, Bursting, all of those in general don't cause too much of an issue, except for in very certain scenarios. There are two affixes, or I'd maybe say three affixes more than anything, that cause a major time loss. Sanguine being the most obvious, right? Healing mobs means you have to do more damage. It also affects how you actually tank the pull. That can be very difficult to get through a key. And two of the keys that would probably be the most ideal 22 candidates have Sanguine on them, right? That's Azure Vault and Algathar Academy. We know Azure is timeable on higher keys. We know that Algathar is doable because we saw it last week, but Sanguine is going to be a barrier in those keys. It's going to be extremely tough to time them with that affix on the key. One that's a little bit more dungeon dependent is Raging. Raging pulls, making mobs CC immune past a certain point. It kind of prevents your ability to do what this comp wants to do, which is use a whole number of AoE CCs to prevent the pull from killing you. If you don't push things past that Raging affix at the same time, your Evoker's going to have an issue. AoE Soothing, their AoE Soothe won't come off cooldown to get the next set of Ragings, and it can cascade into a whole number of issues that can just make things impossible for your team to do on the larger pulls. And then, of course, the final difficult affix to deal with is Bolstering, because, at a certain point, once you bolster up mobs past 4 or 5 stacks, your tank can no longer engage in the pull, right? They cannot get meleeed by some of these bigger pulls when they're doing double damage. It's just not possible to live through. So those affix combos, in addition to the insane scaling that we have on our keys, we already covered the ridiculous amount of damage and health you get when you get to that 21, 22, 23 level. Scaling a key up to 500, 600% HP and damage scaling. Those affixes can just make that extra key level completely undoable. And we're talking about it right now, these 22s on their own without affixes are extremely difficult to live through. When you factor in anything else on top of that, it becomes a very low success rate possibility.
Yeah, I actually want to point out Volcanic as sleeper time loss affix. If you think about all the casts that your Shadow Priest is going to be canceling to dodge out of them, and it's also an important survivability thing. If you think about the ways that this composition survives one-shots, a lot of it is Mass Barrier, Power Word Shield, Rescue Shield. Nothing eats through those shields randomly like a random Volcanic hitting you, right? If Volcanic hits you unplanned for, all of a sudden there's a damage instance that you'd plan to live with a Chrono Ward Shield or something that came up 10 seconds ago, but you get hit by a Volcanic and it's gone. So I think it's one of those affixes that I think probably gets the least respect for costing a lot of time, but there are a lot of instances in these dungeons where it can be really nasty. Not to mention if you're ever standing on a spot where Volcanic is going to hit you, right? If you're trying to safe spot a mechanic of some kind, Volcanic is the natural counter to that sort of strategy. We saw that affecting Echo at the end of their Nokhuds before. It's going to be coming up soon, actually, for them, where they all stand on that fence. Volcanic just turning into a bouncy house for Mirez.
And while we're just sitting here yapping about affixes, I think it happened while I was talking, so I think you're in the clear here. Genji did go down on Terran Maruk on the Frost Mage once again, so no battle res available right now. Boss is dead though, so I guess they're through the most dangerous part of this section of the dungeon. They will have a battle res coming off cooldown in, is that 10 seconds? No, 40 seconds. So they'll have it up for the boss at least, but I mean, it just goes to show you these dungeons are already on a nice edge, right? Playing with that cheat death is incredibly nice. It saves you from a lot of certain death scenarios. When you remove that from the equation, you're adding an extra level of difficulty from the key. And even a team as seasoned as Echo, even a player as just showered in awards as Genji, it just goes to show you, man, it's difficult to play these dungeons correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that you just can't... We can't overstate just how true that is, as Echo will be starting off their big mini-boss plus patrol pull. Dratner's Guild team, on the other hand, 25 seconds slower on Tira and Maruk split, but they don't need all that extra count, so they are actually in great shape here. I think, like you said, looking a little bit faster than Echo. Mirez griefed on his Void Eruption by that Volcanic. As mentioned, this is going to be the Bloodlust, the final Bloodlust of the dungeon for Echo, committed on this pull. Very important from here. Ooh, a Void Torrent forced to cancel for Mirez as well. So definitely some damage lost here, although you can see from the damage meter that it's not the end of the world for old Mirez. He's doing okay, even with some volcanic incidents here. Things going okay. Drano's Guild team also setting up on this post. Forky going to take a smaller jump than Mirez does to get there from just the side of the hill there. And they have the patrol coming in. Are they setting up for taking this into boss? It does sort of look like it. Yeah, Timbermaw off to the side there is going to tag those two mini-bosses. Then Frosty's going to grab the boss. Then Timbermaw's going to activate that Night Elf racial. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Zyro.
Reset. This cannot be a thing. Reset. You cannot pull all this together.
Very bad. So I think what happened there was mirror images were active, maybe, and maybe they got threat on those mini-bosses, so we have to reset Balakar Khan now.
No,
but now a blood-curdling shout goes out. Oh, but Mirez is down for Echo as well, so that's going to be their last battle res here.
Did they get the savior?
Everybody dead for Dratno's Guild team. Was there savior? No, there's not, so they're going to have to fly back. There's maybe still enough time left in the dungeon for them to do this. They will still have a Bloodlust as well, but all of that extra time and extra time tiebreaker advantage that they gained from the run being clean up to this point has evaporated for Dratno's Guild team. Meanwhile, Echo, Mirez actually went down there, but it looks like they were able to land the res. There was another use of the Night Elf, I suspect, actually. Zaylia probably able to land the meld res, able to save them that B res, so they still will have a battle res for the end of the dungeon. For the person asking earlier about racials, another strength of that Night Elf, that meld res, able to drop combat and get an out of combat res, sometimes saving you a battle res for when you might need it.
Oh man, it's coming down to the end of these Nokhud runs. Can they get the 21s done on the first try? That would be extremely impressive considering how much trouble some teams have. Oh,
so no meld means we can't do the boss thing unless we have somebody else
can do it.
It looks like Cryptix is going in position. Okay. So this is going to mean that they have to do something they weren't expecting here. Sometimes that can lead to a sort of a cascading chain of problems, right? Where it's like, oh, Cryptix is doing the invis now, which means he's not going to get the kick he usually gets, which means something really bad happens. Like that sort of thing you have to be able to do whenever you're adapting to something like this. But it looks like they are going to be getting this underway once again. Drano's Guild team have successfully executed the invis this time, so they now are going to be able to press Lust. It looks like there is still enough time on the clock for them, but yeah, this has certainly cost them important dungeon timer.
Echo are on the boss. They've got the mini-bosses dead. Mira is instantly moving out of the spear there just in case it actually goes off. Don't want to go down to that raging quick cast of the spear, and Echo are through the most dangerous part of this dungeon for themselves. They have the intermission coming up, but they'll probably have plenty of healing cooldowns for it as well, and then all they have to do is just pull those two Thunderfists after the fact. Their timer is great, right? It's just a matter of living through it. They even, notably, like you mentioned, have that battle res. 4G falling off, but
he got knocked off by the frontal, but he was able to live it really good. I think that was dispersion maybe to survive that frontal. Heads up play. Okay. But yeah, something you don't want, a position you don't want to have to be in, as we are approaching now that intermission for Echo. Timer looking good. certainly for them. Drano's Guild Team, actually, somehow the timer's not looking too bad for them either. They're still going to be able to put up a pretty good time in here, even with a full wipe. This will be a second dungeon with a full wipe that they'll be putting on the board.
Terrasant goes down.
Cleaved down. Forgy now getting hit by the upheaval. Oh, no, but they have 4 battle reses, so all right.
They can use those.
No problem.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah.
This is okay. Get the battle reses, get 4G up. The question then remains, okay, how healthy is this trash? They need to kill this off before going into the intermission, I think. They really want to make sure they don't have any extra difficulty going into the intermission, especially with how sketchy this has been. 4G has the Shadow Meld. Is he going to use it here, or is he just going to eat this spear in the first phase? Okay, Shadow Meld used. Don't want to take any extra damage here while the trash is still alive for them. Want to make sure they're as healthy as possible going into the intermission here. I think Dratno's Guild Team has stabilized. I think they're okay, but that was definitely a very scary moment for them.
Yeah, this is just such a high danger spot as Echo have escaped that intermission. Now they are going to be grabbing these 2 Thunder Fists in and just hitting them with some kicks. Everything should be okay here from Echo. They are through the worst of it, so it's just a question of optimizing DPS. For Drano's Guild Team, on the other hand, Frosty
okay.
With that bleed, nasty bleed, is going to be able to survive it, but they enter the intermission here. And let's see if they were able to preserve all the CCs that they're going to want for these ads, because sometimes, again, you know, if your pull goes a little bit wrong, maybe you commit an extra button to survive that trash pack, but it does look like they have landed the Oppressing Roar into the Chaos Nova, into the Sigil of Silence, into the Deep Breath Stun. These mobs are not going to have a good day here. They are not getting the ability to cast anything whatsoever.
They don't want any part of this phase. They want to get out of it quickly. 2 minutes used, Vampiric Embrace used, just topping the health bars off, getting through this trash as quickly as possible. Do not want to be taking that pulsing AoE damage. Even on 21 Fort, the amount of damage that comes out there is ridiculous. Now, the question that I have is, with so much used in the first phase, are they going to be able to reliably get rid of this first static spear? Cryptix does have Shadow Meld available. Timbermaw, I think, is actually just about to come off cooldown, so they can bait it on Cryptix or Timbermaw here.
Yeah,
Looks
that's
like
exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. Perfect. Timbermaw's going to be able to Shadow Meld the first spear. That's good.
Yeah, the static spear, we haven't talked about it yet. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you and Nagura talked about this earlier, but it always targets one of the 2 closest non-tank players, except it won't target somebody who, it'll ignore any players that were targeted on the very last spear as well. So
right.
You can't have it continually baited on the same 2 people, but you can cycle in and out people. What they really want to make sure they do is it'll always be Cryptix as an option, because he has both Invis and Meld. So this one, there's going to want to be Cryptix and Forgy. They want to make sure that Terrasant is farther away than Cryptix and Forgy on the next spear cast. And you can see that's exactly what they're doing here. Terrasant a little bit further away. It's going to land on Forgy. That's a little bit of a low roll. We'd rather have it on Cryptix here, but it's okay. He's going to be able to land the Meld here. And what that means now is, with both Timbermaw and Forgy on CD for Shadow Meld, the next one is going to be a 50-50. It either lands on Cryptix or it lands on somebody else. And if it lands on somebody else, that person is not going to be able to meld or invis the spear. Now, it's not like that's going to one-shot you, but it is going to be annoying, and it is going to require some defensives committed. And there are also a lot of other defensives that need to go on the other damage on this fight, too. Breath of Eons is coming up soon, though. That might be able to provide a timely chrono ward to allow them to avoid needing to put anything else up, as Echo do time the key at 37:03. So 3 minutes to spare for Echo. Really fast run for them.
He's going to have to eat this.
Yep, Bear Form Darkness comes out as well. They are going to be able to survive this. Timbermaw is going to be in the most danger. If you are the direct target of the spear, you actually get hit twice. You get hit by the spear and the AoE part of it too. So it's a very dangerous time to be the person being targeted. But yeah, Timbermaw has gotten through it. Very unlucky for Drato's Guild Team that Cryptix has never been targeted despite being eligible every single time for that spear. But they are overcoming that adversity. They've figured out they don't need good RNG to do this. They've got it all on lockdown. They're 10% left on the boss, still 2 minutes on the board, even with a full wipe, even with 7 deaths on the board. Their run was just so good up until the end here that they are going to be okay. Forgy going to be going behind this rock here. Going behind the rock is nice because it charges Balakar Khan just directly into it, so he's not going to run too far, and you don't need to worry about dodging it quite as aggressively, as Drato's Guild Team are just going to be cresting the finish line here. It's going to be not the greatest timer. So the time tiebreaker for them, this was an opportunity for them to really improve on that. Instead, they are going to survive, but not quite thrive here.
Well, you know, sometimes surviving is what you need to just get you to that next step, and it is great to see them still hanging in there despite the maybe not ideal conditions of bringing that one home. Now, we are going to have a bit of a swap here on the desk, so Zyronic, great to hang with you for a bit, but Tettles is going to be coming in. So Tettles, I mean, obviously there was a lot going on with our teams there, some high intensity. How are you feeling? What are you kind of seeing as you hop back on the desk?
I'm kind of interested in seeing what the guild team has to do, because I don't know if that Nokhud plus the Azure Vault is going to allow them to have time tiebreaker over a team like Hope. Looking at Hope here, I mean, they had a pretty good Tyr and Maruk split. I want to say it's maybe 45 seconds slower than where Dratnos' guild team was, but Dratnos' guild team, of course, having that wipe. What do you think they're doing next? Like, what do they even have that they're supposed to go do? Is it the 21? Is it the 21 AA?
So
they're staying in Nokhud, actually. Look at this. Are they going 22?
Well, Forgy is offline, so maybe he's swapping to a different character. Maybe moving into something that does more damage, such as a human, for instance.
Well, he has to stay on a Nelf, I think, for the last boss, doesn't he?
I guess he does. Yeah, it looks like he's just relogging. Okay. I mean, you could just be like, it's just going to go on Cryptics, and we're going to do the 22, for instance. So there is a couple of different paths here for Dratnos' guild team at 123 points. Because you could make the call that, like, we think that 123 points might be the difference between third and fourth, right? Like, maybe you think that Hope aren't going to put any further 21s on the board besides this Nokhud, and you already make the call to start working on time tiebreakers. I think it's early in the day to be doing that. I don't think that you can rest on your laurels at 123 points here. So I suspect if Dratnos' guild team are in Nokhud, it's because there it is. The plus 22 keystone level is coming out here. This is bold. I mean, they're really
fast.
They have so much time. Fast. They just need to avoid wiping. Oh no, Frosty!
No, he got it.
The early press 2 tack, right? If you press 2 before that bubble goes up, you can press 3 a little bit earlier on your. I don't know if everybody has their dragon riding binds the same as me. I have Skyward Ascent on 2 and Whirling Surge on 3. I know that's not the defaults, but that's where mine go.
But yeah, they're really fast. They might actually be one of the fastest teams in Nokhud Offensive, just timer wise. So I think if there's a team that's going to be able to put up a 22, it's going to be this team now.
I mean, look how fast they've got this pull set up as well. This is not
execution's tough, right?
This is not just the typical first pull as well. They've got that middle patrol pull coming in as well with one of the horn sounders polyed off to the side.
Notice as well, you guys were kind of talking about it earlier, but look at the hunter's marks. So the way that Frosty's actually doing this pull and setting up this pull is he's the only person that's in combat for a little bit while the pull is getting set up. That allows the longbows to only mark him with that hunter's mark, meaning that he's the only player that's going to get shot this entire pull. This is great for things such as blue silken lining uptime and a lot of other incidental damage. It also just means that Frosty's never going to die to these longbows. If Forgy got shot over and over again, he would die. And so the way that the Dratnos guild team set this pull up, and I think that something that you pointed out, the speed at which they set this up, means that this pull is going to be quite good for them.
Yeah, casual 2.4 million DPS coming out from Cryptics, barely half the damage of Forgy's Shadow Priest here. That is going to be Cauterize procced, though, for Cryptics. Now, I think you're okay with Cauterize proccing on a pull like this. I think that's something that you're...
It procced to the bird.
Yeah, obviously you're not happy about that, but I think if you told me that we could do this pull, we could set it up this quickly, and it's going to cost us a Cauterize, I would accept that deal in a heartbeat, right? I'd be like, yeah, this is very much worth it. This is so much count that we're picking up so quickly at the start of this dungeon. In the meantime, up in the top right, we do need to focus on Hope for a second here, as they will be getting this Balakar Khan killed. Their split here is actually not fantastic, but it's not bad. It's going to be a 37-20-something, 25-ish, as they get Balakar Khan down, 27 even.
I would describe that as very advantageous for the guild team. So your homies in the guild team, I think, so they had what, a 28, what was it exactly, 28 even?
They were 38-30, or sorry, 38-31.
Or 38, yeah 38-31. And so, Hope is only, let me pull this up, a minute faster than that. I think if Dratnos guild team has to go back and rerun the 21, it's not like optimal, but if they're doing it for time tiebreaker, that wipe probably cost them 2 minutes. So they should have a significantly superior Nokhud Offensive if they have to go back and rerun the 21 for time tiebreaker. The optimal thing is obviously just doing this 22 first try.
But it's also good news for them for that, right? Because like Dratnos guild team's run there was fast enough, wipe excluded, that the 22 is possible for them, whereas Hope had a clean run in that 21 and did not finish it with enough time left over for you to be confident in a 22 being possible, right? So
sure.
That is sketchy for them, as Miscount actually having AJ go down in this Tyr and Maruk trash area. Now they do have a battle res available, but they don't have a good way to cast it, but it looks like even with a bad way to cast it, one of the things that I've been impressed with from Miscount is you see Hearthjacks just like immediately blink in and start that B-Res cast as soon as somebody dies. That's been something that they've been really good at doing. Thaner as well, also a healer main, historically playing that Og Evoker right now. also just fantastic at landing those B-reses and identifying the best way to get them done very quickly. So Miscount have been really good at recovering from one death.
Hope is going Brackenhide.
Interesting. So looking at the scorecard here, that means, of course, it is going to be a 21 Brackenhide that Hope will be attempting. That will be tying them up in that dungeon with Dratno's guild team and giving them the advantage overall due to the fact that Hope have a 21 Algathar. Dratno's guild team spent like an hour in that dungeon at the end of the day yesterday and failed to put a 21 on the board.
But I will say, if Dratno's guild team times the 22 Nokhud Offensive, that's the trump card, right? That's the tiebreaker of all tiebreakers. It's the 22 key level as opposed to having straight 21s.
Which is very advantageous for them. If they can get that on the board, they put Hope in a position where Hope will actually need an extra point or to go do a 22 of their own somewhere. And, I mean, looking at Hope's timers, I don't know if Hope have a dungeon that they can 22 without without maybe a difference in routing, a difference in execution from what they did in those 21s. Whereas Dratno's guild team, they have multiple improvements that they could make if they just did some runs that they wiped in without wiping.
I will say, I think it makes sense for them to do this 22. They're very fast on this Granite, by the way. You need to be out of this area by about the 10-minute mark. They're going to be beating that by a significant margin, right? They're going to be out here by...
This would be huge for... Dratno's guild team would be the first team to put a 22 on the board this weekend if they can succeed at this key. If they can one-shot this keystone, that is going to be such a big boon for them. The problem is, as I talked about with Zyro for a bit earlier, Nokhud Offensive is not a front-loaded difficulty dungeon like Algathar Academy or Azure Vault. It's a medium to back-loaded dungeon, right? The difficulty in this dungeon, where we see teams wipe, is like in the Balakar Khan area, in the Raging Tempest area, right? These areas that you have to spend 10, 20, 30 minutes to get access to. So if you're trying this dungeon on a 22 and you're not confident, if you have like a 20% success rate on that last pull of the dungeon, that's catastrophic, right? Whereas by contrast, in Azure Vault, if you have a 20% success rate on the first pull of the dungeon, that's fine. You're happy to do that because it's only going to cost you 2 minutes per attempt.
All right, you got the intel. Have they timed this key on a 22 before?
I have no idea. And
you
if
got
I did know, I wouldn't tell you.
You got a leak, man.
No, I would never leak any classified details.
I will say the odds of them one-shotting this 22 doesn't seem super high, but they have a few hours to be able to throw attempts at this. And then the only other dungeon that I think that they really need, I think that the 21 Halls of Infusion isn't like necessary, but I do think that 21 Algathar Academy will probably be necessary.
I feel like 21 Ruby is a candidate for them as well. Like their 20 Ruby was extremely fast. They just wiped in it.
Are you sure? I feel like I watched Echo do it yesterday, and Echo... Okay, Miscount made it look easy, and Echo didn't look sick in there, so I don't really know what to think.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Miscount do make stuff look easy that does not look easy for other teams. I do agree that the 21 Algathar is kind of burning a hole in Dratno's guild team's pocket, but after how yesterday went, I feel like if you have other options, you'd rather not go back to that Algathar just because it cost so much time yesterday.
Well, the 22, if they're able to do this and do this within a reasonable time, it might just make them safe anyways.
Again, like if it costs them an hour to put this 22 on the board, they're happy with it. If they can one-shot it, they are ecstatic. That is the best possible situation.
I like how Timbermaw's doing this master route with the Saboteurs. We see it sometimes. We haven't seen necessarily all teams doing it. I think that Mandatory actually wasn't even running the master route strat in this dungeon last weekend, but I think that most teams were. It saves you so much damage not having to kill those Saboteurs. Leaving them rooted in the middle. The downside is it's kind of obnoxious for your Resto Druid to make sure they don't get hit with Adaptive Swarm and making sure that they don't get dotted. But Timbermaw making it look easy.
Yeah, one thing that last weekend had in this dungeon as well was the Sanguine affix, right? And Sanguine...
It's really hard in here.
You really want to have access to Typhoon for, which... Typhoon and Master Root, are those... Oh, they're not against each other anymore, right? Those are... Can you have both of those?
Ursul's Vortex is against Master Root.
Vortex. Okay, yeah. Which, I guess Vortex is not great for Sanguine, but it is sometimes helpful, right? Sometimes you want to use it to set up a mass grip type effect where you use Vortex Typhoon to get the mobs all moved out, but still stacked up somewhere. But yeah, this weekend, of course, no Sanguine active, so much less downside to taking a Master Root on your talent tree.
758 first boss split is quite fast. We need to see them out of the Raging Tempest by 20 minutes, 30 seconds. They're actually pretty high on count. So a lot of teams will be coming out of that area a bit lower, depending on how many packs or how many pulls they do. Yeah, I've seen 25 as well. Mm-hmm. Mandatory was playing like a 25% route coming out of there yesterday. Dratno's guild team does basically 3 normal groups pulls and 2, and I think that that's one of the reasons that they're able to really make up a lot of time in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's really cool to see as well, because that means that that is sort of front-loading difficulty in Nokhud as well, which is nice. Normally, again, a dungeon that difficulty is at the end of it, but they've found a way to get some of that extra danger at the start of the dungeon. Did cost them Cryptix' Cauterize, but it's back up Terrasant, dropping to like 2 health, but is going to be fine. AJ down once again for missed count. Battle Res is available, but will they be able to land it? Yep, there goes Hearthjax. Instant blink. Starts that Arclight Vital Corrector's cast, has to cancel it due to War Stomp, gets back in there, starts that Arclight Vital Corrector's cast once again. This time it does land. Missed count are able to stabilize, it looks like. But they're down to just 1 battle res now for the end of this dungeon. It is just a plus 19 key level compared to the 21s that we'd seen from other teams, so a lot more flexibility in here on the dungeon timer, but they do still need to play for that 2-chest timer.
They look like they'll be pretty far under the 2-chest timer. It's 32 minutes.
Yeah.
They would probably have to wipe from here to miss the 2-chest, and even then they'd still be able to time the key. I think that miss count are pretty safe in here. Just talking about Dratna's Guild Team again, because I think that this is probably the most important run that we have on the screen. They had a 7:30 in their 21 for the first boss split, so only paying 28 seconds for 1 key level for the first boss split, they're pacing to be able to time this key, I think. And that's the important thing, is like sometimes you'll watch people throw attempts at 22 sometimes, and you're like, I don't even know if they have the timer for this. But Dratna's Guild Team will be minutes, maybe, under, even on a 22.
It's really important in 22s for us to talk about that. Like, sometimes by the end of a Sunday, we see teams like Mandatory last weekend attempting keys where it's like, okay, we need to play clean, and we need a good high damage run, right? Like, we need a run where our damage works out really well, and nothing is in a bad spot, and it's patrol and all that stuff. Drano's Guild Team are instead at a spot where they just need to play clean, right? Like, if they can play clean, their timer splits in here are so good that they will be okay with a minute to spare. So they don't need to just have perfect damage everywhere. As Gingy down for Echo in the bottom left, that's going to be their first battle res. As Echo also working on this 22 Nokhud Offensive. This keystone for Drano's Guild Team, I think it puts them in the lead for the fight for 3rd place. For Echo, if they can secure a 22 Nokhud, I think that probably locks them for top 3.
I tend to agree. I will also say, again, talking about the guild team's routing, they actually don't have to do that really aggressive waterfall pull that we saw from some of the teams last weekend. I don't know if they're going to do it or not, the one with the neophytes, but they don't have to count-wise, which is an important variable. I'm kind of interested in seeing what Echo pulls in this first area. I wonder, because I feel like Dratna's Guild Team, the way and the speed of which they're coming off the first boss, I think that they have the optimal route, assuming that Echo doesn't come up with something just like crazy for this 22.
Yeah, I think that is...
Why is Echo playing so much count at the end, by the way?
I'm not 100% sure. I feel like they just like that pull, the mini boss patrol pull. It is quite a lot of count for 1 pull. I think in general as well, like, in practice, you do that, you stand on top of that fence, and it probably feels really good. I feel like Volcanic makes it pretty nasty.
That's what I think, too, when I was watching it. But
like, obviously, are you prepping a Volcanic route for every dungeon? You've already got Sanguine and Bullstring that you need to be thinking about in every dungeon. Volcanic, like, even just having the thought process of, like, oh, we want to do something different on Volcanic is a pretty hard thing to do, especially when it's the Sunday dungeon, so it's not something that you could have seen and adapted to between Saturday and Sunday. Like, this was a curveball thrown at these teams. This was the unknown variable coming into today, was which dungeon is it going to be and which affixes are it going to be.
Yeah. Oh, dude, look at Echo in the bottom left. So they're only going to have 28-ish%, where Drano's Guild Team was at, what, 35?
Yeah, Echo do have 1 more Plane Stomper that's going to go down here at the end of this.
So that's fine. It's going to be like 28-ish, right?
But, yeah, they are going to be 6% or so behind Drano's Guild Team out of the Granith area, which, it's not the end of the world. Again, but this is part of the reason why they have to do that big pull at the end of the dungeon, and Drano's Guild Team doesn't. On the other hand,
I think they're on the same Granite split, though. Like,
yeah,
that's a notable thing, right? Oh my god! Now died to melee for the Plane Stomper.
In fact, they're not going to have the same Granite split. They are going to have a Town Portal split here, which. If Drano's Guild Team end up having Town Portal, Echo will be at least happy that they Town Portaled earlier out of this dungeon, but certainly not something that is...
Is that the silver lining that we're going with?
If you're an eternal optimist, such as myself, that would be the silver lining I'd be convincing myself of, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's, you know what, good. I like the eternal optimism.
All right, so Drano's Guild Team have finished off most of that pull on the waterfall. I actually really like what they're up to here. Normally, when you're in Nokhud Offensive, you want to finish a pack fully before going to the next one, because then you can mount up and go to the next pack. With Spiteful active, you aren't allowed to do that anyways, so you may as well just leave a couple of melee mobs dying to dots or whatever and just run to the next pack anyways, because you'd just be running to the next pack with Spitefuls too. So, good little adaptation there from Dratno's guild team. I like that a lot.
Additionally, those Arc Blades don't really do too much, and they might actually just die to Shadow Priest dots on the way over.
Yeah, they have indeed died, and the Spiteful's got hit with the Ring of Frost and died during that route. So we do have the 2 chests plus 19 coming up for Miscount on the board. So they will almost certainly now be heading to a plus 21 Nokhud Offensive. Echo restarting their plus 22, and Hope also at the start of a Bracken 21.
Are your boys about to pull this trash into the boss? They insta-killed the totem, where most teams like to hit the caster. They insta-killed the totem, and they look like they're posturing to pull the boss with all this trash still up.
Yeah, Forgy reset his stack of that Surge of Power, so he's going to actually have a little bit of that for the boss pull if it's like what they did on the 21. It is indeed. They've mass-rooted these gusts off to the side here. The reason you do that is because you want a nice little battery of mobs to spell steal for those shields for your mage, but unfortunately they were a little bit close to the boss, so it looks like Ignite may have spread to them. They've broken out of that route, so they're not going to be able to steal all of those shields later in this fight.
I think the Stormcaller mob got pulled through them, and so then the Ignite spread off of the Stormcaller into them, which it's not the end of the world. It's just unfortunate because like the second Lightning Storm, Cryptix isn't going to have a shield through the first Lightning Storm. This first Electrical Storm, he's going to take 0 damage. Timber's going to literally heal everybody else. Cryptix is just going to AFK. On top of that as well, you don't have to worry about like collecting orbs, because sometimes you worry about your shield getting hit off while you're collecting these orbs during like the Lightning Strike phases, but whenever you have this large mage shield, you don't care.
Yeah, we do have a Mass Barrier available here as well. I suspect that will be pressed, if not on this damage instance, then the next one for Dratno's guild team. As it looks like there were some Chrono Wards perhaps still for a couple of seconds there. Actually, I think those got eaten up by the Electrical Storm. Everybody now doing their best to roll these buffs. You can see Terrasant, the lowest priority for getting stacks of these Surge of Power.
They're so fast. Oh my god, I'm just looking at the timer. They're gonna be minutes under like the necessary timer to be able to time this key, Dratnos. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, again, it's just going to all come down to can they avoid wiping on that last boss.
They're through the hardest parts.
Well, I think the very last pull of the dungeon on the boss is the hardest part.
I agree that I think the very last pull of the dungeon is probably the last remaining hard part of the dungeon. But I think that like once they get through this boss, it's a much easier endeavor, is what I would say.
Yeah, they are looking strong on this Raging Tempest encounter, at least, as we are going to be approaching now that second Electrical Storm here. We do have 10 stacks of Surge of Power on pretty much everybody. Everybody going to try and refresh it as well. Everybody gets close into melee so they can stand inside that efflorescence. And it is going to be
Timber with the tree.
to avoid soaking here when you are low on health. Cryptix in that combustion with all this damage amp as well. Does Health Pot there, that Potion of Withering Dreams deployed by both Cryptix and Timbermaw and Forgy, so coordinated Health Pot usage during that Electrical Storm.
Dude, Timbermaw's also running that Tree of Life. He knows that Raging Tempest and getting healed checked on this boss is like not really an acceptable option, and so he's playing a significant... like a significantly lower amount of personal damage to make sure that he's going to be able to have the amount of HPS that is required to be able to heal through these phases.
Cryptix actually dropping stacks of the Surge of Power, having to rebuild back up to 10 here. Gets up to 8 so far, so most of that damage regained.
It's a bit unfortunate that Cryptix dropped his, but I think that Forgy is the main person that like you can't have them drop. If Forgy drops, then we're in grave peril. Honestly, the Evoker, Vengeance Demon Hunter, and Resto Druid, if they drop, we don't really care too terribly much.
Dropping is bad for the HPS.
Resto Druid, yeah. I was about to say, never mind, I've made that up. The Resto Druid dropping is bad, but like the Aug Evoker, it doesn't matter.
It's the least important.
Yeah, the Aug Evoker doesn't matter.
And then probably the Mage, and then the Shadow Priest and the Resto Druid are the, those are the co-presidents that you gotta make sure they do not drop those stacks.
He gets another Tree of Life proc and immediately dumps all three of his trees as well. Yeah, Timber's going to do an insane amount of HPS here.
I mean, nobody's even getting super... Actually, I say that. They still are getting super low. This plus 22 keystone level does not mess around, even with all three of those Treants coming out, plus Vampiric Embrace from Forgy, with 10 stacks of Surge of Power. There is still just a tremendous amount of danger here. New set of orbs comes out. Everybody's able to refresh, except for Frosty. He's going to lose those stacks, but it's not the end of the world. That's fine. You don't want to leap out of melee to get that stack refresh, because then the boss will cast its ranged attack on you, and that will
Blast, I think is the name of it.
Yeah, the only reason you ever want that boss casting that is if you've got a warrior spell reflecting it. Anything other than that, it is just so much damage, and Frosty already having to use all of his defensives just to survive the normal damage of this fight, plus the Surge of Power autos when they come out.
Frosty and Terrasant both drop their stacks, but it's kind of like we were talking about. It doesn't really matter. Like the Aug Evoker, it just buffs your own personal damage, and almost all of the Aug Evoker's contribution is through Ebb and Might, right? Ebb and Might and Prescience buff up time.
Which neither of those are affected by the Surge of Power.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
it does look like we are going to see. Is this going to be a sub 19-minute Raging Tempest at the plus 22 Keystone level? There is one more Electrical Storm starting here. Timbermaw needs to survive, but he does do it. 1901 is the Raging Tempest split. They have like 2 minutes of wiggle room in this dungeon from here. They just got to not wipe. No way they can wipe from here.
Dratnos, crucial question here. Yesterday you said that you've been joking about hexing the other teams all weekend, but that actually you hadn't been hexing anyone, and that it was just the inner power of Dratnos' guild team that had gotten them this far. Do you think they've embraced it, and that's why they are just absolutely thriving right now?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they've been saving it up for today, right? There were a little bit of incidents yesterday at the end of Saturday, but I've always said Dratnos Guild team is a Sunday team. When it counts the most, that's when they start clutching it out.
Oh, dude, I just recognized that Timber's running kick. Look at that.
No way.
It's never before seen.
The amount of work that they put Timbermaw through. We've got him trained from Raid to do this. We just give him all the jobs, make him do all the work, and he does it without complaining. What a hero!
So he's on a Ohuna kick, which the Ohuna kick is on a 24-second kick rotation. So in theory, like a ranged, either the Evoker or the Mage can get that every single time. But they have Timber on the Ohunas, and they're actually using long lockouts to be able to kick the bolts that are onto Frosty, trying to make him take reduced damage. These are really well set up pulls. You really don't want those flying Ohunas. The flying Ohunas that patrol around this area actually melee your tank really hard.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a dangerous zone. Sigil of Silence, at least, especially when combined with Oppressive Roar, like you see here. Although I guess they were kind of sequenced in the opposite order to what we usually see. But those can be really useful for preventing too many of those casts going through. But that sort of stops being true as the key level goes up, right? Like, once the key level is at 22, if you have a bunch of birds in this pool, they're going to live longer than your AoE CC rotation will last, right? And you're going to need to transition to actually individually kicking them.
Ooh, Terrasant's also running Overraw. So Oppressing Roar has a node that's like right beneath it in the class tree, and whenever you talent it, it's called Overraw. It allows you to actually soothe all of the mobs. Mm-hmm. The advantage of taking this in Nokhud Offensive is you can actually just like leave all the mobs in the Chant of the Dead, and then so many of those mobs are enraged that Terrasant with that Overraw will actually get resets on the Oppressing Roar over and over again, allowing him to just continuously oppress the pack. And then making them have longer CC duration throughout the entire thing. But also, it just makes you have to move the pack a lot less, meaning that the stacked cleave of the Mage and the Shadow Priest is just also more effective.
Yeah, there's also some other enrages in this dungeon as well, like at the start of this dungeon in the Granite area. I think that it's an enrage that is applied to those birds that then fly and melee people, right?
I don't think the enrage actually does anything whenever you soothe it off the bird. The mob doesn't rage, it just doesn't do
like anything?
The mob is still the fixate is attached, I think, to the beast collar.
Interesting.
Or whatever that mob. It's not beast collar, I don't.
It is cool to see Overall getting some play outside of the Raging Affix, as we are going to see the penultimate Bloodlust of the dungeon deployed here by Dratnos Guild Team at the 22-minute marker, so they will have a lot of flexibility on when they want to press that last one, although I suspect it's going to be on pull with the boss with all that trash that they do on Balak Archon.
I see Hope in the picture-in-picture in the 21 Brackenhide Hollow as well. Looks like they're on that pull that a lot of tanks die to. I wonder if they're going to be able to get this dealt with.
You're going to have to be more specific for me, because every pull is the pull that a lot of tanks die to when I'm tanking.
Okay. This is the one that the TGP tanks die to, not the Dratnos weekly tank.
Yeah, I mean, I've found ways to die to almost everything in this dungeon, but this is definitely a nasty one. You have that big blob also that is surprisingly dangerous, and if everybody's dodging those bleeds, your tank is just getting hit by like everything down here. But it is a Bloodlust coming out for Hope, like you said, on this pull. That is nice. I mean, this is really good for lust efficiency, right? Just pressing it on CD.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty valid lust too, especially on Fortified on a 21. It's not that you always want to lust bosses, it's just more efficient on bosses, but there are some aspects of lusting trash that make it a little bit better in some elements. First and foremost, it's like timing of the lust. Like, would they be able to even get a better lust timing? But secondly, it's also like I think tank survivability is pretty underrated with the Bloodlust effect, and I think that like giving the tank a lot of haste with that Bloodlust effect is going to increase their survivability by a significant amount, especially on a pull that's so dangerous like this one.
Yeah, tank scaling with haste is definitely a big deal. When there's this many mobs in the pack, you also just get, you get so much survivability out of that Sigil of Flame as long as you time it well. But it's actually kind of important to time those sigils for right when some new ads have spawned to make sure that it lands on all of those freshly spawning tree ads.
Not that you should realistically do this, but I've seen sometimes where the correct answer would probably be to like PI the tank for their haste if there's a pull that it's like they could potentially die on.
Yeah, do that if I'm ever tanking. I need that PI.
Or just do it if trying to stake. What is Hope doing?
Are
they not going to pull these ancient? What are they doing?
Yeah, it looks like maybe they want that into boss later. So maybe they are just dropping combat here. Yeah, and then they're going to head up and around through the waterfall to get into the tree mouth area. Yeah, that's
are they
exactly
not going to
what's
pull the
happening
wizard
here.
Are they not going to pull the oaks at all?
Maybe they want them at the end of the boss fight, or like once they're already fighting the boss.
Maybe.
There's
I could believe that.
Coming out.
They're pretty low in
54% count. Yeah, I think they need them.
I think they need them too.
Maybe they just want the rest of the group to get in position first. Wernstone being bestowed here upon Dorky, it looks like. Oh no, it's on Ellesmere. Okay, so that's going to be for Treemouth escaping the intermission phases. Yeah, Dorky is going to start the pull. Just
he doesn't grab
the
oaks.
non-trees, just getting the little mobs. Interesting. Leaving someone a Sigil of Misery as well over there, and starting off with Treemouth. Interesting pull indeed for Hope. I wonder how they're planning to get all this count. I guess they're probably just going to pull it.
Oh, Ellesmere's grabbing something. I saw him. And he's ran off to the side. I think he's grabbing the slimes while the oaks are patrolling away. This was a lot of setup though for literally zero count.
I feel like it is something that Hope in particular, you'll see them like waiting around for 30 seconds while somebody grabs something. You see it in Algathar, for instance, as well, with their Mana Fiend MC. And I think it means that those plays, even if they are worth it, they can't be worth it by much because just so much of that time is spent sitting around waiting. And that is anathema to TGP teams generally.
Yeah, I don't think that what they've necessarily done here is wrong. I do think a couple things to point out. Like we said, they're pretty low on count, so they're gonna have to get a lot of trash from the second area.
I mean, they are so fast in getting to Treemouth. Like, I think they are still in great shape for timing this keystone. As Terrascent down for Dragon's Guild team to the Shatter Soul cast, 1.5 mil there. That's gonna be a B-res, but now Cryptix
the
drops super low. Forgy is killed there, and Timbermaw as well. This could be catastrophic for them. Are they going to be able to recover this? Another volley coming out. They're going to land the res on Timbermaw. One more battle res available. Timber needs to stabilize the group and land the res on Forgy immediately here. The res does come out. We already have some mobs dead, so some Spiteful Shades are out. Sigil of Silence lands on these mobs. An Imprison also to stop a Corruptor there from Frosty as they try and stabilize this pull. Another Shatter Soul comes out. Bear form going to keep Timbermaw alive through that one. Couple of very low mobs here. One low Death Speaker. A couple of birds in this pull as well. They got to make sure that they don't get these extra trash mobs off to the side that they are dangerously close to here. It is going to be a Silence cast from Forgy that stops that Corruptor. The Death Speaker super low now as well. Does go down. And it looks like they are through the worst of it here. But is this going to cost them some timer?
Okay, it's going to cost them a little bit of timer, but again, the 1901 Raging Tempest split is so fast relative to what they need to be able to time the key.
3 battle reses, 3 deaths,
okay, that's bad.
And 3 B reses.
I will say though, it's one of those things that whenever Terrascent dies, right, then he misses his kick, and then there's like a cascading effect, right? I think it's so easy to fall behind on pulls like this because they're so kick rich that like whenever you just like you have one kick that's missed, it can just like spiral out of control so fast.
Absolutely, yeah. It is. They are now out of wiggle room in this dungeon. It has to be perfect from here. As Timbermaw once again, platform skull bash. What a hero,
dude. 22 Tira and Maruk as well. No battle res. That's tough. We're playing with 2 Clothies, and there's specific moments that you can actually get double shot. So basically, the boss will rotate, and every third shot, it can only shoot you once per rotation, and it resets after every third shot. So there's only specific times that you can get double shot on this fight. But these Clothies, Forgy and Cryptix in particular, are very susceptible to dying if they ever get double shot.
The good news is that Cryptix does he's preserved his Cauterize. Even though every other non-tank player died on that pull, Cryptix was able to escape not just with his life, but with his Cauterize intact as well.
Defy Fate's almost back.
Yeah, Defy Fate, once that comes back for Terrascent, that's going to be big.
Forgy's got scales on him. So Forgy actually has the blistering scales moved from Terrascent off of Frosty. So that actually makes you take significantly less damage because you have that armor value.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely something that it's not just good; it's like necessary to live those things on the Shadow Freeze. You watch those quick shots come out, and it's just so much damage. Mass Barrier gonna land here on this first Gale Error. Timbermaw nearly killed through the Mass Barrier, but he is okay. He's happy enough to just get into cap form here, get some of those bleeds out. 29 minutes on the board here. So what are the timers we're looking at in the 21s from other teams in Nokhud Offensive? Maybe we can get a little bit of an idea of what the Tira and Maruk split needs to be for Dratno's Guild team.
Dratno's Guild team last time they were in here was a 29-45 Tira and Maruk split. We know
it's
they
were
be
substantially slower here.
Yeah.
But
think
they had
that
so
the
much time.
time
They had like 4 minutes left over.
I think the time that they need coming off this boss is probably 33, 34 minutes maybe.
I feel like 34 is sketch. I feel like 33 is
I think 34 is
okay.
sketch, but I think that 33 is like safe to time the key, right?
Yeah.
But I think that 34 is like we can time this key if we have no mistakes from here on out.
Yeah, I mean,
but I think
that
they need a
into
perfect
big straight into last boss with Lust with all the trash. But I mean, it's a 22 key level. That is it's gonna take at least 5 minutes, if not more, to send that last boss home from pull. So. Yeah, danger here for Dratno's Guild team. That timer is looking okay, but certainly not great.
So they do have a battle res up in 15 seconds, but I think the important piece is just basically not having people die. Timber needs to make sure that he's weaving in bear forms. I think that taking a shot from Tira unmitigated, particularly these ones that have that buff whenever Maruk's not stacked on top of Tira, those are very dangerous.
Yeah, that Ancestral Bond buff is very, very bad. You need to remove that immediately from these bosses, or else it is going to be starting to one-shot people.
I like how they're moving as a stack too. A lot of range DPS do this thing where they like to play off on their own, myself included. But I think that how Dratnos' guild team is staying like pretty much permanently stacked with one another. That way they can continuously protect one another if somebody needs something is nice.
Yeah, it is a little bit annoying for the volcanic affix because, of course, that means that everybody has to dodge every time a volcano spawns.
That's true.
Rather than just one person. So you can see they've sort of set up like a little bit of a loose line here, which does sort of get the best of both worlds. They're all in the same area, but they're also not all having to dodge everybody's volcanics, which is nice. As they do have to get a little bit spread here. There comes the Breath of Eons from Terrasant, so soon we're going to get a Chrono Ward, which is going to protect us from the next volley of quick shots, at least here.
How do you feel about 3330?
I think 3330 is okay. I think they're going to be faster than that. 40% on these bosses. I think they're going to be on the 33 range on these bosses dying, which should be good.
That'll be good. If I think even if they're below 34, they're probably fine. It's just going to be tough.
It's all going to come down to that last pull. That's going to be something that we'll have to look 100%. In for Dratno's guild team. So before we get there, let's instead maybe take a quick survey of what's happening in our other three teams, because I agree with you. That run is super vital for Dratno's guild team. But
Hope fixed their count.
That's good. They're working on Gutshot now. I mean, yeah, Hope's timer is looking fantastic in this 21 Brackenhide Hollow. One death on the board for them. Did cost them their battle res, but they are still looking great in this dungeon. So Hope in position to advance to 124 points here. That will be very, very big for them. Meanwhile, on the bottom left, Missed Count working on that plus 21. That'll bring them to 126 points. This will be all 21s all the time for Missed Count if they can do this key. That'll be huge. And Echo making some pretty quick time in their 22 as well. I mean, you can see the Granite split a little bit faster than Dratno's guild team, but with a lot less count.
Yeah, they have 8% less count, but I think a 741 Granite, even with the route that they're running, it's still good.
They're chilling. But I mean, early. It's early days in this dungeon for sure.
Dude, we're in a 22. It's gonna have to be a clean run. Like you sometimes we'll watch these 20s and there's some leeway for wipes or mistakes or something like that. We're at the range where there's like no room for mistakes anyways, so you're gonna have basically a perfect run to be able to time this key.
A question from chat, Dratnos, I'll toss it over to you. Why do you think Echo went for the 22 on this versus the 21 Ruby Life Pools?
Yeah, I was wondering that myself a little bit earlier. I suspect it's just because they think they like their chances here better than that. I mean, it's hard to be sure because both of those keys seem possible. And the thing about the 21 Ruby is that you knew it was possible from yesterday and from the day before from Missed Count's run in that place. But I feel like Echo, I mean, they're just more confident in this Nokhud. I think the Nokhud is a little bit more of a generous keystone in terms of the timer, in terms of how hard it is, but it was one that they weren't prepped for, right, this dungeon with these affixes, in a way that they could have been prepped for the Ruby. So I'm also a little bit surprised by that, but I think that's got to be the explanation here. The other explanation is that the 22 is better for tiebreaker value than the 21. So if they were both equally difficult, you'd bias towards the 22 a little bit. for that reason. But I don't think Echo are that likely to need to come down to tie breaks, especially at this point in the day. I think they should still be in point collection mode. So I suspect that it is just they think this is the easiest point left for them on their board.
DGT, 33 minutes.
Here we
Tien
go.
Maruk.
Forgy getting in position, getting rescued up. It all comes down to this execution of especially the start of this boss fight. Sigil of Silence deployed on those casters at the back of the pool here. Frosty moving in position. Balakar Khan not in a great spot there. They are going to pull now. Timbermaw gets in combat. Is the meld going to work? The meld is going to work this time. Okay, so it all comes down to this pull. Bloodlust getting ready to get pressed. There it is. Time Warp activated. Raccoons dancing on screens here for Dratno's guild team as Forgy activates that power infusion. Big damage coming out, hopefully out of range of the upheavals here. You can see everybody else trying to bait Balakar Khan so the upheavals won't be aimed at Forgy, because it is really obnoxious if that does happen. That was a lot of the problem that they had for them the last time they were in here, was Forgy just getting griefed by those upheavals coming from the boss. So everybody else is standing such that if it targets them, it won't land on Forgy. And
this might sound a little bit fried.
It's going to target Forgy, so there's going to be dispersion. He is now going to have to re-levitate himself to get back onto this post. He does manage to do it.
Oh my god. He's the greatest.
That's right. That's an easy one-shot. Parkour experts, Dratno's guild team. Now, the big
Do you just kill the War Spears? Like, do you not hit the boss?
I would focus the War Spears at this point. Once you've had one upheaval go on Forgy, now you just really want to be able to kill the War Spears so that he can jump off of this post without dying. Because if this next upheaval gets aimed in Forgy's direction here in a couple seconds, it's going to kill him. It's going to cost him the battle rest. It's very, very hard. You can see he's moving a little bit.
I think the War Spears too, just dashing literally any player is imminent demise for them. Oh my god, Forgy going down to the upheaval. And then Cryptus immediately dies to the Swiss Fast. That's exactly what I was talking about, Dratnos. That dot from the War Spears just immediately killing off Dratnos' guild team. And it's gonna be a wipe 35 minutes into the dungeon. Man, what just happened?
No. Dude, 2 in a row. If only one... So those upheavals could have targeted 4 different people, and twice it targeted Forgy, and that led to Dratno's guild team wiping there.
If the War Spears are just on cooldown too, and they don't immediately charge and instantly kill Terrasant as well, it's like, there's so much that just... Oh, man.
Absolute catastrophe for Dratno's guild team. But the good news is, they know that run can work. They know it's clean. If you just go back there and that Balakar Khan doesn't target your Shadow Freeze twice, you're good. Because I don't even know if they have a strat that'll work if he gets targeted twice. I think it's probably just over if that happens.
I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm pretty sure it targets the furthest player.
Ooh, okay. In that case, then they could bait it on somebody else, perhaps. That would probably be
I'm not
true.
positive, but I think that's how it works.
Yeah, I always just thought it was a random person.
Somebody told me a few weeks ago that was the furthest player, and it seems true. I'm not 100% sure about it.
Okay, apparently, yeah. I mean, if that's true, then I suspect that they should. I suspect they should have a different person be baiting that rather than having it aimed at Forgy, which we've seen just causing wipes for them reliably. So, something that they do need to avoid. Brutal turn of events for old Dratno's guild team. Apparently, Phase 1 doesn't target furthest reliably, and Phase 2 does. That's what I'm being DM'd here, so...
I could believe that.
Yeah, it's one of those mechanics that it looks like Dratno's guild team are absolutely going to be trying this again, though. They're not going to let this get to them. They're not going to give up. They are setting up once more. You can see this is the part where Frosty grabs more count than everybody else because he throws that glaive on that patrolling middle pack that I don't think anybody else does this with this first pull. It is a sketchy addition to this, but they have made it look pretty clean.
Yeah, and they wait for the hunter's marks. That's the thing that they're waiting on before they actually fly in. Look at it. Everybody was actually flying off to the side. They were standing in the azure span just waiting for Frosty to get marked with those longbows.
Yeah, that is...
Dude, Echo had a 1742 Raging Tempest split. What?
That is impressive. Yeah, I mean, Echo have made
they
really
play
short work of this run.
But they play a lot less count, so I actually don't know what their splits look like.
I think they have
I don't
one
know what their
more
splits...
pull in this area and one more in the Balakar Khan area. Of course, that big pull at the end. So I think it's probably about on pace for like a 38-30 overall dungeon time or something like that.
Yeah. Dude, Hope top left also, they have 3 deaths, but they're totally fine to be able to time this Decatriarch in this Brackenhide Hollow. They need to make sure that they get all the totems killed off. That's going to be the pivotal moment here, but they're posturing to be looking to pull the boss here. So I suspect that they're going to be playing some of those Desperate Invokers Codexes with maybe even like a Signet Brand for optimal damage.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that is a good. It's definitely good tech. Although with the fortified affix active, maybe you don't need to fully min max for Decatriarch Rathai, and you can instead take a little bit more trinkets that are good for the rest of the dungeon, right? It does look like things.
I think it's possible. It kind of depends on what you need the damage for, right? Like, if you're going to be so far under the timer, look at how far under the timer Hope is right now. Like, if you're going to be this far under the timer,
tie breaks, right? Like you don't want to just take some
okay, they
to
need
slow
them,
you down
but
if you don't need them on the totems.
I guess I was referring to just timing the key, but yes, that's true. There is a added variable that the timer does matter in this kind of instance.
Yeah, it might matter. It also might not. It depends a little bit on how things go for old Dratno's guild team, because if Dratno's guild team spent, if they wipe again in this 22 Nokhud, that's going to just cost them so much of today's time. That was such a good run, though, up until the end of the... Oh, man.
I think they just got to get on another one of those. So just one more.
They got to make sure that it doesn't, that one mistake, one wipe even doesn't lead to another. One lost run doesn't hurt their quality of play. That's something we often see with less experienced teams, which all the players on the team are experienced, but they haven't played together before. And sometimes what happens is you'll have one thing go wrong, and then the vibes start getting off. Stuff like that happens. Normally in Raid, I'm in charge of morale, but it looks like here they maybe don't have somebody managing that group morale as Forky goes down to a shoot from a longbow. That is going to be their battle res. And they get in position.
Is it true that you're the morale officer?
All right. That is true. Yeah, that's my official title. That's what I'm in charge of usually. So, looks like Miscount also having a death here. Dratno's guild team able to recover with that B-res, so things going okay. Now, I think again you're okay expending a B-res on this first pull as long as it wasn't on your priest in CDs, which it looks like it was before 4G pressed those CDs, so not a problem.
Yeah, it was before the Eons even came out too. It sucks that he dies, but it's not like the end of the world. You would like to have that B-res later. But I think that if you're having like a major mistake pre 10 minutes anyways, you're likely just going to be zoning out.
Likely. I mean, that was still such an impressive run from Dratno's guild team. In chat, you didn't see anything. I didn't say a single word in chat, and I definitely didn't curse them. So don't worry about it. This time they're going to nail it. They've got it. But we're going to have a little swap here. So Dratnos, you're going to have to be morale officer off stream for just a little bit, but keep an eye on things, keep the spirits high, and we'll have Nagura jumping on desk here. So Nagura, I mean, obviously we're seeing both Echo and Dratno's guild team go for this 22, and with that wipe, this is sort of an opportunity here for Echo to catch up. I mean, how is this looking for them as they are now pushing deeper into the 22 themselves?
I mean, Echo's run is looking really good there. Second boss split is looking insane with the 1742. We do know that Echo is playing a little bit of a different route where they have a lot of trash at the very end. I personally like their route as well. Because
you like it? Interesting.
You don't? I think they save quite a few pulls, like overall. They're like really speedy. You don't like it?
I think the Dratno's guild team route's superior. But okay, explain why you think it's speedy. I'm interested in... I want to hear it.
Okay, so basically... Echo does one less pull at the start.
Yeah.
And then they're not... they basically just do one less pull in a dungeon. Which to me, just by default, seems speedier, right? Because they don't have to do another pull because they're doing so much trash with the last boss at the end.
Wait, did they do that pack with the boss? I've seen them do it without the boss a couple of times.
They're doing it without the boss at the start, and then they pull it into the boss at the end. And then they also pull those stormtroopers into the boss later.
Pretty good.
Well.
Yeah, I saw them pull the Thunder Fists, yeah. Okay, maybe you're right. You got to keep an open mind a lot with some of these routes, especially since the Echo one is so atypical from what you normally see on live.
Yeah, we do see Hope, though. They are about to finish off their 21 Bracken height, and they're actually doing really well. I think... they didn't have to reset, right? So they're just in there, just getting that 1 point. Did they reset?
They reset the first pull a couple of times, but nothing serious.
Yeah, at least they didn't lose as much time as Miscount did at the very start of the day.
Yeah.
So they're looking pretty good. They have to do 1-2 more totems before they can finish off the boss here. And they're looking very clean. They also have a battle res in case something does go wrong. If anyone goes down to just a decaying strike, for example. But yeah, looking good. And if they get this on the board, Hope has to probably go back to... What do you think? Nokhud?
I was thinking
Nokhud,
Nokhud,
but...
but...
so good, though.
But
Timer, yeah, they're right.
the fact that they have bailed on the Nokhud, I wonder if they timed the dungeon on a 22. Like that, it really
Yeah,
makes
I'm
you
not
think.
sure
Like,
either.
okay, so what's the other alternative here? 21 Ruby on the table, 21 Halls on the table.
I think you probably have to go Halls, in my opinion. I think Ruby is a little bit on the more difficult side, considering
Halls
that-
is fast.
Yeah. Ruby has only been timed by miscount, right? So I think Hall's probably on the safer side, considering that both Echo and miscount have it done. It's a bit close on the timer, though. Because both
Yes.
Echo only had 15 seconds left, miscount had 56 seconds left. So if Hope is not super confident in their timer in Halls, then that might be a problem.
Yeah. I think it probably goes like 21 Halls, then 22 Nokhud, then 21 Ruby in terms of difficulty, where Ruby's the hardest and Halls is the easiest.
I think so too, yeah.
It probably just depends on like your practice. Where like Dratna's Guild team, it seems like they think that the Nokhud's a little bit easier than the Halls, but I think that no matter where Hope is going next, they're going to have to get points from it to make sure that they're safe. Because right now they are in a heated battle with Dratna's Guild team for that third place slot and making it to the global finals.
Yeah, they definitely have to watch out here. It's still so close, and we're halfway through now in 9 minutes. So I definitely have to figure out a game plan on how you're gonna get that score on the board. Because I think it's definitely too early to start going for a tiebreaker, right? You definitely need to try and get points somewhere. You can't just be trying to get the faster dungeons done. So yeah, Hope definitely has to pick up some points here and there. Echo on the top right now, about to pull the boss, right? Yeah, this is what I like about their route. Like, they're just so fast. Oh
my god,
Mir
just
gets one shot by a quick shot.
Was that the first one?
Yes.
Oh, dude, I wonder if he had the blistering scales on him, because if he did, then Clix's blistering scales is going to be on CD for a little bit, and it's not going to be able to be
survived that
reapplied to
quick shot.
Mirez.
He got one more and survived it, but it's definitely close, especially on these cloth players.
Yeah,
The physical damage is doing so much.
it's really scary for the Shadow Priest on this fight. How do you feel about Frost Mage in here?
Well, for this boss in particular, it's really good. And I think this boss on a 22 is one of the most dangerous things just because of the cloth comp, right? I think this boss, if you get quick shot multiple times in a row on something like the Shadow Priest, it can be super deadly. So for this boss, it's going to be much quicker. For the trash, I mean, we talked about this multiple times. I think it doesn't... Like it's a give and take, right? Sometimes Fire Mage might do a little bit better, and other things Frost Mage just a little bit better. Not having to cauterize, not having to cauterize can be annoying. The slow is nice as well, having the constant slow from the Frost Mage for the tank especially, because 2245, that trash is sitting like a truck. So getting that extra slow is for sure a nice utility as well. Mira's going down again. Oh no, sorry, that was miscount. Sorry, miscount loses Yargi on the trash there, and they're 21. They do have Battle Res.
Echo doesn't have any more B-Reses. They're going to be getting one in 3 minutes after they crest over that 30-minute mark, but they don't have any more if somebody dies on this boss fight, which would be problematic. Miscount, we haven't really necessarily been focusing on them as they've kind of been doing some of their Nokhud homework keys. After this 21, they have a pretty large decision to make as to where they're going to be going next. I think it's probably 22 Nokhud. I think that they've already put up some of the harder keys with the Ruby and the Halls of Infusion. So I think that for them, the only path that necessarily makes sense is going and doing this 22 Nokhud.
And one thing to note as well about Miscount is that they actually have really fast splits. Like their splits in that 21 is faster than any other team. 716.
That's 1640. Wow.
Yeah, 716 on Granite. That is 15 seconds faster than the fastest second split, which would be Echoes. And then 1640 for Raging Tempest is also 10 seconds faster than the second fastest, which again is Echoes on a 21. So Miscount doing really well here. And looks like they're also playing, they're playing like an in-between route, it looks like, between Hope and Dratos and Echoes route, because they definitely have more count than Echoes, so they don't have to do this interesting last boss pool with all of that trash there. But I think because they have such a fast granite split, it's possible that they also do one less pull at the very start.
Yeah, it's something that we'd have to look at because it seems like the teams are bouncing between, I believe it's like 28% enemy forces and like 35%, depending on how much they're grabbing in that first area. Those are kind of the two standard pull sizes, and then if you're mandatory last weekend, you get like 19. But not many teams are playing that route this weekend. I think that's due to, I think that was like a Sanguine adaptation where mandatory was playing such little count in the first area.
Yeah, I think so as well. Sanguine obviously changing the runs a lot. Dreadnought's Guild team top left. They're now on that waterfall pool with that Bloodlust, which is
one of
the most dangerous pools here. But Gingy does go down for Echo on the top right. They don't have a battle rest for 10 seconds. The bosses are really low though, so they might be able to finish it off. But with one player dead, that means we get more quick shots on the remaining players, which can be super deadly considering that Mir has only survived that quick shot with blistering scales. There we go, the battle rest actually coming out, even though the boss is really low. But again, they're trying to spread out those quick shots onto as many players as possible, and they also want to have the utility from Gingy with the Mass Barrier, for example, to make sure everyone does survive. There we go, Mass Barrier coming in for the Piercing Gales here.
Oh, I think they had to have the Mass Barrier. I was kind of interested in why they would res Gingy at 10% there. Their timer looks fine. Looking at this timer, 31 minutes. They have to do that large trash pull. They have 15% enemy forces. But basically, they have one trash pack plus the boss remaining. And I think that they might be able to even just like do the trash pack and the boss separate if they really wanted to.
Yeah, they actually do have a lot of time. I'll take a look. This last pull can still be very dangerous. Again, we're talking about mirrors setting up on this fence, but still getting volcanoes, which means that they're probably going to be a little bit slower than they were in practice. Because usually the teams don't practice with volcanic, right? I mean, they know it's a possibility, but I don't think that's something that they practice with.
Oh my god, Zayli died of the Swift Staff from the War Spear. He was in Prowl.
Oh, immediately, it looks like.
Clix is probably in combat, so Clix isn't going to be able to res Zayli. Zayli has to release and fly back.
Oh wait, they did use the battle rest. True. Okay, yeah. So Zayli has to fly back. Actually, yeah, that's gonna be.
Oh, now they don't have Zayli's kick for these Thunder Fists. How bad is this?
Yeah, because Mirrors does not have silence, right? So they're
correct.
I think they're okay because they're disruptible.
So they can use the displacements on the Deadly Thunder. That is possible. Oh my god, one of them goes off. Now stunned. Now is stunned.
No.
Now is stunned.
This is not good.
Now is Proctor's last resort.
There we go. Oh,
now has been gripped away from the pack. Now is stunned again.
That's it. Wait, do they have time? I don't think. Do they have time? I don't think so.
I don't know.
They're leaving.
I don't think so.
Oh no. What a tragedy for Echo there at the very end. Sally going down, not having a battle rest available to get Sally back up.
Nobody stopped the cast from the
they just don't have much, right?
Dude, that's so unfortunate. Oh my god.
Oh my god, another huge time loss. This is to say, or similar to what happened to Dreadnought's Guild team as they had a full wipe there at the very end of the dungeon. Just losing out on so much time. What a disaster for Echo as Dreadnought's Guild team on their second attempt here on that 22. This time around, the Granite split a little bit slower than their first attempt on the 22. So they're actually 25 seconds slower on the Granite split.
Yeah.
It's still doable, right? Like, we do know that the Nokhud timer is definitely not as difficult as some of the other timers we have. So as long as they do play clean here, they should still have enough time for sure.
40 dying while they were setting up one of those pulls is kind of unfortunate. Terrasant going down. They are going to have that battle res available for him. He's going to wait for these lightning strikes to go off before accepting that B-res. Not the end of the world that your Aug Evoker is dying on this fight. You would love to have those B-reses later on in the dungeon, though. I think that's definitely a big moment. It looked like he got hit with a Storm Bolt. I didn't see exactly what the death text said at the top.
It looked like Miscount on the top right also had some issues as AJ did go down on their Terra and Maruk run here. They used a battle rest to get him back up and did manage to recover. Now they're going to be on their way to that last boss as well. Again, their 21 splits incredibly fast. I think they're actually the fastest. There hasn't been any other team that has been as fast as Miscount here.
They're a bit lower count, aren't they?
Yeah.
The last pack isn't 10%.
They're going to have to play the mini bosses and the 2 hats. Is that enough? That should be enough, right?
Oh, I was thinking the mini boss and the patrol. It might be. Hold on, I'd have to pull up MDT.
Oh, there we go. They are pulling the patrol. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the
You're already engaging it. Oh, they actually.
Oh, it's these two mobs. Oh, that makes
Interesting.
sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they have an atypical number. Like it's.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. So those two packs together, both those defenders plus that patrol is exactly 10% enemy forces. Whereas the patrol plus that mini boss pack is 12.5. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that this is good, assuming that they're taking this into the boss. The defenders are kind of annoying, but they do the blood curdling shout. Those are the mobs that do the blood curdling shout, and they have the cleave whenever they auto attack the tank. But in theory, you can take these into the boss.
And we'll see if they can execute this. As Hope in the bottom right decided to go to a 21 Halls of Infusion. So they're one of the 2 teams that did not time this just yet. Dreadnought's Guild team on the top left, they did unfortunately spend a decent amount of time in this 21 yesterday. They didn't actually manage to time the key. Well, Hope is now attempting the 21 halls instead of the 22 Nokhud that we thought they could maybe do. And 21 Ruby also still possible or on the table. But yeah, going to 21 halls, I think I like this decision.
I agree. I think it's the easiest of the 21s that they have remaining to do. There may be a question as to whether or not the 22 Nokhud's a little bit easier, but I think that Hope was really fast in the 20 Halls of Infusion that they're doing. A lot of their speed actually came down to like chain pulling packs into bosses that other teams would actually finish off, where they were taking, like the Dragonflies and taking a bunch of the defenders and stuff like that into the boss, where the other teams were just kind of finishing it off and playing it a little bit slower. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what their strat's going to be looking like here. Oh, okay, what are they doing? So they sleepwalk this containment apparatus. A mob is caged. They're mind soothing. They're just going to grab this Engi orb without pulling these mobs?
That's exactly what they're doing, yeah.
Interesting. These fade to get by, too.
Huh.
Cool.
I like it. And that's pretty cool, actually. I like this, the strategy by Hope. They're now going to be pulling up this remainder of the trash bags here with the double apparatus, it looks like. Yeah, just pulling everything else together. This is actually a super difficult pull on that 21.
This many apparatus mobs is very scary. Like Nigger was pointing out, like the drain that they do is very dangerous. That containment beam, they don't have that much HP, so hopefully they only get 1 cast off, because they have 4 of the containment apparatus in this pull. The Shadow Priest kick is a bit on a timer. The mobs only recast after 25-ish seconds. So that Shadow Priest isn't able to get a second kick. Now, the upside is you can actually stop with things like Silent Sigil, so it might just be Dorky's job to make sure that that containment apparatus that Yips should be kicking is dealt with.
Yeah, it looks like they are doing a good job. Ellesmere being focused here. You can shapeshift this, in fact. It's considered slow, so you can interrupt the cast by shifting into another form. That means that the beam will go on another person, though. So usually you don't necessarily want to do this. 1 demo shot going off on the group, having that damage reduction on everybody. But other than that, going really well. They're already kiting towards that first boss. This is a tyrannical key, of course, so that means that's going to be a little bit tough on a 21. Miscount on the top right did manage to get through that trash pack, that double trash pull that we've talked about earlier, which is what gave them the remaining count they needed. And now they're on Balakar Khan. They had to reset the 2 mini-bosses, and they had so much time left that they decided to just finish off the trash pack and then do that mini-boss skip into boss pool, which I like, even though this could be like a... I don't think this is going to be a time tiebreaker dungeon for them, because the 22 is going to be on the table, right? So I think playing this as safe as possible makes a lot of sense for them.
Look at how much trash Hope had into the boss. They had like all of the Geomancers and all of the defenders left, and they just ripped those straight into the boss.
Wow, yeah.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier. It's just like all the other teams would like finish off that trash, and Hope is like, yeah, you know what? What if we just do it with?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, it is working out for them so far. Yeah, 1 mistake, 1 wrong interrupt to see. Also, these spiteful shades just running around chasing after them.
It's kind of annoying.
1 melee hit while the AoE, the static, is going off. That would be a certain death unless you have a cheat death available. But yeah. Doing well so far. Echo, of course, on the bottom left again in this 22, as they unfortunately had that wipe at the very end of the dungeon, not having a battle. Well, the reason they wiped was because Sally went down, and you could argue, oh, Sally's mistake. But, I mean, Sally went down, and they didn't have a battle rest available, right? So they had multiple mistakes earlier that caused them to have to use those battle rests previously, and then they just ended up not having a rest. Otherwise, they would have been able to continue very easily there with one more rest available.
I'm not one to be criticizing the GOAT. I will not.
Of
I
course,
will
yeah.
hold my tongue. I will hold my tongue.
Jetto's guild team, top left. They're all.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah. Dude, 1924 on Raging Tempest, a pretty good time. Time that we're kind of looking for to be able to time this key and like really eke out, like barely squeeze out the timer is about 2030. So 1921 still solid.
Yeah, definitely looking good. This is the pool where they commit their Bloodlust in.
How do you feel about the Lust here? They have all their offensive CDs.
And I like it. Well, I'm not sure. It feels like it's not the most dangerous pool here. Maybe just like an efficiency pool. Which, to be fair, I don't think you necessarily need to be incredibly efficient in the 22 Nokhud, because we talked about this earlier. The dungeon timer actually being somewhat easy compared to other 22s. So playing Bloodlust for safety is something that I personally like. But yeah, maybe this is for safety as well. Like, I'm saying this pool doesn't look as dangerous as some of the other pools, but who am I to say, right? Maybe Frosty is having issues on this pool. Maybe
I can't do a 22 of this place, so
yeah.
I will say, because like, what would the alternative lust to be? Tyrion Maruk at minute 28, and then you get the relust again at 38.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you actually lust here, then you're able to lust on pull of Balakar Khan with that trash pack that they do into the boss, and maybe that would be a little bit safer. Lusting people into Balakar Khan does suck, though. I don't really know. Oh, Heartjack's going down for Miscount on the top right. They are going to have a battle res available for him, so it's not the end of the world. Again, like Nagura was saying, that 21's not going to stand. They're going to have to end up doing a 22 in this dungeon. This is going to put them at 125 points, though, and that's going to be big.
Oh
no, it's going to put them at 126 points even. They're going to be a full point ahead of Echo.
Sure, they're going to be back in that number one spot as the finisher of Balakar Khan at a 37:00 time, which is actually the fastest timer we've had in any of the 21s.
Very good.
And they played safe at the end, right? Not pulling the trash into boss, so they could have been even faster if they played a bit riskier. Doesn't really make sense for them to play riskier here, so yeah, really well done by Miscount. They're very likely going into this 22 straight away. And yeah, back into that number one spot for Miscount.
I think that probably is going to keep them safe to make top 3. Obviously, it's not like 100% secure, but it seems almost unbeatable at this point that they're going to be able to at least squeak out top 3.
Okay, so I don't want to say that just because, like, there is a possibility that after the other teams manage to get the, there's a possibility that 125 is like the highest score. At 126, sorry.
Sure.
Now, Judge's Guild team and Hope can get to 126 still within like the end of the day. And then it would be like all about time tiebreakers if that is the case. Like if they don't manage to get any more score. And then at that point, time tiebreakers, like almost anything can happen. The thing is though, Miscount is also really fast, right? In most of their dungeons.
They are very fast. Yeah.
So
like that Nokhud, like you said.
Yeah.
Fastest 21, even.
So for the other teams to manage to get to the same score and also all of them beating Miscount on the timer, that is indeed pretty unlikely.
Miscount has been a real powerhouse this weekend. I mean, it's been so impressive from day one, even just seeing how they came out and just, man, pushed straight up to those 21s. Of course, Echo really brought it up there right neck and neck with them yesterday, but they've been so strong. And I know both of you were talking about on day one, the fact that Miscount had added in a new healer into the mix, right? So Thanner, who we've been seeing, and that you were both curious about what that was sort of going to affect in the team. And Nagura, having now watched over the course of the weekend, how do you feel Thanner is fitting into the mix with everyone?
I think it's working out so great for Miscount. I think Thanner just brings this experience as well, just generally as a player, but as you said, also as a healer. And sometimes being able to have like two different healers' perspective in a group is so good, especially because a lot of these high keys are so much about survivability. So being able to just have two people bounce off ideas from each other and how they best utilize the defensives, and of course some other like incredible players in that group to be able to just coordinate everything else, I think it definitely has been working out super great for them. So like their performance is incredible. Of course they struggled a little bit, yes. I mean, I say struggle, but they still obviously played insane. The first day was just incredible. They just blasted through that first day, very like convincingly ending up in that first spot. The second day ended up not being as clean as the first, but now on that third day they're back into their best form. They had some issues on that 21 Bracken height initially, but now they're blasting through this Nokhud Offensive.
I think healers make the best augmentation evoker players.
Yeah, it was
the way that kit works. I think that healer players just really excel at that role of that support DPS style. Of while your ebb and might up time does matter, making sure that you're doing rotation perfect matters. It's really about the extracurricular stuff that the augmentation evoker is providing, and I think that like just the brain to be able to heal players just works really well with the brain to be able to play aug at a high capacity.
I agree, and I mean the one thing that a healer maybe does not have for an aug evoker is like the sense of like when to properly like when the damage is needed, when the other players are using their offensive cooldowns and how to buff them properly. But they're a high-end level team, and that's something that the damage dealers can easily communicate like as a group, right? So if Thanner is not 100% perfect with some of his usages of his breath or of his other buffs, then he can just talk to Hearthjax and talk to Yari and the rest of the group and be like, okay, so I guess we're shifting this a little bit there. So I think the healer POV for the utility is something that is a little bit more important to have as an aug evoker than the view of a damage dealer, because as you said, like it's just group communication at that point, and they can very easily solve that together.
Thanner are also very communicative for a healer. Not all healers necessarily communicate a ton with like what their group needs to be pressing, but Thanner is very well known for being an incredibly communicative just player in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I 100% agree. He definitely. And that is something that I think that's also something like a player that is watching the TGP can like learn from. Just being more communicative. Like obviously you don't hear them communicate, but just watching Thanner stream whenever he is maybe streaming outside of his TGP tournament and practice, where you can hear the communication. That is something I definitely recommend any healer, but also just any other player do. Just really hearing out Thanner and seeing how he like communicates everything is just such a great skill to have, and it's really going to help you out in your own gameplay as well if you start doing that.
Okay, Dratna's Guild Team top left here, 22 Nokhud Offensives, getting pretty deep in this dungeon again. They need to be off tier in Maruk probably about the 34-minute time. Dratnos and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. We think that even like 33:30 is fine. They were done with this boss by 33 minutes in their previous 22 attempt. They might actually be a hair faster this time, and so they're looking really solid. They have 2 battle reses available, which is nice. But the last pull of the dungeon with the final boss is probably the last difficult part of this dungeon. So being able to get through that is going to be a challenge, and it's something that we saw Echo wipe to a bit earlier. It's tough, and this is a tough dungeon, and it's especially challenging that you can wipe 35 minutes into this key pretty reasonably.
Yeah, and especially because this is such a long key, like a 40-minute timer, wiping at the very end, that's just heartbreaking. And the fact that it happened to both Dratna's Guild Team and Echo, it's very, very unfortunate. So, miscount. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, one of the things with Dratna's Guild Team too is like, in that phase 1, they have all of the frontals baited onto Forgy because he's the furthest player away. And that just makes his life so much harder, especially whenever they're trying to kill off this War Spear. So making sure that pack is killed off is going to be like a pivotal moment.
Yeah, definitely. We do also see just Terra and Maruk doing so much damage with those quick shots. It's I mean, they're doing a good job, though. We did see Echo lose players to this boss earlier. I mean, it was the very first quick shot, which was a little bit unfortunate. Maybe it's possible that the blistering scales weren't on Miras as they pulled the boss, and it was the first one going on him, which is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, obviously still a mistake. But yeah, Dreadnought's guild team having 2 rests left as Cryptics dropped so low on that quick shot there. Didn't manage to survive though. No Cauterized available. Of course, Cryptics playing fire compared to the frost that we've seen by both Echo and Miscount.
Yeah. Like you were saying earlier, whenever we talk about Miscount's route, look at that. They're at the 36.5% mark, so they're playing the same route that Dreadnought's guild team is doing, where they're overloading that front area with all the count, trying to really speed up the dungeon in that aspect. Where Echo, looking at them, they're at 50.19%, so not only is that low for second area, because a lot of times if you play a low amount of count in the first area, you pick it up in the second area, but that's actually low for this area as well, meaning that they're going to have to do a larger pull in that final remaining area.
Yeah. Yeah, Miscount has an incredible route. I'm not sure. I mean, their route, as you said, is very similar to Dreadnought's route, but they somehow are so fast on that 21. We'll see if they're also going to be as quick on their 22 as well, or if it was just like 21 that they were doing much cleaner. Yeah, Miscount looking really good.
I will say a notable difference is that they're actually not mass rooting all of these saboteurs in the middle of the room. Dreadnought's guild team, and I think a lot of the other teams have been mastering those saboteurs in the middle of the room to avoid having to pump any damage to them. Whereas Miscount, I think we're playing the first 2 of the dungeon, or 2 of this boss fight, and then focusing into the boss. Now it does lower your overall output just for boss damage, but it looks like Nigger and I have talked about a little bit. There's probably about 1.5 to 2 minutes of leeway in this dungeon if you have like a perfect run, so you can afford to do some inefficient things like not playing this mass root strat that's inconsistent.
And now we do have Dreadnought's guild team on top left, about to do...
Forgy missed his jump.
Forgy did miss it. Oh,
okay,
never mind.
fine.
We do have the rescue from Terrasant to get them back up. And there we go. Last trash pack being gathered up. Looking at the timer, they do have 6 minutes left. It looks like they're deciding to, as you said, do this at the same time with Balakar Khan. The mini-bosses have been pulled by Timbermaw and also successfully reset with Shadow Meld. So they now have that Bloodlust available that they used to just nuke this trash bag down. And again, this is a trash bag that can cause lots of issues if you don't have your interrupts used properly. So they need to make sure they use their AoE CC, their AoE sigils, everything perfectly. Because of course, Forgy up here is not going to be much help when it comes to those disrupts.
Everybody at home, this would be world first 22 Nokhud Offensive. This is not just some farm key. This would be an absolute world first level run. And look at Forgy. He's getting hit with the upheaval. He has the presence of mind to prop that dispersion. So he's fine. He's going to be able to parkour back up onto this platform with slow fall, which is okay. But he needs to be able to kill off these war spears before the next upheaval. Again, the upheaval is baited on the furthest player. So that means that Forgy is going to be the person who's targeted. But if those war spears are dead, he's able to come off of these totems and be able to live. Now, Dreadnought's guild team does have 2 battle reses available. What were you saying, Nagura?
The void turn interrupted by that volcanic. This is just one of these affixes that makes this strategy so much harder because the Shadow Priest is not being able to channel all of his spells through perfectly. So now he
coming off the
does have to jump down because of that upheaval, as Tattles mentioned. So he has to jump down, dodge it, because he does not have the defensives available to actually survive this. But the mobs are dying. One defender is still on really high health, though.
He's insane. He actually pressed the fear on the War Spear as it was casting on him. Not only did he come out of the spot in like a perfect time, but he also saved his own life by pressing that fear.
We do have a Shadow Melt coming through as well, before you're making sure he does not get hit by that spear, as he doesn't have any defensives left to survive that. So using that Shadow Melt, not having it for a little while now, in case he does get targeted by another spear, maybe now or even in phase 2, another upheaval coming through. There we go. That last defender is alive. They are looking pretty strong here. 2 battle rests is still available. So yeah, I mean, they're looking good. Timer, 4 minutes left. That for sure should be enough. So
they don't have lust, because they lust on pull here. But I think that 4 minutes is plenty to be able to get this boss from 60 to 0. The boss is going to phase here into the intermission here in a couple of seconds, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to mention is the last phase. If they get a little bit unlucky with the spear targeting, that can cause some issues too. As we talked about, they have the battle rests available. in case something does happen. And this is like the perfect scenario to have those battle rosters available. Now we are in this intermission. We do have Sapphire being popped and defenses being rotated through, as this phase does so much AoE damage to a group. Timbermaw having to pump so much HP to survive here. We also see them all being stacked up perfectly, using Breath of Ian as well to make sure those ads die as fast as possible to get out of this phase.
This is also the optimal time to be pressing like a healing potion, because the remainder of the damage for this fight is just going to be one-shot 100 to 0 damage that DRs are really effective against, but heals, VE, health pot, none of that stuff really matters. Tree of Life, you're not going to be able to save anybody with the Tree of Life. Even like a Darkness, you're not necessarily going to be able to save anybody. So that is always perfect to be able to be pressed in that intermission. And Dratnos Guild team able to come out of that intermission. The team started to drop incredibly low, but 60% HP separates them from this and 22 world first Nokhud Offensive. They are going to have this first bait onto Timbermaw. He's going to meld off the Static Spear. The Static Spear probably going to one-shot him if he doesn't meld it off, but he gets that meld pressed, and now they continue to do a little bit more damage. There's going to be an upheaval here in just a couple of seconds. Everybody's going to have to press a defensive for it, because if you don't, those lightning strikes are going to be able to kill you, but everybody's going to be able to make sure to have wards out. They're going to be pressing a DP. They're going to be pressing basically every single button that they need. You could even Zephyr or Mass Barrier to make sure that players are going to be able to stay alive. And now next up, we're going to have two people in melee range that have Invis effects available. It's probably going to be Cryptix and Forgy here, and they have Invis and Shadow Meld to be able to bait that next spear onto them.
There it is. Cryptix does have the spear, does have Invis and Shadow Meld available. Looks like he's using invisibility to drop that spear off. And yeah, looking at Terryson, I mean, he almost died through a shield. Through a trigger shield there. Oh, that's crazy. They do have another Thunderstrike coming out. We can see the rescue being used by Terryson, getting that shield up.
Ooh, Zephyr too.
And looking pretty good with that Zephyr. Yeah, we do see another... Looking at the timer, 1 minute 30 left. It's actually gonna get a little bit close here. They're only gonna get one more set of cooldowns. So they're saving the breath for the PI, and maybe also Cryptix cooldowns coming back up to make sure they get one last set of really good cooldowns coming in here. PI being popped. Tarzan about to pop that breath as well, presumably. But yeah, looking good for Judges Guild. 1 minute 10 seconds.
I think that they should be able to do this with, 10 or 15 seconds remaining, but they can't have anybody going down, and Frosty dropping incredibly low. Timber able to get him top back up, but Timber actually gets stands in a lightning strike. He's going to be able to get res here. Terrasant deploying the Arclight Vital Correctors. Timbermaw has to get up, because he's going to have to dispel Frosty's Conductive Strike here. The boss is at 15% HP. They have 45 seconds remaining in the key. The guys have to pump here. They have to do as much damage as possible. If they deplete this key, they are in dire straits. But Dratnos Guild team has 10% for 30 seconds. Nagur, is this possible?
I honestly am not sure. The boss is dropping so slowly and they don't have any offensive cooldowns left, but now all of a sudden they are pumping out a little bit more damage, 7%. 20 seconds on the board. They have to just do all-out damage here at this point, but they have to use the defensives to survive this cast. They did all survive.
5%.
15 seconds left. They can possibly do it as the boss is dropping lower and lower. Are they going to be the ones to get that world first 22? As the boss at 2%, but only 6 seconds left. 1%. Do they have the damage here?
Oh my god, they got it!
Oh my god!
Shadows Guild team getting that 22 done, and what a run. Oh my god.
They're so back. That is huge for them.
So back.
So whenever we pull up the scoreboard here, that 22, the tiebreaker, we talk about time tiebreaker a lot, because a lot of these teams aren't able to put up a key that's higher than every other team. But that 22 as a dungeon level tiebreaker, that's our first tiebreaker format, is highest key done. And so for Dratnos Guild team, whenever they're tied up at 124 points with Hope, that is huge for them. But Hope hot on their heels. They're in this 21 Halls of Infusion, so this is huge for them.
Yeah, they're actually doing a really good job in that 21 halls. Let's take a look at their splits here. We do know that the 21 halls is actually really close. Or it has been really close for some of the other teams. So let's take a look. With the 21s we have timed is from Echo and from Miscount so far. Their splits were actually slower on that 21. All right, so it looks like Hope, well, maybe they're playing a different route. Let's see. Let's take a look at the first split. So Watcher Iridius was faster by Hope compared to both Echo and Miscount. Galloping Goliath was a little bit faster than Echo, but slower than Miscounts. Are definitely in time for sure. So they do have the time here if they don't have any mistakes. Only have that one death on the board. They also have a Battle Rust available. This boss is just doing so much damage though, and Elismir is definitely going a little bit low on mana at the end of this fight here.
The timer that you need whenever you come out of this boss fight is about the 26 mark. We saw Echo be able to barely squeak out and time this key at like 26:10 or 26:15 or something like that. But 26 minutes is certainly the time that you want to see whenever you're looking at this fight. And Hope is all of their players are starting to drop really low. Those Wards of Faceless Ire give Ellesmere a little bit of reprieve to top people back up. I'm getting a little bit worried about his mana conservation here.
Yeah. Me too, honestly. It's dropping so low. And the boss, I mean, let's look at their cooldowns. I do think, okay, so Combust just has been popped. They're going to get another set of PI breath if they feel like they need to use it. We've seen some teams even save their cooldowns for the next pull just because that one is also pretty massive and they need some offensive cooldowns available for that too. But if Ellesmere is going to run out of mana, they might have to commit it here. Ellesmere definitely dropping lower and lower in the mana pool. 15% on the boss. And look how much HPS Ellesmere has to keep up with just to make sure that the health bars are staying clean. Oh, mana pool is basically empty and the boss is not even at 10%.
Oh, I think that they can kind of bleed out from here though, even not just with this amount of mana.
And PI though, like, so they are saving it. Oof.
The wards are getting repressed again. I think this is a solid execution for them to actually save those abilities, because then they're going to be able to press them immediately on those dragons. On that really large bridge pull. This is a bit scary. Smack is starting to drop pretty low. No more health pots or any other defensives available for Smack.
Cauterize.
Ooh, Cauterize even being proxy. He's probably going to die
Smack
here.
Death. At 1%, they can do it. But look at the time.
Ooh,
this is going to be
defies fate.
So close for them. They have a 26-20 split. To compare this, all right, Echo had a 26-16 split. So Echo was 4 seconds faster. But Echo was only 15 seconds under the end of dungeon timer.
This is going to be a nail biter.
This is going to be incredibly close for Hope. They have to play super clean from here on out. I think even any deaths probably means that they just don't have enough time. Even with the battle rush available, this is just so close for them. They have to play really well from here on out.
Oh my gosh, Goop dying to the deep chill. You have to rip a battle res on him. I don't think you have any opportunity.
You have to, yeah.
And this is actually slowing them down from getting all the remainder of the trash pulled a little bit. Okay, so now Dorky is finally able to get that grouped up, and you see that Shadow Crash coming in. But that death to Goop might have cost them somewhere in the order of 15 seconds plus the 5 seconds death penalty. That's really bad.
Yeah, I think so too. Goop now has to reapply his buffs. Did have to delay his breath of Ian's a little bit. PI was already running on Smacked and Nips there, so they didn't manage to get that breath damage in while those other cooldowns are running, so they're going to be a little bit slower here. And as we said, their timer's incredibly close. So that death there, definitely not great. We're going to take a closer look how their time looks later, but this dungeon is just so close. And oof, the problems there at the end of Kajin, it's a huge problem.
Echo in the bottom right in that 22 Nokhud Offensive, their timer's looking really solid. They do have to play a little bit more trash than all the other teams do towards the end of the dungeon, but I think that even like a 30-minute Tyrann Maruk for them would be exceptionally fast, to the point where they're likely to time the key. Of course, the more time is like if they have better time tiebreakers versus miscount also in that 22 Nokhud Offensive, that's a big deal for Echo, because they don't just want to have a close battle with missed count. They actually want to win every single week, and they want to win every single competition they're ever a part of.
Yeah, and Echo, of course, even if they get this 22 done, they're only even in score with miscount. Miscount being 1 point ahead. So Echo, after they time this 22, if they do, which we saw with Radno's Guild team is really close, then they also need to get another point somewhere. Presumably that 21 Ruby live pools that miscount did already time.
And I will say all four of these teams this weekend, they're not just battling versus one another this weekend, but the top three teams from this weekend will be facing off against all of the other teams from Cup A in the Global Finals next weekend. And so that's a big thing, right? Is being able to maintain that top three position against such steep competition. That's like a huge deal. And Yargi going down for missed count, going to be able to get him battle res back up. Not a huge deal. But again, it's every single point matters. Making sure that you're able to make top three and make it towards that Global Finals, that's going to be huge for all these competitors, because they put so much time and so much practice and so much effort into being the best at their craft.
Yeah, 100%. But Hope now in the top left, such a nail biter for them as they're just so close on time here. They're still fighting that mini boss. So they're not even in the boss yet. They have 5 minutes, a little bit over 5 minutes left.
I'm not in love with their timer.
I'm also not in love with it. They're gonna have to do something to make up time here. They need to have a perfect bloodlust usage for boss DPS. Line it up with everything they have. Maybe some more crits than usual.
The problem, I think, is that their lust is going to be coming up the same time that the second Void Eruption and Power Infusion is coming up. But that's probably going to be during the intermission at some point, right? So I don't know if Yips is going to even be able to get that third use on this boss. I think that he might actually only get 2 uses, even though he has 5 minutes remaining. Oh my gosh, Goop dying to the first Tempest Fury of the fight?
This is a problem. Okay, they have to get Goop up. One thing to note here is looking at their 2 minutes. Okay, they just popped it. They both popped PI and Breath as soon as Goop came back up. They have to rebuff Goop, making sure they get the timers in. One thing to note, looking at the rest of the time here, they have a little bit over 4 minutes left, which means that since they just used their PI and their Breath, that means they are going to get 2 more usages out of those within that timer of the dungeon, which is like perfect amount, really, considering that they were ready to start. But yeah.
I think they're depleting this key. I
think
I just don't know how they have the time.
I don't really know either. We're gonna have to definitely keep a very close eye on Hope here, as Echo on the bottom right is also approaching the end of their 22 Nokhud Offensive. So a lot of action going on there at the moment, as Echo is dealing with that trash pack they wiped on their previous 22 run. This time around, they are not going down though, and they have Battle Rust available in case something does happen.
I mean, this is a pull, too, that there's basically zero recourse. So say now gets stunned or a blood-curdling shout goes off, you're basically wiping. So you have to get your kicks perfectly. On top of that, they have these defenders pulled, and these defenders have a cleave effect, where every single melee that they do on the tank can cleave. And so that makes it very dangerous for Xaylia whenever he's standing in melee. You see Xaylia and Genji trying to like dance around where Now's positioned, making sure that they're on the opposite side of him every single moment for whenever they have to press any of their CC abilities or kick or something.
Yeah, they definitely have to play this very cleanly, as we do see the mini-bosses, the only ones left alive. Looking at the time here, they have 7 minutes, a little bit over 7, which means they're probably good on time here, and you can see them also playing a little bit safer now they are engaging the boss. So Balakar Khan is being pulled onto these mini-bosses.
If they beat 39:58, they will actually take that world record tag off of Dratnos' guild team. So that's huge. Basically, 22 Nokhud Offensive has not yet been timed on live servers. This will be a first time that we've ever seen 22 Nokhud Offensive timed.
That'll be absolutely... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly say that Hope is in its intermission phase, and looking at the time now, so their PI and their Breath is ready, as I mentioned.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Unfortunately, they are in the intermission phase, so they cannot pop it, which means that they are going to be missing out on this 1 usage after all. This is actually
2 minutes.
Bad. Yeah, they technically have the time, but they are in an intermission phase, right? And they obviously want to be using it on a boss. So this is going to be their last set of cooldowns. They have Bloodlust available, they have Breath, they have PI, but that's the last set of cooldowns. And they have to finish off that boss within that 1 minute 35 they have, which is...
Welcome, Zyro. What are you thinking? Is this in time?
Oh man, dude. This is almost the exact same timing as Echo had yesterday. They only had the 2 sets of 2 minutes on this final boss, and they had about 4 minutes 55 seconds to do so. They had 15 seconds left on their key. Hope had 10 seconds left coming into the boss, and they had the goop death. So this is like exactly on pace with where Echo was yesterday. It's just a DPS race to the finish. Can they finish this off? You would think that with that burst of damage from the 2s, they're looking good, but the damage is about to fall off a
1 minute
for Hope here. 1 minute left on the board to do 20%. I think if they can stay alive, they'll get it, but it's going to come down to the wire for them.
Their damage is like really falling to a halt here. They do get some execute with like Twist of Fate and Scorch execute, but it's not like a high execute DPS composition.
You can see it's slowed to a crawl that did 40% in that first minute, but now every single percent is going by excruciatingly slow. They have to do about 1% every 2 seconds here to finish off the boss, and they just aren't quite on that pace. And they're not going to get the last Breath of Eons pop too, if I'm not mistaken. No, there's no way that's going to go off, so it's just going to have to be raw cooldownless damage coming in. That combust might not even come off cooldown before the end of the boss. Do they have the damage, the raw damage, the cooldownless boundless damage to finish it off here. 14
4%.
seconds left on the board to do 4%. They just have to do 1% every 3 seconds.
2%.
Can they pull it off?
They're
getting a little bit of execute. The Void Torrent coming out for the extra damage. 5 seconds left, and they're able to pull it off. Oh, man, just too close for comfort for Hope.
I need a break. Good luck.
Yeah, get out of here, Tettles.
There we
Go
go.
rest. Go rest. We'll have Zyronic and Nagura here on the desk. But, I mean, the action is heating up as we come into this last portion of day 3. Several of our teams have taken their breaks. And, I mean, Zyronic, you hopped in the midst of all of the action. But this has been a huge hype, like, last hour.
It's been an exciting day so far. Lots of events taking place, and we still have 2 hours left. And this is for all the glory here, right? Hope needed to get that done to have a chance of staying ahead of Dratno's Guild Team. And Dratno's Guild Team, they're not content with going for the remaining 21s left on the board here. They're going for the glory. They're going for... Well, they went for the 22 and they got it. They're going back to the Alcthar 21, which is something they'll need to tie Hope at this point. But, you know, something in the back pocket that we have to think about, we have to remember, is if it comes down to point tiebreakers, Hope is going to have to get that 22 done that Dratno's Guild Team does, right? Because at the end of the day, dungeon level tiebreaker is the most important tiebreaker. That comes before time. So Dratno's Guild Team, even though they're behind right now, they've got that to fall back on should it come to a point tiebreaker.
We have to look at this Echo run here, as they might be the second team to finish off this 22. And yeah, they do need this extra trash. We saw them pulling it in right now. They're fighting those Thunder Fists, which makes this last phase a little bit more dangerous for them. We do have the baits coming in here. The closest players, of course, always being one of them being Gingy, of course, with that invisibility and the Shadow Melt available in case they need it. And looking at the timer, so we have the 2 minutes 40 left for them, which is certainly enough, right? They're going to be quicker than Dratno's Guild Team if everything goes well. They need to still make sure that they're surviving the AoE that is coming through every now and then. We've seen that do so much damage, and they have to use their defensives perfectly to be able to survive that. There it is. It is going to come through. We see the rescue on Mirrors here by clicks, but that looks very clean, barely even dropping low as the Mass Barrier came out from Gingy as well. And yeah, a little bit over 2 minutes. Timer definitely very, very good for them.
Very good. Echo just has to juggle these static spears cleanly for the rest of the fight here. This one goes on Gingy. He has the Shadow Meld available. Also probably has the Greater Invis available too, should he choose to use that. Nope, just going to be the Shadow Meld to keep that Greater Invis in the back pocket. Might even just decide to use it on this next Crackling Upheaval to keep himself alive without any chance of going down. One final damage instance between Echo and the end of the key. This last Upheaval doesn't even drop anyone below last half HP. It's going to be yet another 22 Nokhud Offensive timed, and we're also going to see that world record tag stripped away from Dratno's Guild Team and given to Echo as they complete the dungeon a minute and a half faster than Dratno's Guild Team. Echo, they've taken the tiebreaker over missed count here, even though they don't have the 21 Ruby Life Pools done. Remember, they've got that 22, which tiebreaks against Miscount's best key of a 21.
Yeah, we also see Miscount here in a 22. Nokhud Offensive as well, of course, as they're trying to catch up on the Nokhuds because they've spent quite a bit of time getting the 21 Bracken height done at the very start of the day. One thing that surprised us a little bit initially, because Miscount actually had a 2 chest in the 20 Bracken height, and we were thinking that it's maybe possible to see a 22 Bracken height, and that's why Miscount was sitting on the 20. Because they were actually the only team that managed to get the 2 chests done. But then, at the start of the day, instead of going into the 22, they actually ended up going into the 21 instead. And not only did they go into 21, they also had some issues there, having to reset the key for almost 30 minutes until they managed to get it done on that run after the 30 minutes. So, having to catch up on the Nokhud a little bit. But still, gonna be in the lead over Echo if they time this 22. But we've seen so much go wrong in the 22 for the other teams. Both Echo and Dratno's Guild Team depleting the key at the very, very end before they managed to time the run afterwards. But yeah, Dratno's Guild Team on the top right now in the 21 Academy, they had to reset the key once as they were wiping on that snap pull at the very start that they were doing with the Lashers. That is something that's not going to cost you too much time. That's why they're front-loading a lot of the difficulty there on that pull. but now they did manage to pull it off.
Yeah, this is a scary dungeon for Dratno's skill team. We've seen other teams go through Algathar 21 this weekend without too many problems, but for some reason, this dungeon is just the Achilles heel for Dratno's guild team this week. They spent over an hour wiping, notably in the Veximus trash section of the dungeon. We saw many interesting uses of the alternate entrance area to the Veximus area used by numerous members of their team yesterday. I wonder. I mean, that had to be a large talking point after the day was done for them yesterday. You know, what's going so wrong for us here? What can we do better to get that done? So we'll see. Have they solved the problem? Have they figured out a solution to that section of the dungeon that was causing them so many issues yesterday? We'll see in about 5 to 10 minutes here whether or not they're able to figure out those problems and give themselves a good chance of securing that third place slot to make it through to Global Finals.
Yeah, it's going to be important for Dratno's guild team, but I do think that Hope definitely in a little bit of a greater danger at the moment. Even though they did time the 21, I think that was incredibly good for them. Even though we didn't quite believe for a orb actually going through there for miscount. Heartstrike does go down. Looked like, yeah, just missing an orb. Not only did Heartstrikes go down, they also lost all of the buffs, of course. This boss being all about getting those orbs on your damage dealers, making sure you just keep the 10 stack throughout the whole fight, making sure you get that orb refreshed in the last second during this electrical storm, and then refreshing it on the next orb spawn. Yeah, of course, Heartstrike's losing out on those buffs as he does go down. And that's also their last battle rest for another 3 minutes. So they're going to have to be very careful from here on out. Don't have any other major mistakes. We do also see the buffs probably dropping both on Thenner and AJ. Yargi being able to refresh it there last second. But yeah, this boss taking quite some time for miscount.
So I've been informed by Teddles that for missed count in this dungeon, we have another one of those interesting little racial texts that we've been talking about, right? Dratno's covered this top of the show. Wait, there's an orb going into the boss here. That could be bad. Okay, a little bit of extra damage as the lightning strike comes out. Oh, the overlap. Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah. Well, that'll do it. An orb plus a lightning strike will one-shot you on this difficulty. They're going to have to go again. That's a little bit of a time loss for them. Well, I was going to mention the Tauren racials, and, you know, normally teams are kind of defaulting into Dwarf and Night Elf, like Dratnos was talking about top of show. We've talked about interesting techs for extra damage in the form of human racial. That gives that 2% extra secondary stats on top of what you already have. That's max DPS, but doesn't really have that much utility. We've talked about Coltiran and Halls of Infusion, where you get nature and lightning damage reduction, I think it was. Frost damage. It was frost and lightning damage reduction, which is pretty much all of the really difficult damage instances in that dungeon. Tauren in Nokhud Offensive is an interesting one, right? They have the Stomp, which is a little bit of an extra AoE interrupt. They have a little bit of extra Stam, which could be useful for living through mechanics as well. They also have
for quick shots.
Maybe. They also have 1% nature damage reduction, which is really nice for that Primal Tempest area, that Lightning Tempest area. So that's pretty interesting. And in addition to that, they still have that critical damage buff that Dwarf brings as well. So they're not really losing out on the offensive aspect while also gaining all those extra defensive aspects. So if you don't need to Night Elf anything, that could be really useful. But I wonder what they're going to be doing once they get to Balakar Khan, because that's where the Shadow Meld becomes extremely valuable. Maybe they just have enough damage reductions and combat drops without those extra 2 Shadow Melds that they can get it done with. We'll have to see if that becomes an issue for them.
We're going to have to see, but I mean, we've got a lot of breaks right now, or a lot of breaks happening with our teams right now, we should say. Miscount looks like they're getting ready to give it another shot, but Dratno's guild team, as we've been talking about, trying to make their way through for this 21. And while we have a little bit of time as our teams kick back and take those mandatory breaks, we're going to do another round of Whose Spell Is It Anyway? So this is a little mini game we've been doing over the couple of weekends, and it's basically one where we will all, us at the desk and all of you as well in chat, will try to guess a spell based only on the information that's going to pop up here on the screen. This can be any abilities, talents, anything like that. Okay, all right, we got it.
30 yards range. That is not a lot of range. Which means it's
50% what? Something around an ally for the next something, doing 50% for 8 seconds. 30-yard range.
And a minute cooldown, or more than a minute.
Is this okay? What are our options? I'm thinking this is like something like Stampeding Roar or Zephyr.
But it's only 30 yards range, right? So Stampeding Roar
It's only
is
30
gonna be more
yards.
than
Stampeding
that.
would be 15.
It's close. Yeah, I would say something with Evoker.
Yeah, true. It's less.
30 yard lets me think it's Evoker. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's Evoker. So it's Zephyr.
Around
no,
an
around
ally?
an ally.
Oh, Zephyr's not even on there. Oh.
Time dilation.
Time dilation? Time dilation.
It is time
gotta be.
dilation.
It's
yeah.
time dilation.
Yeah? Yeah? Sorry, should we hear? Oh, maybe it's live cocoon.
No.
I mean,
No.
I feel
No
pretty
shot.
positive about this one. Time dilation. I'm feeling it. We all agree?
Yeah, it's time dilation.
Oh yeah,
All right,
stretch
all right.
time around an ally for the next 8 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
got to
okay.
be time dilation.
Hey!
Yeah.
All right. And then we'll take a look at some of the icons as well. I think chat, you all had it. Oh yeah, you're all on it. As I look over,
no.
yeah, you got it. Time dilation.
They all look the same.
They are the same.
They're all the same.
Okay,
no
well-
way they're not the same.
Sarah got sassed. Our production got sassed about their Photoshop skills, and now they're like, "Yeah, how you like this? I put one sparkle in that's different."
Hold on.
No, they're
Dratnos, we need
literally
your
the same.
Photoshop skills. Dratnos, we need you in here. Dratnos, is there actually a difference here? We need your eyes. Help.
Is there a difference?
No, yes, I can see the 1 pixel on B is slightly out of place here, so let me just push up my
the
glasses
same.
here.
Right?
I mean, I'm looking for mistakes. I'm looking.
I feel like we're playing
Bro.
some kind of magic eye game or something. Like,
They're all the same.
They are the same.
it's all A, B, C, and D.
I'm gonna go with A.
I will go with D.
I'll go with E. There's another one off screen. I'll bet.
Or maybe it's none of them. Wait, is it none of them?
Yeah, is there a bonus? None of them. Okay, I guess that's what we're going with.
What is it?
A, D,
All of
and
the
E.
above. E.
E, all of the above. All right. Well, you know, I'm assuming it hasn't popped up completely here yet, but we're getting the information that it is all of the above, perhaps. So if anybody guessed that, you got it. What?
I think that we haven't shown the answer. I think that was him just guessing. Can you show us the answer?
Let's see.
We haven't been shown the answer yet.
Is there an answer? This is a question we're just going to be wondering for the rest of our lives.
Oh, it actually just is all of the above. Well, is that are you going to see that on broadcast, or are you just going to talk to us in chat? Okay.
This is all behind the scenes.
I see the letters all turned gold. Okay, that's.
Oh, all right. Well, you know, it was all of the above, everyone. So if you guessed that, well done, and congrats to anybody else who managed to get this. You know, Zyronic,
Bro.
we're going to toss a little bit of an extra question here, right? Because we're coming towards the end of our day for day 3, and we can't help but look ahead, right? Global Finals next weekend. And when we think about that, the top 3 teams from both of these weekends are going to be facing off. So I'm curious, Zyra, what do you think sort of the Group A teams are thinking right now as they take a look at everything this weekend has shown so far?
You know, it's really hard to make a direct comparison between the groups, especially when you have one group that goes a week before the other group, because Group B benefits so much from extra information gleaned from Group A, especially when they actually turn out to have the same 6 dungeons. I guarantee you the top-end teams will have actually studied what Group A did and looked at what they did, and you get to compare that versus your routes that you've cooked up, and maybe even just create a little best-of route in some of the dungeons. And we're kind of seeing Echo do that in Nokhud Offensive with their trash routing, right? They did a couple of more efficient routes for better count and pulling things with bosses. So I don't know. If you're Group A, you kind of expect Group B to potentially play just a little bit better, get a little bit higher keys. So I would say, as far as that's concerned, I think Group B has pretty much gone par for the course. This is where I expected teams to be by the end of today, to be essentially at a point where all 21s are done, and they're really, really just struggling to push for those stretch keys, because that's the situation Miscount is in right now, right? They're in the stretch key scenario. Once this 22 Nokhud is done for Miscount, once the 21 Ruby Life Pools is done for Echo, there's nothing easy left. Not to say that what they're doing is already easy. It's still pretty difficult, but we're getting to the point where it might take them the rest of the day to get a key done, if they even do get one done. And that just goes to show you right here, they're going to wipe to this first pull at least a few times before they get it down. 21 pulling the entire first section of the dungeon is just incredibly difficult.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard, and this is a dungeon they haven't attempted in a while, so wiping on that first pull is acceptable for sure for Echo here, not costing them too much time. Yeah, that 21 Ruby is the key that only Miscount has timed so far. And that will be the key that evens out their score with Miscount if Miscount times the 22 Nokhud in return. We've seen Miscount wipe in that 22 before, though, on that previous run, and they had to reset the key and go again. So definitely not too easy for them either. They wiped on Raging Tempest, actually, which is a little bit of an unusual spot for a team to wipe in. We haven't seen most teams wipe there. Either there was something that went wrong at the very end, or we've seen some teams have a lot of issues in the Raging Tempest's trash area as well. But yeah, obviously in a 22 key, almost anything at that point is going to be incredibly difficult. So things can go wrong literally anywhere. We see Hope now also come back from their break. So all teams are now back from the breaks that they took. And Hope is doing the 22 Nokhud. We talked about Hope maybe having a little bit of a rough time in their 22 Nokhud, though, just because their timer in the 21 was a little bit rough.
Yeah, but, you know, they took their break timer. They figured out they could easily look at what the other teams are doing to get that 22 done and make adjustments to their routes because of it. One adjustment that they haven't really been able to make in this early portion of the key is what they do when one of their ranged DPS gets that hunter's mark on this second pull. It seems like they're always having at least minimally a cauterize gone to it, if not just a straight-up death like we saw from Smack Tappin right here. They do have the battle res for that, but that means, you know, for the next 6 minutes, they're battle resless in a 22 fortified key. You know, any minor mistake goes off and you wipe and have to go again. So we'll see if they're able to make fewer mistakes here. You know, I was actually DM'd some information about the shoots in this key that I wasn't even aware was a thing, right? And, you know, it's from one of the members of last weekend. So, you know, I do have some... there is some credibility here. They were telling me that apparently the shoot mechanics work the same as the Invoker Arcane missiles in Alcathar Academy. So what they were saying is even if you have the Hunter's Mark, as long as the longbows are facing away from the person with the Hunter's Mark, they will just target the person that's in front of them. Now, if that is the case, that means that all of these cauterizes and deaths that are happening for Hope technically shouldn't happen. But that's some tech and ideas about this dungeon that I don't think I've ever heard at this point, which is kind of crazy considering this expansion's been out for 2 years at this point.
Yeah, that's also not something we've heard. I mean, even the trick with the Hunter's Mark where no one gets in combat with the pack except the tank to make sure all the Hunter's Mark go on a tank, that is something that we haven't done in Season 1 either whenever this dungeon was it Season 1 or Season 2 that Nokhud was actually played?
Season 1.
Okay, Season 1. Yeah, in Season 1, no one has figured that out. Then we figured it out in this season that you can actually just wait until the Hunter Marks get applied to the tank. And now we even have a better version where you just don't stand in front of them. And all of a sudden you don't get shot by these hunters, which is pretty cool to see the evolution in strategy throughout the time, throughout Dragonflight here. But yeah, Echo unfortunately having to reset that key one more time as they had another wipe on that first pull. Again, not costing them too much time. It's like really crazy pull to do on a 21 Ruby Life pulls. Now we do see Dreadnought's Guild team on the top right trying to get that 21 Academy done. We've talked about this. They had a lot of issues yesterday, and they need this to catch up with Hope in score.
It's notable. The issues were before Veximus, so they've finally broken through the part of the dungeon that was causing them the most issues yesterday. It was kind of that big trash skip after you kill Croth, where you run through all of the Foragers and Ravagers and gather up that massive double Ravager pull while the rest of your team stands up on top of the ledge, out of line of sight of the Ravagers, so you don't take any extra damage. They were just really splashing random deaths to either getting targeted by foragers or maybe taking a Mystic Blast that should have been line of sighted or ranged. But they've gotten through. They're on to Veximus here, and the timer is looking very solid for them. Remember, a good Veximus kill time on this key that we're looking for is somewhere in the 19-minute range. If they can get this boss down in the next 45 seconds or so, we're on a good enough pace run to potentially get this key timed.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty good so far for the skill team. If they time this key, they're going to be even in score with Hope. But yeah, let's... Oh, Sally does go down for Echo as we go on full screen now, going down. And now they're going to full wipe for Echo. This is going to be their third reset here on this full... But yeah, as we talked about, this is very difficult. We're going to be taking a look on their fourth attempt here and explain a little bit why this pull is going to be so difficult on that 21, even though it is tyrannical. But yeah, I quickly wanted to mention that Hope is... I think the fact that Hope is doing the 22 is literally the only thing they can do. Like, the only thing that makes sense for them, because when we talk about tiebreakers, of course, if you have more score than the other team, you're obviously just going to be ahead of them. But if you have the same amount of score as another team, which is very likely to happen at the end of the day, then the first tiebreaker that decides whichever team is going to get the higher seed is the highest keys done. So if you have a 22 and the other team does not, you by default just win that tiebreaker. And Dratno's skill team timing that 22 Nokhud means that Hope has to also time the 22 if they want to be going for the time tiebreaker, right, which would be the second tiebreaker that we look at after the score.
Exactly. And you know, the thing is, Hope just needs to time this key with any time. Remember, Dratnos' guild team's time in the 22 Nokhud was only 2 seconds under the timer, so it's not like they're really going to be able to lose any time as long as they get the key timed in that time tiebreaker. And if I'm not mistaken, at the start of the day today, Hope did hold a 2-minute advantage in the time tiebreaker over Dratnos' guild team. That was before they timed their Brackenhide Hollow, but their Brackenhide Hollow time is the same as Dratnos' guild team, so you know, that time tiebreaker might very well come into effect by the end of the day here.
Yeah, of course, we do still need some keys timed by both of those teams, though. Hope has to time that 22 Nokhud, and Dratnos' guild team not only has to time this 21 Academy, but if Hope times the 22, that means Dratnos' guild team has to do another key. In this case, probably the easiest for them would be the 21 Halls, as that is the key that Hope also has timed. Or potentially the 21 Ruby that we've seen miscount time already and Echo attempt at the moment. As we do see their fourth attempt of that first pull on the bottom left side of your screen, the Bloodlust is being popped. And look at just how many swirlies they are spawning on the ground, while they also have to make sure they're dodging all of these other abilities, plus the charge coming through from the mini-boss, and all of these ads that have to constantly be AoE interrupted to make sure that now doesn't go down to all of those casts coming out from these casters. On top of that, there's also AoEs that have to be disrupted as well. What we've seen, a strategy from some teams that we've seen, is that they kind of stack up to make sure they all... Because the charge goes onto a player. So because it is very difficult to see where the mini-boss is charging, because there's just so much stuff going on, we've seen some teams stack up before the charge happens, so they know automatically that that charge is going to go that direction, right? But so far they are looking good. Now is proccing the cheat, and now does go down right after proccing the cheat death. Wow, I mean, that is just so dangerous. Yeah, they have to somehow finish this off a little bit earlier. Maybe that Frost pick actually causing some issues for Echo, because they've played Fire in this dungeon before, and they switched to Frost after seeing Miscount time the 21 Ruby with Frost. So maybe they're not fully used on how to be executing this pull with a Frost Mage, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. That's something they're going to have to figure out. You know, to go into... most of the danger on this pull is on the tank, obviously, right? They're tanking 20 mobs, hitting their face for a solid almost 2 minutes whenever you do a pull that big. And the things that they have to do in order to live that long are actually wild. You would think with the amount of AoE stops they have in the group that this wouldn't be that bad, but you know, they have to extend their use of their cooldowns as much as possible. So much so to, you know, to the point of, like, just to go through the first 45 seconds of the pull, essentially now is on his own for the first 20 seconds. He pops meta and just stands there and lets all of the ice bolts go off to his face for the duration of his meta during Bloodlust, maybe getting helped with healing from the Vampiric Embrace of the Shadow Priest while they're doing 5 million DPS. That's going to top him easily. Only once the meta runs out is when they start using their AoE stops. They'll have an oppressed Sigil of Silence into maybe another AoE stop into the second Sigil of Silence, and then they're just cycling through upheavals, Chaos Novas, knockbacks from the Evoker, Dragon's Breaths, they don't have Blast Waves, they have all sorts of different buttons, and that can't help. Your Shadow Priest getting meleeed from a Terra Sentry on the way into the pole is not ideal, but it takes so long to set this up that they're just going to go for it anyways. Mirrors is going to do significant amount less damage on the pole now because of that. Doesn't have his Insanity going into the pole, doesn't have his 3 stacks of his 4 set going into the pole. His burst damage is going to be a lot lower, and this pole's going to take that much longer because of it.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an issue for them potentially, as of course this trash bag surviving for so long will just cause immense issues for now. We do see Dreadnought's Guild team though on the top right. They did finish off Overgrown Ancient, and they're now on their last couple of trash pulls before Echo of Duragosa. This would be so important for them to be able to even out their score with Hope on that 21 Academy that they had so much issues with yesterday. Their timer, their split on Overgrown Ancient, definitely looking very good. The 22:58 means that they're going to have enough time if they play clean from here on out. They also have the 3 battle rests available as well. So looking good, but they have to play clean. Of course, we talked about this earlier. The Invokers, with their missiles, casting that only on the characters that are in front of them, which would be, in this case, only the tank. They did not do the attack with the mind control that we've talked about in the pre-show that other teams have utilized, where they mind controlled one of the elementals to get the mana drain onto these mobs, and if they're out of mana, they cannot cast any of those missiles. Now, because they have Avengers Demon Hunter and they have so many AoE disrupts, they can interrupt a lot of those arcane missiles, and it's not 100% strictly necessary to use the mana drain, but of course it would be beneficial. And also for moving them, it's a lot nicer, because then you don't have to worry about facing them towards your group and potentially getting missiles onto your group.
Yeah, we want to see them engage the boss at about 5 minutes left on the key, and they're doing a good job of cleaving this pack down very efficiently. You want to make sure mobs start to die at roughly the same time so you can get good knocks on multiple of the Sanguine pulls, keeping the Sanguine Ichor healing to a minimum right now, or it's 16 million. Remember, Echo yesterday had almost 200 million Sanguine healing on this pull and still were able to time the key, so Dreadnought's Guild team just need to keep it clean here. Mobs dropping lower, we're going to see more and more pulls get dropped to the floor. They used their Druid knockback on that most recent one, killing one mob off on its own, and that's not going to be an issue for them. They still have a lot of grip sigils as well from the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. I believe that mob was actually taunted out of the group by Timbermaw there in order to make sure the Sanguine Pool was away from the group. But Forky does go down to a melee from the Restorer that he had mind controlled here, and that's also going to go up and start hitting Cryptics as well, so they have to be careful here. Lots of potential issues going out. The problem with the Forky Death as well is that their rot damage on this pole is going to get a lot lower, so it's going to take them longer to finish off this pole, and the longer it takes to finish off, the more potential for Sanguine healing there is. Frosty doing a fantastic job of keeping these mobs moving out of the Sanguine pools. They even waited, I think, there for the Arcane Whirlwinds to finish off before they finished off the mobs, and because of that, the execution is almost perfect for them. They've kept it below 20 million Sanguine healing.
Yeah, they're doing a good job finishing this off. But yeah, as you said, 5 minutes left on the key would be ideal when they pull the last boss, which we're getting closer to. 5 minutes, 20 seconds left for them on the board right now. They do pick up this Restorer here that they're going to be mind controlling in just a moment, finishing off this one Echo Knight they still have left. And they still need a little bit more trash that they're going to be pulling onto the boss right now. So this last trash pack they're going to be pulling. We do see the mind control already out as well. They have Bloodlust available. They have all cooldowns, so there's going to be a lot of bursts coming through at the start of this. They need to make sure that all of the trash is gathered onto the boss though first, because of course they do also want to finish off those ads as well to eliminate most of the danger here on this boss. And they also have to be very careful with the Sanguine, of course, not dropping that onto the boss, because getting any kind of heal ticks on Duragosa is probably going to mean that they don't have enough time looking at the rest of this timer here. A little bit under 5 minutes, 4:30 they have left with 2 battle rests and all cooldowns running. Breath of E is actually not popped just yet, while everything else is running. Let's get that out.
Yeah, not able to line it up. Little unfortunate
There it
they weren't
is.
able to line that up because of the AoE cast from the boss there, but they do end up getting it out there. It's slightly lower cooldown than the 2 minutes, so they should be able to sync it up with the next set of 2 minutes left. They'll get 2 more presses left on their cooldowns before the end of the key. The big thing, oh no, Timbermaw going down! Okay, they have the battle res though. He's in melee, they're going to have to find a way to get in there and get him. The trash being alive could be a little bit scary for Terrasant to get in there, but Frosty moving everything in a way so they can get that off easily here. Timbermaw instantly topping and warding himself there just to make sure he doesn't go down to the residual burst damage the boss can do with that random bolt every 15 seconds or so. Looks like they're going to be back to equilibrium here, but every single one of these tiny mistakes is costly. It costs you 5 seconds on your board, and they were really not happy with the timer coming into the boss. Like I said, you want 5 minutes before you pull the boss here. They had about 4 minutes 40. They need to be extremely careful with these hats. You cannot afford a single tick of sanguine healing here before to get within this timer. This is going to be a close one, though, I think, Nagura. They've already used their Bloodlust, too.
That Invoker might be dying under the boss. Nice blast
Good
right
knock.
here coming through by Cryptics here, making sure that it does not die underneath the boss. Now we still have that one Echo Knight alive, but that one is a little bit easier. But the Restorer coming out, I have to get the mind control in before it does. Oh, with the taunt coming out as well by Frosty, making sure the aggro is not on Fergie here on the Shadow Priest with the mind control now being recast. And yeah, 56% left on the boss.
Restorer, too.
A little bit under
At some
3
point,
minutes.
they're going to have to cleave it down.
Yeah.
I think they're good, though. Once they've got
I
the
think
trash
so as
dead,
well.
the danger of sanguine healing is gone. I don't think the timer on the boss is going to be an issue. All they have to do is cleave down the Restorer. I think they do have the time to just kill the boss off and kill the Restorer after the fact. Just kind of make sure we don't have one of those more unfortunate deaths here. Terrasant losing his stacks there, got hit by that bolt for the 4th stack, removed his damage buff, but you know, the Aug Evoker is the most ideal person for that to happen to. They don't actually do much of their own damage, so I think that's okay. He'll gain stacks passively for the rest of the encounter here. Heading onto the 2-minute marker here, boss below 40%. We're in the 2-minute cooldowns right now, so this is where the damage is going to be the highest, but it's going to be pretty close. They'll get one last set of 2 minutes before the end, but they're not going to get full value out of them.
Yeah, I do think they're okay for sure. Yeah, not getting the full value might be a little bit of a problem, but looks like they already are starting to cleave that Restorer down. So not getting any more of those damage buffs of those shields through from Restorer, just starting to slowly cleave it down while still fully focusing the boss here. 1 minute 35 left. Yeah, definitely going to be fine. So while they finish off the boss, I did want to mention that Echo did manage to get through that first pool in that 21 Ruby Life pools, finally. So now they are on Melodrosa. Doesn't mean that the rest of this dungeon is not going to be super difficult for them. But yeah, being able to execute that first pool.
Oh no!
Before he does go down, Battle Rest being used immediately.
That's
he waits for the
good.
debuff to be out. There we go. Now taking that rest. Still a little bit over a minute.
Still over a minute, and they get one final press of 2 minutes here. For 10% of the boss's HP, plus cleaving the Restore, they should be fine. They just cannot afford one more death. That cannot happen there. I think Cryptics actually ended up popping either the Ice Cold or the Greater Invis there just to make sure he didn't go down there. He got the bolt after the fact as well, so it's huge that he was able to use that cooldown and stay topped there. One last energy pop, also going to go on Cryptics here. He's a little bit scared with no cooldowns. Nope, Ice Cold was this one. Greater Invis was last one. Boss below 3%. Now 30 seconds left on the board. Dratno's kill team are going to do it. They're going to get the 21 down. They've answered Hope. They've tied up the score, and they will be taking over that 3rd place slot in the on the leaderboard because of the 22 they've done. Can Hope respond in the Nokhud Offensive, though?
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look on how that works out. But in the meantime, Echo, as I said, is fighting Melodrosa now. Did manage to get through that first pull, and also managed to get through the start of this fight with a lot of trash on top of that boss. That is just such a dangerous early area in that Ruby Life pool. So you have to be so fast and so efficient in this dungeon because the timer is so close. They have to play so clean. So being able to get that first area done, only having the boss left here, really, really good for them. But again, they're out of battle rests. They had to use that battle rest. That means for 4 minutes, they're out of any kind of emergency rests in case something does go wrong. Which probably means if anyone dies here, they're going to have to reset. And Gingy does die! I think that's it. They're resetting. There we go. They're immediately walking into those hail bombs. They know they cannot finish this key with a damage dealer death for the rest of this boss fight. Very unfortunate. Hope, though, on that 22, Nokhud Offensive, we talked about this. For a tiebreaker, they would require this 22 because Dreadnought's skill team did manage to finish it on a 22. which will be incredibly important for highest key tiebreaker. Looking at their splits.
They're good.
18-32, yeah, that is looking very good. That's actually looking very, very good.
They're not the best, obviously. That's fine. Dratno's Guild team, though, did have a 1901 in their 22, so still plenty of time on the board here for them. Echo had a 1742 in their split, but you have to remember Echo pulls less trash at the start of the key, so it's a little bit of a weird comparison. Going back to the 21 Ruby life pools, though, I think the interesting thing about that dungeon is just it cannot be overstated how impressive it is that Miscount went in and like two-shot that key on day one.
Yeah,
that has given them such a massive leg up on everyone else. That must have been a dungeon that they had as a key practice point, because Ruby life pools, it's so short, it's so volatile, there's so much danger in the first 15 minutes of the key. If you can get that to a consistent point, you have a massive advantage over the other teams. And Echo are at a point where they are extremely likely to make it through. Obviously, if they're unable to get any more points, and Hope and Dratno's Guild team both also get on that 126 scoreline, maybe we could see a time tiebreaker upset. But, you know, if Echo does make it through to Global Finals, like I think they should, the Ruby life pools might be something they decide to just hammer out in case it shows up once again in Global Finals.
Yeah, that's so impressive. I actually want to talk about, or ask them about this afterwards, if they were, like, if they knew they're gonna be just getting it done very quickly, or if this, because sometimes you just end up being lucky. Like, sometimes you have a key that is kind of like a stretch goal for you and that you maybe timed in practice, but it's like not 100% confidence coming in. And it's possible that they just went in there on tournament day and they just one-shot it. Like, maybe it was a surprise to them too, or maybe they were just incredibly confident. It kind of looked like they were confident because they walked into the 21 immediately without even considering going into the 20, like we've seen some other teams do before after two chesting the 19. So I kind of think that Miscount had practiced that dungeon a lot, but yeah, still. Echo, again, resetting the 21 key because of the wipe on Melidrosa. Having a death here on Gingy at the very start, I feel like that's just going to be a reset. They did rest up Gingy, but losing out on the mage damage here during the Bloodlust and cooldowns makes me think that now is not going to be able to survive the end of this pool, even though the mobs are pretty low. So maybe they're going to be able to finish it off. Maybe Gingy died after cooldowns, actually.
It was definitely after cooldowns. You have to remember Icy Veins has been reworked several times. Well, not several times. It was mainly reworked to not be an uptime cooldown. It was more of a burst cooldown now. It only lasts those 20 seconds after you press it, so it's not like the Frost Mages we've seen in MDIs of past where they're always in Icy Veins, and dying is actually a big deal because you have to wait for it to come back off cooldown again. It's actually about to come back off cooldown again here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just hits it instantly because this trash pack needs to go down. That Defier Dragger is still incredibly useful, healthy. So let's see, Gingy, are you going to press that Icy Veins here?
The next pull is also very dangerous, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe he does have to. Oh, it looks like they're just going to be chaining here. Looking at the timer, maybe they decided, you know what, we can't wait. We have to just keep on moving. They're going to be they have to finish off the mini boss, though. I don't think they can be dragging that into the boss. And Now's live might be in a little bit of danger here as well, as that mini boss survives for so long. One more tank ability coming through here. It's like, now it's okay. Having a shield on him as well. But yeah, it's just incredibly difficult. Miscount on the top right, though. Haven't talked about them for a while, as they're in this 22 Nokhud that two of the other teams have already timed. They're on Terra and Maruk. And their split's looking pretty good. Yeah, they for sure have the time.
They for sure have the time. Just need to live through this boss, and then of course live through the trash around the Wallach Archon area, because that has claimed some lives here today. But if any team can get it done, the way Miscount has been playing today, very similar to how they're playing on day one. Very consistent, very few mistakes, getting things done. They did have one hiccup, obviously, on Raging Tempest earlier, and then, you know, they dealt with problems in 21 Brackenhide, but every team has dealt with those problems, right? So, Miscount, if they're able to get through this boss, we'll be looking good to get this key timed. I feel like we kind of glaze over just how difficult some of these mechanics are sometimes. So I want to delve into something that you're probably not seeing here. You actually kind of need to put your Blistering Scales buff on your Shadow Priest on this key level. On 22 Fortified key level, with a full Mental Fortitude shield and max HP, a Shadow Priest getting hit by a quick shot from Tira completely one-shots you passively with no damage reduction up. It overkills you by 60k HP. If you have Blistering Scales on you, it just barely doesn't kill you. You live with 200,000 HP. But that doesn't save you from a double shot. So it's pretty dangerous to be a Clothy on this fight. And something you'll notice is because of that, Hearthjacks, or just all of the mages in general, will be playing incredibly defensively. They'll be blinking to get those Tempest barriers up on themselves. They'll be barriering themselves on cooldown before every single flurry of quick shots comes out from Tira as well. Not to mention, the Gale Arrow hitting for 3.33 million damage every time it goes off. You need to have significant amounts of defensive cooldowns prepared for that. And like I talked about before, Avoidance doesn't work on that Gale Arrow. It's not an AoE spell, it's a single target spell. So things like Zephyr also don't work on it. You need to plan around that using things like wards, like rescues. Anything personal damage reduction gets pretty much saved for that. So you can't really use too much damage reduction on these quick shots. That's just a crazy healer mechanic. Missed count, though, like Dratno's Guild Team and Echo before them, are going to be able to get through this 22 Tira and Maruk.
They are probably going to need to, but something else that they have to keep in consideration here is the fact that they are going to be up against the final hour of the competition soon. And so far, Missed Count is the only one of the teams that hasn't taken their second 10-minute break. So that's something that we'll be looking at. And of course, as we come up on this final portion of the broadcast competition for today, right? We'll have to see how the teams sort of plan and strategize. And I think here on the desk, we're going to have a little bit of a switch ourselves. Nagura, it's been great having you with us, but we will see you here towards the end of the day again. Until then, bye. Bye. And we're going to be bringing in Dratnos. So, Dratnos, right? We have this final hour, about an hour 15 left for chat, right? We have one break that needs to be taken by Missed Count. Everybody else is good to go. And of course, the teams can enter dungeons up until literally that last minute, right at the end there, and they'll have the chance to be able to complete that dungeon to still get those points on the board. So, Dratnos, what are you thinking, looking at the overview here, looking at what the teams are working on as to how they're going to be trying to get these final points in?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different pathways here for our teams to reach 126, 127 points, which it's a question of how much are you going to need to avoid elimination versus how much are you going to need for first place. I suspect that the answer is elimination and first place are going to be like a point separated. I suspect a team is going home at 126 and first place is 127 at the end of this weekend. It is such a tight grouping of these four teams. Missed Count, we've been talking about being ahead all weekend. They're up there in the top right, but if they deplete this 22 Nokhud Offensive and Dratno's Guild Team or Hope time their keys, Missed Count would be in fourth place all of a sudden. So even though they've been in the lead this whole weekend, they certainly can't be feeling secure yet. They need to time this 22 Nokhud that they are currently working on. Most important key, though, by far going on, probably for the purposes of this tournament, is the 22 Nokhud that Hope are in. This is a keystone that if they can successfully one-shot this, they are going to be putting Dratno's Guild Team into a very nasty position where Dratno's Guild Team will be playing a 21 Halls of Infusion that if they time it, they will probably still be losing on tiebreakers against Hope. So Dratno's Guild Team will likely need to succeed in 2 keystones over the next hour if Hope can put this 22 on the board, which they're through most of the dungeon now. Their timer is looking good as well, so they're just going to have to avoid a meltdown on the last half of Tira and Maruk and the Balakar Khan area, which is a very scary part of the dungeon.
Look at the way that Yips has to play this fight as a Shadow Priest. I'm sure he even has the blistering scales on himself, but if you look at his actual cast bars on the top left here, he's flash healing himself every 10 seconds just to keep the buff up. He cannot afford to have that buff drop. Yes, he'll live through a quick shot without that buff up if he has the blistering scales, but if he gets targeted by a second one, which can happen, and is not topped instantly by Ellesmere, he's donezo. I mean, there's nothing you can do to that. It's like a double 100 to 0 one-shot. That being said, they're playing it perfectly. Now, the timer, I'm not so wild about. They need to do a lot of trash here. They are the team that has 64 count left to get to finish off their key. That means they have to pull both that patrol pack of 5 mobs that we see everyone pulling, but they're also doing the 2 mini-bosses as well. And they're going to have probably about 7 minutes to do that. So the execution on that pull from them is going to have to be perfect. I mean, they have the bloodlust for it. But do you really pop it in phase 1 with trash, or do you save that for P2? I mean,
You do it in phase 1 with the trash.
You definitely
for
do it with the trash, man. It's going to be scary for sure. I mean, it's all going to come down to that pull. Looks like they've got Tira and Maruk pretty much down. Now the question as well is if
around
you
that 33-minute mark, though, like you said,
Yeah. The question as well then remains, okay, Tira and Maruk, 30%, man. These bosses are healthy. You've got 2 minutes coming up in 45 seconds. You really can't press those. You need to have those buttons up for when you're pulling trash on top of the boss, when you have that Bloodlust active. So that means the rest of this boss is going to take that much longer. In looking at the splits from our other timed keys, every other team has a much better split here, except for Dratno's Guild team, right? Dratno's Guild team have a 33-minute boss 3-kill timer. Hope look like they're going to be right around that. So this is going to come down to the last second, I think, for Hope, and it's going to come down to whether or not they can get that pull done with Bloodlust.
Yeah, they do. I mean, like you said, they do need more count than Dratno's Guild team did at the end of this dungeon, too. So sketchy times indeed for Hope. Tira and Maruk have to die, but like you said, they can't really afford to press this Void Eruption, this power infusion, when they come up. So they're really probably only going to get 3 more sets of 2 minutes inside this dungeon. Very scary time here for them. We're going to have to keep close
eye on the breath. Maybe.
You could maybe, but then you're probably going to delay your 2s further for it when it's ready again.
I'm thinking travel time plus the remainder of the boss plus flight time plus pulling the pull together. But at this point, the fact that they've saved it means that is not going to be pressed. The breath might not even pop on the boss. The kill time suggests that they might be able to get this done, but it's going to be tight.
They can't afford any slowdowns for sure. Which that one thing we talk about often is like how safe is a team versus how fast they need to be. One thing we don't often mention is that there is really a relationship between those two things, right? Like, if you know you need to be fast, that can cause you to play more aggressively, more dangerously, right? Like, you're trying to get more damage in, you start damage sooner, you don't wait for everything to group up, you can't afford to, right? And so that can then lead to a pull that is normally high success rate for you becoming much more dangerous. So we see Yips around the side here for Hope, running forward as they need to get this pull set up and underway as quickly as possible. Dorky grabbing some mobs. And Yips potentially going to be getting rescued on up here or just hanging out down below.
He's for sure waiting for a rescue, right? Or maybe he's going to
levitate
himself up.
From a no-Goop Thunderfist. One of the casts just goes through and zaps their healer. That means Goop has to get off of the safe spot now. Oh no, and they've been griefed by this Ravaging Spear as well. Goop does land the res now, but Dorky has 2 stacks of this bleed. Last Resort already activated as well. Spear's now going to take Cauterize off of Smacked here, who's going to have to activate his Potion of Withering Dreams to heal himself. Knock plus Sigil of Chains is going to grab all these mobs back together, and they do hit the Lust. Power Infusion and Void Eruption coming out now. Balakar Khan comes in. Here we go.
They have to go for it. This is scary. They have to go for it. And all of this has taken time. We're at 6 minutes left on the timer now. You would love to be able to finish off this trash as quickly as possible, focus it down, and then go into the transition cleanly. I don't think they have the time to do that. They don't have that luxury. They have to burn boss as quickly as possible here and just residually kill the trash. This is going to be scary, though. Elismir getting the first spear here. Spears in phase 1, not necessarily the scariest. Also commits the Shadow Meld to make sure that doesn't go off. So they really don't want to move the boss around here. They wouldn't want it to charge, potentially even out of the boss room and reset, because that would spell disaster for them at this point. Now, though, with the Lust pop, with the cooldowns active, Vampiric Embrace helping top people off, they should be fine. Even having the wherewithal to bait that upheaval away from Smacked up on top of the fence there, so he doesn't have to commit any major personal cooldowns just to live through it. Think they're back at equilibrium. The question remains, though, do they have the time? And no.
Curling shout takes out Hope here. That kick unavailable for them on that cast. And that is the end of Hope's 22 Nokhud Offensive, which is very bad news if you're a Hope fan. The good news for Missed Count is they're going to be finishing this 22 with more than a minute to spare. That is going to lock up for them 127 points, which doesn't guaranteed lock them for top 3, but it effectively does at this point. They are in great shape, and they get an hour to do with as they please, although I believe they need to go start their 10-minute break now, so they'll have a little bit less than an hour to do with as they please.
They do, but to clarify for chat, as we had many questions, they are okay. They just had to start it before the final hour, so they are good to go. But please, Zoronic, continue.
I think that was like the exact wrong order of operations to happen there. Smacked dying there. I'm willing to bet that shout that killed other players was his kick, and him dying at that exact moment when he was about to kick is what caused that to go so horribly wrong. So all of those mistakes, the death from Elismir from the first kick not being cast, into the Cauterize being popped because of that, into the death from Smacked, into a kick going off. Sometimes it's just that one exact string of things going wrong that can cause a wipe. It's just really unfortunate if you're a Hope fan. They're not out of it just yet, but this definitely gives just a little bit of breathing room to Dradno's Guild team now as they enter the Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, tragic turn of events for Hope. It was almost as if they'd been cursed or something to cause that domino chain to fall. Dradno's Guild team starting off this Halls of Infusion, yet again, that Bloodlust activated Terrascent, defying fate, using that cheat death, as he did get afflicted with one of those bleeds. Not something you're hoping to happen, but it's sometimes hard to avoid in this particular pull as the mobs are just getting kind of ran all over the place. Looks like this time they are going to be getting through this first pull. So a Halls of Infusion run actually getting underway for them. We'll have to keep checking in with that run. Meanwhile, Echo in our top right, starting what must be their 10th attempt at a plus 21 Ruby life pools here. We'll see if this one sticks. And Hope, Yips in the bottom right, is stacking up his tier set 4-piece. The way that works is after 4 casts of Devouring Plague, your Shadowy Apparitions deal 100% increased damage for 10 seconds. And you really want to come into the dungeon with 3 of those 4 casts already done so that you can just start blasting when you're ready on the first pull.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll see, You getting ready to go, or Yips is probably just going to start from here. Normally you'd see him fly back to the team, maybe get a pot in, but I guess no time for that. We got to get that key started as soon as possible. But dude, this pull for Echo in the top right in Ruby Life Pools, dude, they've been struggling in here, man. It's been rough. They've had many just random DPS deaths, honestly. I mean, we've had a couple tank deaths, which makes sense when the DPS go down and the pull doesn't die as quickly as you'd expect it to, but man, it's just been everyone. I don't think it's any one person. It's just the difficulty of the pull.
Echo aren't 100% safe from elimination either. They're close.
True.
The thing that's going really well for them is they have fantastic time tiebreakers, but at only 126 points, if they fail to add this Ruby to their scorecard, both Dradno's Guild team and Hope could theoretically hit 127 within the next hour if they win their keys and the next one. The Dradno's Guild team not going to be doing it with this Halls of Infusion attempt, as their second pull begins with a tank death. They'll be trying it once again. But yeah, Echo, they're probably okay for top 3 either way. They definitely need to do this key if they want to try and win the weekend over Missed Count, which they do have time advantage if they can time this Ruby. They will have better time tie breaks than Missed Count as long as the Ruby is, 29:30 or faster or something like that. 29 or faster, which maybe it won't be. Their timer in this dungeon, Ruby or Missed Counts was so fast.
Now Tettles couldn't resist jumping in here as things just get wild and the action is heating up here in the last hour, heading towards the last hour. So Tettles, welcome back to the desk. Hey.
I was just laying on my couch. How did they wipe? That is insane. What did I just watch? It was a
comedy of errors is the best way to describe it. It was a cast going off from a Thunderfist on the Gather, which killed Ellesmere. A cauterize from Smacked because the healer was dead while they were trying to get the res back onto him. And because he had no cauterize, later on, when Smacked died, his kick went off and killed everyone else to a blood-curdling shout. So it was all sorts of mistakes happening, and it was no one person's fault, right? It was just this led to this, led to this, led to this, led to a wipe, and it's just brutal that happens 35 minutes into a key, man.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Dradno's Guild team though. They got to time this Halls of Infusion, right? It kind of gives them an opening.
Well, see, here's the thing with this Halls of Infusion for Dradno's Guild team. It kind of doesn't matter that much whether they time this, because... So, okay, it matters a little bit, but if Hope time this 22, they're going to have time tiebreakers probably over Dradno's Guild team, and if they don't, they're going to be losing the 22 tiebreaker to Dradno's Guild team. So it kind of doesn't matter unless they can do this 21 Halls of Infusion and then put up either a Ruby Life Pools 20 time improvement or Ruby Life Pools 21, which there is still an hour left in the day, so they definitely could still do both of those things. But if only one more key gets timed by our teams on the right-hand side, this 21 Halls actually probably won't affect things unless they can do it really fast for a good time tiebreaker improvement.
How fast?
I'm going to let you guys in on an insight, on a little bit of secret. I heard that Dradno's Guild team very good at this Halls of Infusion. Whenever they were trying it during practice, they two-shot the dungeon.
All right, well,
okay.
If we can turn those practice bucks into real bucks, that'll be A good conversion to make here. Hopefully something they can do sooner rather than later. There is about 1 hour left in our day to start the final key of the day. So Drado's Guild team have about 20 minutes to give on these first few polls, and then still have time to start a final key of the day, which if they only have time to start one last key in the day, it would probably just be trying to improve the time in the 20 ruby. If they can, on the other hand, do this 21 hauls really quick, then maybe they'd have enough time to actually attempt the 21 ruby instead and, wipe on the first pull there a couple of times.
I'm looking at these times between Dratnos Guild Team and Hope, and dude, it is so close in every single one of the keys except the ruby. I mean, 3 seconds in Brackenhide for Dratnos Guild Team, 13 seconds in AV. HOI, hard to make a comparison because they have the 20 versus the 21. Algathar Academy, 1 second in favor of Hope. I mean, that timer in Nokhud, should Hope actually get a time on the board, they're probably going to lose anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute there, I would hazard a guess to. But that Ruby Life Pool, that's the killer, man. Having that wipe on day one, still got the key done, but they have to go back and fix that, I think.
I mean,
if Hope doesn't
I think they can.
done.
I think they can fix this AV too. Dude, 37-17. Like,
That's
teams
such a
have
long
done
timer, though.
I mean, dude,
With less
teams
than
have done
an
that
hour?
dungeon in 34 minutes, though.
Yeah. Do you think that's better than the Ruby to do?
I mean, you can shave more time off of it. Depends on your consistency. I think that the thing with Hope and Dratnos Guild Team that's a bit different than Miscount and Echo is, I think, just the consistency between those tiers of teams, where I think that Miscount and Echo are just unbelievably consistent, especially when it matters most, and then Dratnos Guild Team and Hope are just maybe slightly less sharp in some aspects of their game.
I think by far the most important variable is going to be this top left run for Hope. Oh no, a shockwave is going to take out the entire team for Hope. That's another 5 minutes coming off of their day. Only 58 minutes left to start keys, so Hope going to be going back to the drawing board here. They are running out of daylight to put this 22 Nokhud on the board and then have time to start another keystone, which they might not need, right? They maybe will be okay with just a 22 Nokhud, but I wouldn't be comfortable if I was them. Meanwhile, Echo takes 73 of this 21 Ruby Life Pools. Will this be the one where they can get through without some deaths in the first section of the dungeon? So far, it's looking good for them. That battle res is preserved. Normally, they've spent it by this point.
Dude, Echo's had a rough time in this first 6 minutes of Ruby.
Like, the fact that Miscount walked in and one-shot this 21 Ruby is
insane.
It's the impressiveness of that feat is just it's really put on display here by how much Echo of all teams are struggling with it.
It makes me wonder, I don't think any other team's getting this 21 Ruby this weekend. I think that Miscount might just maintain dominance over that dungeon and be the only team that's able to time that key on a 21. Because
I think you might be right.
I mean, look at last weekend. We saw Mandatory not even be able to time it in an hour. Like, they gave it an hour of attempts last weekend, and they were not able to time it on a 21. Miscount one-shot it, so we were like, wow, that's sick.
Here, man. We're talking about Echo here. That I think Echo can get this done. They will be very angry if they don't.
They've been
Echo
getting farmed.
They get a stacking buff every time somebody underestimates them as well, so every time
like
we
determination.
say one of these sentences, it's like a determination stack going up on them. So
Don't make
I've
me
heard
link
that.
the form. Don't make me link the form. I'll do it.
I'm sorry for doubting Echo. I was misled by the casters.
Please forgive us. We've made some mistakes. We're not perfect.
Dear
Miscount.
Zalia, I would like to send my formal apology today. I'm sorry for doubting you. I'll never do it again.
It looks like Miscounts are going to be activating a 22 Azure Vault once their break timer elapses here.
Okay.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
good. They were
Yeah.
they were 3.5 minutes under in the 21. Now, Sanguine is obviously the variable that's the most complicated for this dungeon. Making sure that you have like a perfect run Sanguine management wise is going to be the important thing for them to be able to get this dungeon dealt with. But I think if they have great Sanguine healing management, I think that they should be able to time this AV. They have the damage, even though the Frost Mage likes to Sanguine heal all the mobs.
Genji going down for Echo on Meladrusa. That's their battle res gone, and it's early on in the encounter here, man. So we'll see. Can they
At least it was
figure it out?
outside
Can
of
they pull it
Veins.
together? It was outside of cooldowns. But man, like, okay. I still think that they have a good chance of getting it done, but you have to think ahead to like what's left in the key, right?
Yeah.
4 destroyers. Koki
Yeah.
Offensive.
The second boss is the hardest part of the
into this key.
The second boss is the hardest part of the dungeon. It's not even like what they've done. Like, they keep wiping to the first 6 minutes of this key, but the second boss at minute 18 is the hardest part.
Yeah, it's definitely you're jumping from the hard part to the next hard part all the way through this dungeon.
I mean, what do you think about Gingy playing Frost instead of Fire in here? Do you think that might be one of the added variables that's like kind of changed a lot?
I mean, absolutely. It's something that they did change in here after they saw Missed Count's success with that Frost Mage. I think on High Tyrannical it makes a lot of sense because Frost is phenomenal at all three of these boss encounters, particularly, right? On this fight, you've got a bunch of whelps to farm your Frozen Orbs off of, and then on Kokia, you're phenomenal, right? You got 2-target burst on both the ads and the boss, which is really important. And then the third boss also features a long 2-target segment that Frost is just fantastic at, so... I think that this spec, it really shines in this dungeon for the bosses, not to mention being quite a good option against those Blazebound Destroyer pulls we were talking about too. So, I mean, I'm sure that the reason that Echo swapped to it is because they agree, right? They watched Miss Count do it and they were like, oh yeah, that's better than the Fire, for sure.
Dude, I've been talking to some mages this weekend and they think that Hearthjax is just straight up smurfing on the competition.
Hearthjax has been just consistently excellent all throughout the weekend, that is for sure.
Well, not only has his damage been significantly higher than the other mages, we're talking, in situations where you're looking at mages doing 700k overall for a key, he's doing like 750. He's doing like a solid 8 to 10% more DPS than other mages. But the important thing is, as a Frost Mage, he's staying alive more, for the most part, which is really kind of the impressive thing to me.
I can only think of one-off death that he's had, and it was day one, and he died on the Gullet in Halls of Infusion, and they wiped that dungeon trying to do a 21. But that is basically his only one-off death that I've even seen the entire weekend. He is very, very good.
Ooh, goop down, autoed by
in Bracken, but that was not that big of a deal.
So Hope have expended their battle res early once again in this Nokhud as they try and gather this second pull of the dungeon. That's something that they're going to be having to be careful of now for the next 10 minutes.
AJ died to an ad bursting on this poll. Interesting.
Usually
not
if you died in ad bursting, it's because you got stunned and weren't able to move. But maybe there was a
volcanic, maybe?
It could have been a volcanic incident. Yeah. Lots of different ways for it to happen, for sure.
Either way, not that consequential.
Ellesmere down for Hope. Here. That is going to be a release for him, and that's actually going to be a release in Town Portal for him. So Hope, once again, -5 minutes. Running low on daylight. 54 minutes left in our day. Of course, they will be able to finish any key that they start within that time frame, so it's not becoming desperate just yet, but Hope will be eliminated if they cannot put this 22 on the board. That is an unassailable imperative for them. They have to do this key.
When do you start panicking? Like, if you're them?
I was panicking hours ago. I've been panicking all day. That's the reason I'm not cut out for this kind of thing. That's why I'm a caster.
Your anxiety pretty high, generally.
Dude, the keystone starts and it's a heart rate up to 200. We're sweating. It's tough out there. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the competitors for being able to stay as calm as they do.
Dorky is a stone cold killer, man. This dude just does not care. Remember, a few of these players are the players that went overtime in the last TGP on their final run of Freehold to take second place. These guys are good. The nerves aren't going to be an issue for them. It's just the execution of this key that's difficult.
I think this core of smacked Dorky, Yips, and Goop is phenomenal. I think that has a core of 4 members that have played together season in and season out, and I think that they continue to just improve every single season. Now, adding Ellesmere into that fray, there's a little bit of learning that's going to have to happen, try to build up some synergy over time. I'm really interested to see if they're going to be able to clutch up here like they did in the past, because like you said, in that last TGP, they were able to clutch up, and that was impressive.
And a rough one for them so far, man. That wipe on the last boss room, it cannot be understated. After doing 35 minutes of the key essentially perfectly, they had 3 of their battle reses, right? They were in a good spot to finish that off. It took exactly the wrong thing to go wrong for them in order to wipe there. That should have been a timed key. But
the other thing I'm worried about, if I was hoping this spot, was like something that would be really demoralizing for me, was that the timer wasn't looking great, but the run was pretty clean, right? So you're just thinking like, man, if we get to the same spot, but we have like a 30-second time loss at some other point in the dungeon, are we just going to be depleted? Like, do we need a perfect run to be able to time this keystone? Because if so, the odds of a clean run are one thing, but the odds of a clean and high damage run at the same time, that starts to become quite a big ask.
they started losing a lot of time by playing the mini boss plus that patrolling trash pack separate from the boss, right? That's somewhere that they could really make up a lot of time if they had to.
On the when they did wipe on the 22, so that is something. But I feel like that's something you just got to do on the 22. I don't think you can.
I agree. I think
avoid that,
right.
which increases the lethality again as well, right? You've always got this speed versus safety trade-off. Anything as they get to this high key level, it's kind of like, okay, well now we need both, but every move we make to optimize one jeopardizes the other further.
So
everyone on the screen right now, pretty important for the competition here. Echo have finally made it through. They've gotten out of the underground. They're on top of the ring, and you would think that would be a little bit of a reprieve from the dangers of the tyrannical bosses, but look at the damage of this Inferno as it goes out. The initial damage blocked. They've got the VE to top them up, but the residual dot damage and then the living bomb afterwards goes on a great target. Genji can just commit either an Alter Time, an Ice Cold, Greater Invis to help reduce that damage. This is just the start, though. They've got to deal with 3 more of these pulls after the fact.
Now, I don't mean it to be a buzzkill, but the first boss split's kind of slow.
They're a little slow.
They can still time the key. I don't want to come across like they can't time the key, but it's a little bit slower than. Yeah. I think it was in the 20, and probably than it should be necessarily, because then you look at missed count and they're 21, and missed count put up the first boss split at 7 minutes and 53 seconds, and so Echo's like a minute behind that.
Yeah. Notably, Miscount had 2 minutes 15 seconds on the end of their timer, but it was literally a perfect key. So.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, look at that. 7:53 on the first boss split. They're 2 minutes 15 seconds under. You can afford a minute of loss on the first boss, assuming that you're going to maintain pace through the second boss with missed count.
So the question from chat, which you're all kind of hashing out as we're sort of sitting here discussing, right? We've got the top where we've got the Echo and Missed Count duking it out. Then we've got Dratno's Guild Team and Hope who are vying to see if they can get that 3rd place and sort of secure their spot into the Global Finals. So I mean, Dratnos, the question keeps popping up. Can Hope get 3rd if they time the 22 and nothing else? And I guess the extension of that is, what is Dratnos's guild team? What's your guild team's play to sort of counter that, if so?
Yeah, so right now, if nobody times any further keys, Hope do get eliminated in 4th place because they have the inferior tiebreaker of not having a 22 on the board. Our first tiebreaker is just who has the highest key. If they do time this 22, they actually won't need to go to tiebreakers. If Dratno's Guild Team fail to add any more points, then it'll just be 126 for Hope to 125 for Dratno's Guild Team. Now, on the other hand, Dratno's Guild Team are working on this Halls of Infusion. They've got a good Watcher Iridia split, 0-death run going here. If they can convert this into a timed keystone, which this is a very good run that they're in the middle of right now, then they'll also move to 126. So if both of the teams on our right-hand side time their keystones, they will have identical keystone levels, which means we'll go to a time tiebreaker. Now, that time tiebreaker, it depends on how fast and slow these teams are in these runs, but unless Dratno's Guild Team are very fast in this 21 and Hope are slow in their 22 and come almost all the way up to that 40-minute marker, I think it is going to be Hope with the superior time tiebreakers, which means that then the ball would be back in Dratno's Guild Team's court. They would need to go and either add another point to their scorecard, which would probably be 21 Ruby, or they need to go back to Ruby and do the 20 instead and improve their timer in there, where they could gain up to 2 minutes without too much difficulty in that dungeon by replicating what they did in the 20 without having a wipe. So that would maybe be the best course for them to contest Hope if Hope do succeed in this 22. Of course, if that happens, Hope aren't without agency still either. Hope will have another 10 minutes at the end of the day if they time this 22 right now, and they can go and either improve a time tiebreaker or put an 127th point on the board and potentially slam the door on Dratno's Guild Team.
I'm feeling pretty bad about Hope right now, though, in this Nokhud Offensive.
The Nokhud has certainly got their number so far, and they really need this run to be the one that works out for them, so that they can then start another key afterwards as well, right? Like,
I'm kind of having Shinra Tensei deja vu, where it's like this dungeon has just got their number a little bit. They had a really clean run the first time. Hold on, they really had a really clean run the first time that they were in there, but every single time since then they're just like not even making it towards Raging Tempest, or like the waterfall trash is really just like killing them off and whatnot.
Well, yeah, I can see that. Now, of course, they've only been in this key for like an hour, right? Whereas Shinra Tensei was here for 3 hours. So we'll see. You might be right. But yeah, we'll see. I think they need to get through that waterfall area first before we can really make that assessment. This first section, when you do it all in 2 pulls like that, can be pretty dangerous. And they are under a lot of stress right now, so We'll see. I think if they can get through this first boss, though, they'll be through probably their worst section of the dungeon, because we've seen them have so many deaths to just one of their DPS getting that Hunter's Mark and just dying to shoots. Either cauterizing or straight up dying to it.
It's just weird because a couple of the other teams, like Mist Count and Dratnos Guild team, were playing a more aggressive route in this first area and were having substantially more consistent effects, right? And then whenever you were looking at like how aggressive and how hard the pull was for Echo at the very end of this dungeon, Hope is going to have to do something similar, and it just kind of calls into question, like, are they going to be able to be consistent on the 40th minute of this dungeon?
Yeah,
it's
that's
tough.
The scariest part of Nokhud, right, is like the very end of the run, especially because they weren't doing it all in one pull before, and now they are, which means that they're doing something that they're not super comfortable with at a key level that is the highest that they'll go, right? Like, you're making the pull harder at a baseline level plus harder with keystone level.
We're at a world record key level. It is the world record key level. There is no team has done a 22 before this weekend.
Yep. Well, while we've been sitting here yapping, a little bit of interesting stuff has occurred on the screen. Mist Count had a very long attempt at that 22 Tyrannical Laymore, dying at 12% because Kira just ran out of buttons to live from the tank damage. We spend so much time looking at the explosive brand and consuming stop damage that you forget that the tank is taking a ton of damage on this fight and has to live through so many of those bleeds. Also, hey, we're getting our first attempt at Echo's Kokia in the top left here. This is going to be huge if they can get through this boss.
This is where that Frost Mage really comes in handy. I hope we can, if they're able to clear through this boss, I actually want to see like logs of how much damage both the Shadow Priest and the Frost Mage are able to do to these adds, because this comp isn't necessarily like phenomenal at killing off these adds, and so like really late into this boss fight, you can start to run into a lot of trouble if you're not careful.
They aren't having as good of a cooldown lineup as Mist Count did as well. When Mist Count pulled this boss, they had their cooldowns up, they had their lust up, they popped everything on pull, and they got a massive burst of damage onto the boss. Now, the boss lasted 5 minutes flat for them. I suspect it's going to last a little bit longer for Echo because they're going to be in those cooldowns less time because of it, and that also means that their cooldowns after the boss will come up later too. So the lineup's just not the greatest for Echo. Now, there is time to give, but on 21, man, there's not a lot of it. Let's see, though. Twos are going to come up here. Now, one of the things that Mist Count was doing when those 2-minute cooldowns came up is they were actually just full cleaving the ad. They were burning boss with those cooldowns active. They are desynced, though. Look at this. PI, Power Infusion, up for Mirez here. Icy Veins not
What do you
up
lust?
for Genji.
I mean, you just have to press it soon, right? If you don't press it right now, you're not going to get it for the 2-target moments of Karaka and Urquhart. Yeah,
we kind of we kind of talk about this like as a problem on the last boss of Brackennite Hollow too, whereas if you're not sending it with all of your offensive CDs, you're going to end up getting more totems, which slows you down. It's kind of a similar cascading effect with the ads, where like pressing the lust whenever you have all of your offensive CDs on pull together, like Zyro was pointing out that they didn't have, like whenever you are able to do that, you're able to then convert a lot more of that damage into the boss, and you really don't want to be overkilling the ad. You want to just have just the right amount of damage to the ad every single time, because overkilling it means that you're going to be having less damage that's going to be able to be allocated to the boss.
Yeah, it's another one of those reasons why the key level going up exponentially increases the length of encounters like this, is because it starts being true that you just can't multiply all your cooldowns together on the boss, because you need to have some of them for each of the ad spawns, and that just further extends the duration of an already very long encounter. So Echo, if they can get out of Kokia here under the 5-minute mark, for instance, or 5:30 of boss combat time, I think they will be quite happy with that. But even that is going to leave not a lot of time for the end of this dungeon.
I actually, now that I think about it, I quite like the desync of cooldowns here. It means you can burn boss a little more than you otherwise would. You don't have the big burst, like ideally with Breath of Beyond that you normally would have, but maybe it gives you a little bit more consistent damage on the ads. Like you said, you want to kill it kind of right before that second Inferno cast starts to cast. Let's see when it dies for them here with no 2 minutes on the Shadow Priest and
that's
no
like perfect timing.
For the mage. That was a pretty much perfect timing here. Now, they're going to have to execute the scary turnaround here. Flame Goulet has just flown by. Dude. They're going to kill off this ad. They get 2 more Boulder. Oh, I don't like where they're standing.
I like that rescue, though. That rescue really allowing Mirez to do as much damage as possible to this ad.
Yeah, so now they're going to kill this ad, and as it's dying, they're going to be baiting a boulder as Akira goes down once again on Laymore for missed count. Does get the battle res, instantly goes back down again, so they'll be restarting that dungeon.
Run.
Yep.
Okay, they're good. Okay.
That's the cost of doing business on Laymore, by the way. Oh my god, the wiped the Inferno.
Went off, though.
That is it for Echo in this plus 21. Ruby life pools, they will have to try once more. Kokia, the damage check was looking okay, but the Inferno second cast of that ad did end up coming to bite them there, as they were trying so hard to dodge that boulder in the dangerous spot of the dungeon that they were in, that I think it may have cost them some DPS on that ad. Meanwhile, Gulping Goliath going down for Dratno's guild team just over that 18-minute marker. We're pretty happy with this timer, right? What's the split we need on Gulping Goliath to be comfortable?
There's a lot you're thinking about at that point on Kokia Blazesuf. Number one, you're making sure you have enough damage to kill the ad off. Number two, you're worried about the boulder bait, especially on the stairs. We've seen so many runs instantly die there. But number three, the important thing, we're talking about the turnaround as well at that point, right? You're worried about not accidentally proxy aggroing Flame Golem as he flies around. That could easily just wipe you on that boss. There's a lot of positional mistakes you can make there, and while that's going on, if your damage rotation on the ad isn't perfect, it can be rough. And also, notably, that was the last ad that they would have had to kill before the 2-minute cooldowns came up for the next one. So it was just like all of the most difficult things happening at the same point for them.
IMO, rest is free if you get past second boss. To answer Dratnus' question, 1845, 19 minutes-ish.
Well, I mean, look at this. We have our splits now in the bottom left. Every single team was slower than Dratno's guild team on this Gulping Goliath split, so Dratno's guild team are on a run here up in the top left. This could be really big if they are planning to potentially try and eke out a tiebreaker advantage. Hope are wiping in this Nokhud Offensive, and there's so little time left in the day now. There are only 40 minutes left in our day, which means that if Hope start up this Nokhud Offensive, they're now getting to a spot where they're not going to have time to finish it and start another key. This is really, really bad for Hope at this point. They are getting close to just one dungeon territory left in their day.
Chat, I think Dratnus is lighting the incense in his apartment right now. I see him. I see him in the corner. Having a seance.
This is the last run for them to potentially get off before the end of the day. Like, if they start the run right now and have like a 38-30 run in this Nokhud Offensive, that's the only way they can start another key off. This might just be their last key at this point.
This is really big for the guild team. I will say that one of the reasons that I think that they're faster than some of the other teams, and this is like a super subtle thing, I think they're better with their spiteful management. And that sounds like super fried, but they're able to actually get all of their pulls started and deployed a lot faster than the other teams, because the other teams I think have been waiting around for Spiteful a lot. Whereas I think the Dratnus guild team has a good idea of like what they're doing with things like particularly like Rings of Frost and Frost Nova to keep those Spiteful Shades from accidentally body pulling. But now here's the hard part, top left hand corner of your screen. We got Kajin the Unyielding. How are we feeling about Timbermaw?
Oh yeah, Timbermaw eats Kajin the Unyielding for breakfast. This is going to be the easiest part of the dungeon. This is the least stressful time. Anytime you're relying on Timbermaw's heals, you're in good hands. They will be just fine. As Hope are conceding that they won't get another dungeon in after this one, as they spent the time getting Yips his 4-piece there in the bottom left, so they aren't trying to like speed run start this key so they can get another one going. This will be their final attempt at, or their final dungeon of the day. They will get more attempts at it, but they won't be able to do something after this 22 Nokhud in the bottom left. This is Hope now playing for 126 points, and then winning time tiebreakers potentially against Dratno's guild team, which is very much still a possibility. Even if Dratno's guild team time this 21 halls, Hope likely will be able to win time tiebreakers against them. It'll be close. We will have to check, and Dratno's guild team will have the time to try and fix it in the Ruby, or to improve their to 127, either of which would be enough for a win. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side of our screen, we have a very exciting battle going on between Mist Count and Echo for first place, where if nothing happens there, Mist Count win first place, but it seems like that 22 Azure Vault is really quite hard, so there's a good chance they won't be able to add that to their scorecard, and if Echo can put this Ruby up, then they will win the time tiebreaks against Mist Count and actually usurp them for that first place spot that they've held almost all weekend.
And it really comes down to whether or not Kira can just live this first encounter. Is that possible to live through a 22 tyrannical Laymore? It's going to be a very difficult proposition, and obviously it's not a skill issue with the gear restrictions on the tournament realm. There's There's very little you can do to live through this boss. It's just a very difficult encounter for tanks to live through. That'll be the marker for them. If they can get through Laymore, again, maybe they're on a run. But it's not as easy as kill Laymore, finish dungeon. This Sanguine Affix is going to be a barrier to them, especially on the large pulls they're going for. We haven't really taken a look at this first pull for miscount. Let's zero in and see actually how much Sanguine healing they're getting away with on this pull. Check out the burst damage from the Frost Mage, though. That's pretty high. I don't think I've seen that from other Frost Mages.
I'm telling you, it's a Hearth Jack's chasm. You guys doubted him.
He is looking pretty good here. That power infusion combined with, I mean, yeah, the whole array of frozen orbs out there on this pack. A couple of Mystic Vapors casts nearly going through there, but AJ perfectly timing that roar there. And now we're going to start seeing the Nox coming out to try and avoid Sanguine healing too much. 40 million healing over the course of just a couple of seconds there. It does land on the Furies, which are kind of annoying mobs for it to land on. It's not the end of the world. That healing is going to tick up to 50 mil. Speaking of healing, Timbermaw at 150 mil on this Kajin the Unyielding. Let's take a look at it. Ooh, we're not going to see his mana because he's in cat form. That's all good. He is vibing up there, thriving, completely unbothered by this boss encounter.
I will say that Timber is a healer that we kind of talked about how AJ and Mode weren't necessarily known for like their Resto Druid gameplay, kind of similar to Ellesmere. Timbermaw always kind of has played that Resto Druid at a really high level, even when other healers were not. Kind of similar to Zalia has that Resto Druid really in his toolkit, and I think that that's one of the situations where you saw Zalia DPSing in cat form, wrathing the boss a lot. I'm not surprised that you see Timbermaw also in cat form, try to do as much damage as possible. Of course, it's only going to be like 65k because you can't really DPS the boss that much, but he's trying to throw out as much damage as he reasonably can.
Yeah, it's that his Resto Druid's been spawning into Rage for the past like couple of years even. Although I will say on live servers he has a better name for it than on Tournament Realm. On live servers it's called Timbearmaw, which is a very good Druid name.
That is a good name.
Yeah. 20% on Kajin now, still 20% on his mana, and the Tree of Life is available as well, which not only is an HPS CD, it's also a mana saving CD too. So looks like they're going to be on good shape here. They're putting up a sub 26 on this Kajin if they stay at this pace, which is nice. Ward of Faceless Ire is going to save Terrasant there from some of that ticking damage. Forgy in a little bit of danger as well. Rescue shields are going to be coming out and protecting for the next couple of ticks here as well. Things going swimmingly so far for Dratno's guild team. Zero
mana's
deaths
good
on the board too.
His mana is fine. Timber's
this is
fine.
Guys,
is this good?
Well, so you dodge out fast. Look, you.
Frosty down though.
He died in the hailstorm. He died in the hailstorm.
Get the res. Get the res.
All good.
They're good. Everyone's spread out though, so they're a little scared. They're dispersed just to make sure he doesn't take too much damage.
Timber used all of his mana there.
Trying to fix the problem there. They just need to burn this boss. I mean, this is brutal. 2 minutes are up for Forgy. Does he just send? Is this a desperation send? No, they know they can live it.
Our timer's fine. Our timer's fine here. Like this is a situation where even though that was about as bad as it could get, your tank dying there is terrible. They needed to get off this boss by like the 26:10, 26:15 mark, and they were going to be well under that, 30 seconds under that. So they just need to play clean for the remainder of the dungeon, and they should be able to time this.
Whew. Yeah, sketchy. That fight, one of the pieces of tech that they have as well for this dungeon is the Cultiran Human on Forgy. One of the big advantages of it is 1% nature and frost damage reduction. And also, you have, as Cultiran, you have like a self-heal based on recent damage taken, which on a fight like Kajin, really nice, extra predictable bit of HPS. It's, as long as you're not getting one-shot, it's sort of like a 4% DR or something. It's really, really quite nice for that kind of fight. Looks like they are going to be starting off now this big pull. Forgy able to land the mind control on one of those incorporeal. That's going to help reduce the damage of all these enemies. Really nice to help keep this a little bit more safe, a little bit easier. Frosty really the person that is in the most danger on this pull. And crucially, that cheat death unavailable for him. So he is, living on one life here. Vampiric Embrace comes out from Forgy to try and keep him alive, and that's going to be big. Vampiric Embrace on this many targets is very, very potent.
I think that Frosty's most liable.
Takes damage.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I think that Frosty's most liable to die while he's gathering this pack, particularly whenever those Ragers are just like pelting on him as he's like running through the entire pull. Like whenever the Vengeance gets like the pull set up and they're like in the middle of the pack, very rarely are they going to be actually dying to anything. But like on the gather, that is by far Vengeance Demon Hunter's most dangerous position. That's when you see Ironbark being pressed. Even Aug Evokers and stuff like that will actually like pre-ward the tank while they're trying to gather the pack.
Okay, Drake is dead. Most dangerous mob in the pool is gone. Just a bunch of Aqua Ragers. They don't need to spawn this mini-boss sooner rather than later, though. Give yourself as much time as possible to complete this key.
Also, the time tiebreaker situation, it may well be relevant whether they finish this key, 30 seconds under, a minute and 30 under. That could make the difference for them if Hope are able to convert this 22 Nokhud in the bottom left. So it's not just a binary pass-fail keystone for Dratno's guild team. The timer will matter potentially here.
Can we get production to pull up some splits for Halls of Infusion? Because there's something that I think that's actually kind of important. Missed Count has basically the exact same Kajin the Unyielding split as Dratno's guild team that they have right now, and Miscount were about a minute under on this dungeon, so that's huge. And like, look at this. So 25-27. So they had a death at that point. So it was a 25-32, and a similar thing to what we're seeing from Dratno's guild team, where they are blasting this 21.
Yeah, there will be enough time left in the dungeon as long as Forgy doesn't get, stuck for a minute on the run back in the intermission. They should be okay here if they can avoid wiping to that last boss. Now, when you think about the difficulty of bosses of the ones we've seen this weekend, if you listed the top 5 most difficult bosses, it would be like, Laymore, Decatriarch Rathai, Melodressa,
Kokia
Blazehoof, Balakar Khan with the trash, Kajin the Unyielding. You would list bosses like that. You wouldn't list Primal Tsunami in that list, but Primal Tsunami has been responsible for wipes for many of our teams. There's a lot of different things that can go wrong there. Those orbs can sneak up on you. If your tank dies for any reason, the boss will just often slam and either kill somebody randomly or kill your whole group. So it is by no means a foregone conclusion that by reaching that boss, you will time this keystone, and you have to make sure that you respect the encounter. It is a very, very lethal one at this keystone level. One mistake will send you home here. So Dratno's guild team, very important that they keep their feet on the gas pedal, as it were.
Infusion going to be killed off here in just a second. That's a really big deal, and like you're saying, probably the easiest boss in this entire dungeon, all things considered. So it's looking really solid for them.
Depends, yeah. But there's trash finished. They have 5.5 minutes to stop the clock here in this Halls of Infusion. Although, of course, every second might count.
Plenty of time.
They need the timer. They need the timer really bad.
Yeah,
Frosty
we're looking
runs
at,
in.
This is probably going to be really close to a 34 flat for them if they can do it at the same pace as everybody else. Okay, we have seen deaths to the first Tempest Fury. Not going to be the case here for Dratno's guild team. They've got the cooldowns in order as we head into the Primal Tsunami here. What do we think? What would you be happy with as a time here for them? I mean, they need to make up time here. The great thing, though, is with them getting this done on this attempt, they've got 30 minutes left in the day to make up time somewhere else.
Yeah, either
or
make
just
up
go
time
for a
or just
+1.
upgrade a key. Yeah, if you can upgrade a single keystone, you lock Hope into that 4th place position, basically, at this point. So, we have Terrasant down to one of those orbs. Need to be able to land that battle res on him with some swiftness here. Cryptix drops so
He's
low,
still alive.
but is not
He's
dead.
still alive. Okay.
That's right.
Ooh. He had the cauterize still too, so that's a little bit fake. A little bit fake. You love holding on to that for the last phase, though. That cauterize is almost certainly going to be popped in one of the buffed Tempest Furies in phase 2.
To answer the question, 34-15. I think that's
34-15 would be. I think that's the number below which you're basically thinking like, okay, maybe we really need that point tiebreaker. Although if you can improve Ruby 20 by enough, maybe you don't. Maybe you're okay even with slower than 34-15. Dratno's guild team will be recovering that Bloodlust soon as well. Cauterize is going to be activated by Cryptix against just one of those Tempest Furies there, so a little bit of a underuse of defensives perhaps, unless the Cauterize was planned to go right there. And they're definitely starting to run out of resources here. We don't have basically any cheat deaths left here. I think that's going to be Defy Fate for Terrasant up soon, if that's what the debuff he currently has is, although maybe that's just the health pot debuff.
Dude, Timber procced his engineering cheat death to the first Tempest Fury of this fight because
it's almost unavoidable.
He warded himself and he went bare and then he just lost it.
Yeah.
Make sure we have the 4G POV for this intermission here. We want to see if the Shadow Priest gets good RNG. Oh, okay, he's with somebody that can proc it early for him. That's good. Timbermaw can speed ahead here in that cat form and stop the bubbles.
And roar as well for the Shadow Priest is big.
You love this for the Shadow Priest. 4G's really happy.
Yeah, okay. Dodging around, not even forced to wait very much here. And it looks like this is going to be a fast intermission as Timbermaw stops the orbs. And they're going to be, they're going to be getting there at the same time as everybody else. That's very rare for the Shadow Priest to be able to get anywhere close to the speed of these other classes with these movement abilities. Now they group up these infusers. Going to be
they got grouped
chains.
Immediately.
Bang! All of them in that sigil of chains. Textbook execution of this intermission by Dratnos Guild Team. Now, we will have Bloodlust available as soon as we want it coming out of this phase. There is, in fact, time in theory for 2 uses of 2-minute CDs here, although I don't think you're planning for that to happen. I think, the boss will die faster than 2 minutes if you have CDs with Lust here. Breath of Eon's coming up soon as well. So Breath of Eon's, Power Infusion, Void Eruption, Bloodlust, all looking to get sent here as soon as Primal Tsunami is attackable once again. And hopefully that Bloodlust will carry them through until Frosty's Cheat Death is back available. Once Frosty's Cheat Death is back available, I think we are safe here.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Popping the cooldowns now for the Fury is really dangerous because if someone does go down, they lose their cooldowns. And 4G lost his Void Torrent. He lost his Torrent. He lost his PI. He lost everything there. All of his damage is gone. That could be disaster for the timer here. He's not going to get another press of those.
Okay, so
no, he's not.
I will say the good news is that this phase for a lot of the other teams has only been like 1:45. This entire phase with Lust.
Shadow Priest
with the Shadow
doing so much damage. Yeah, without those Shadow CDs, the situation, I think, is a lot sketchier now for Dratnos Guild Team. I mean, they're playing, Cryptix is right next to those orbs. They're chasing him down. He's going to be okay, though. It looks like the next Tempest Fury comes out. They're able to get through this one. Dispersion is still available for 4G for a future one as well. As they keep moving around here, still 1 Beerez available, but if they need to use that, I'm starting to get extremely concerned about their timer. 4G will be getting 1 more set of 2 minutes. He will get 20 seconds of Void Form and PI at the end of this boss. I think that will be enough to send it home if they get to that point. Frosty back to having Cheat Death available as well, so the odds of a tank death spelling their doom have evaporated here. It's all going to be about players committing the right amount of CDs to these next 2 Tempest Fury casts. Here comes one of them. There are those CDs. Everybody is fine. They're fine by quite a lot. That Barkskin going to keep Timbermaw alive. He was the one in the most danger here. 25% to do in the last 1 minute of this boss encounter. It's going to be tight, but I think that Power Infusion, once we get back to that, should be enough to get them over the finish line.
There's going to be no breath either. This is just going to be raw damage with the cooldowns here coming out that have to finish off the boss. It's going to be so close. It's going to be as close as we saw from Echo, as close as we saw from Hope, but I think you're right. I think those final burst of cooldowns will be able to take them over the wall. It's going to be one last Tempest Fury coming out. Can they live through it? Just barely. Everyone is alive. Do you have the damage? 25 seconds. Those cooldowns are coming up in 10. I think they're going to get it, Dratnos.
8% on the boss, 20 seconds to go. They need to deal with 3% here in these next 10 seconds. Power Infusion and Void Eruption will be pressed right on CD here. 4G right after this Void Torrent. There's that Eruption. There's that Power Infusion. Here we go. The last little bits of damage to end this dungeon timer. 5 seconds left, and they are going to be able to do it. Advance to 126 points. Well done by Dratnos Guild Team.
That 4G death probably cost them 20 to 25 seconds there. That was really bad.
Yeah,
the important thing is, though, they've put the pressure onto Hope. Hope have to get this 22 knockout done, or they're out.
They did. Yeah. I mean, Dratnos Guild Team doing you proud over there, Dratnos. Love to see it. I mean, doing themselves proud, honestly. They really have just come out, and as I've seen chat talking about, and as I've been feeling too, they have been showing more and more and more that they are a real contender, and they are here to bring the heat. So you love to see it. And I can't, it's just been so many close dungeons. It's been amazing. So what an awesome day and what an awesome final hour. We're going to have a switch here on the desk ourselves. Zyronic, it's been good having you here with us, but Nagura's going to be rejoining. So I guess in the reverse of normal, hi!
Hi!
Bye!
Bye!
Nagura, I mean, it has been one nail biter after another. As you've been watching this, there's been a lot of discussion about all of the teams, but we're especially looking at Echo and Missed Count and how close they could theoretically be with some of the timers on things, right? With tiebreakers. I mean, as you've watched here, how are you seeing these two teams? How are you seeing all the action kind of play out for us?
I mean, I just love how close the whole competition is. It's not just Dratnos Guild Team and Hope. I mean, at this point, Echo is even with Dratnos Guild Team on points, right? And not to mention that if Dratnos Guild Team times this 21 Ruby they're in right now in some miraculous fashion.
Well, will it be a 21?
They did 137 score.
Will it be a 21 or will it be a 20? If you're Dratnos Guild Team and you're looking at this, maybe you're thinking, if we just improve our time tiebreaker here, like look at every other dungeon against Hope, right? You are 2 seconds slower in Halls of Infusion, you're 13 faster in Azure Vault, you're 3 faster in Bracken, you're 1 slower in Algathar Academy. So if you can improve this Ruby plus 20 timer to be faster than Hope, and Hope don't put up a ridiculous speed run of this Nokhud, you have the time tiebreaker all of a sudden. And you have 20 minutes to get a run started that does that. So maybe you're just doing this on 20 and not 21.
Hope having 2 deaths starting Raging Tempest right here too. Yips and Goop both went down. They had to battle res both of them, so they are in a tough spot here. They've been really inconsistent in this dungeon.
Okay, it is a 20 for Grandma's Guild team, but Terrasen has pulled this Primal Juggernaut, so never mind. We'll try this back. That's okay. Not to worry. All good. But yeah, so they will be playing to improve this time tiebreaker. So basically, the question is going to come down to, will Hope have a fast Nokhud or not? And then will Drano's Guild team be able to improve their run? As it stands right now, if you ignore Nokhud and Ruby, Drano's Guild team are 13 seconds faster than Hope. But Drano's Guild team have much slower Ruby and Nokhud, but both of those are going to be updated soon, right? Like if Drano's Guild team improve this Ruby, and whenever Hope put up their Nokhud, those will both change. So it's a question of, will they be able to make up? Drano's Guild team, basically, they need to get this Ruby to at least a 27:10, and then for every second that Hope are under the Nokhud timer, Drano's Guild team will need to claim another second in that Ruby. So, for instance, if Hope can do Nokhud in 39 minutes, then Drano's Guild team instead need to put up a 26:10 in Ruby, which is starting to sound awfully tight.
Mm-hmm. Dude, look at the right side of the screen. We've been talking about Drano's Guild team and Hope a lot, but Echo and Miscount here are in.
With no BRS for Hope. Ellesmere's down without a BRS for Hope.
I mean, that's just gonna be their final run of the day, right?
Yeah, it's okay. Like they either way, they were only getting one more run of this place, but that's one more attempt gone. Now they only have 20 minutes to start up a run that they're happy with.
Yeah, Echo and Miscount are in like insane runs here. This Kokia Blaze Hoof down to 33%. They have to continue to get these Firestorm ads killed off. I think they wiped last time to this dungeon to one of these Firestorm ads getting a second cast of the Inferno. They're now really dry on offensive CDs for the remainder of this fight, so they're going to have to kill this last ad pretty dry. This is going to be tough for Echo, but if they're able to get through this ad, I think that they should be able to kill off this boss.
Yeah, the Frost Mage really does shine at this part of the fight, right? Like, even without CDs, you can do so much damage to that ad while also still getting good damage on boss, which is going to facilitate their ability to switch and focus boss. Maybe not on the next ad spawn, but the one after that, they can just commit to the boss.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good for Echo if they manage to do this 21. Their first split on the boss was actually quite a bit slower compared to Miscount, but Miscount had so much time left in their 21 that I think the timer is probably the least of their problems here. They just want to make sure they get through Kokia and then through that next trash pool and the last boss as well. That is of course incredibly difficult on the 21 key level. Miscount though, on the top right, doing so good on their 22 Azure Vault. The first team to attempt that on that 22 with those affixes as well. So yeah, really crazy to see how Miscount is performing in this 22. Now obviously we should be focusing more on Drano's Guild team and Hope though, because it's about that the first 3 teams that are making it to the global finals, and I think Miscount is kind of beyond that already. They're already made top 3.
They're locked, yeah,
they're locked in. So
yeah.
It's just about a prize pool at this point between Echo and Miscount mainly.
It's also bragging rights.
I think it's
Of
important.
course.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I think Echo killing off Kokia here, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a slower split, but it should still be within time range, right, for
Yeah,
them
I
in
think
this
so,
Ruby.
too.
They have gotten through the hard part of the dungeon now, but this last bit is still pretty sketchy, too. I'll have to see if they're able to execute it cleanly. Not something they have a lot of practice with.
I'm trying to see if we can get Firestorm add damage differential between Echo and Miscount from day one. Just so
Yeah, I mean, I suspect it'll look pretty similar now that Gingy has swapped to that Frost Mage, right? It was back when he was playing Fire. I suspect that would have been quite a different looking chart. But
I think the texture of that, I think the Frost Mage is exceptionally good at killing off those ads.
All right, so the most important run we have on our screen right now is going to be that Hope bottom left 22 Nokhud. This has to be a timed keystone for Hope to make it to Global Finals. If they cannot successfully complete this key, there is no pathway to victory for them. This is make or break for them. They have 18 more minutes to get a run started that they will continue. And they spent the last hour and a half now just bashing their heads against this keystone and wiping in tragic fashion to a lot of different points in the dungeon, as well as one of the worst feelings is a different thing going wrong each run.
But the advantage is like they can clutch up, they time this key, and Dranos Guild team doesn't improve their Ruby life pools by enough, then Hope will be the team that is able to take that third place spot. It really comes down to just like, are they able to time this 22 Nokhud defensive, and how fast are they able to time this 22 Nokhud defensive?
Oh, 40 down for Dranos Guild team. They're going to send the res here. Now, if you're Dranos Guild team, so the timer you need to beat in this dungeon is 27:10-ish is where you start being faster than Hope, if Hope use all of their 40 minutes in this Nokhud, which I don't think you want to rely on. So I think you're aiming for like a 26:30 or something if you're Dranos Guild team. So the question is, at some point, just having deaths is going to make that no longer a possibility for them. At some point, they should hearth out even without like a wipe, just off of a time loss. The question is one death on Meladressa? I mean, it's on your Shadow Priest as well. That is your most important DPS player. It looks like they're deciding to continue this for now, but I think if they have another time loss event, they should probably just restart the key.
Yeah, so to clarify, they do have 16 minutes left during the tournament to restart the key. Any key that starts after that cannot be run. So basically, if they start the key before the 16 minutes, they can finish it. Otherwise, they're going to be done for the day and for this Group B tournament here. Echo on the top left, they're already locked in for the top 3 as well. Basically, they are on the end of this 21 Ruby run, though, and that will be pretty important for them if they want to make that rank 1 spot in Group B. And their timer looking okay, but definitely a little bit close. 6 minutes left now. They're still finishing off the mini boss.
I think 5 minutes is sufficient for this boss, but you'd rather have 5.5, but I think they'll be okay here. Missed Count also getting deep into their Azure Vault here. They have one more Azure Blade intermission to deal with. No way you can skip this one on a plus 22 keystone level, so the timer in this key is also not great for Missed Count. This is going to be a tight finish to the Azure Vault as well. This key would lock them for first place pretty much at this point, although I guess in theory Echo can start another key after this Ruby that they are currently working on, which timing this Ruby would advance them to first place right now. So this is a big deal keystone. Every key on our screen right now is a big deal. Almost any configuration of top 4 is still possible. It's still on the table. The only thing that can't happen is Missed Count can't lose, but pretty much anything else could happen.
I ran the numbers. All right, I have add kill numbers for the Blazebound Firestorm ad on Kokia Blazehoof. And I think the most notable thing is that the Frost Mage for Missed Count is doing slightly more than the Shadow Priest, but look at the total number of damage, total amount of damage that is dealt to those ads. Echo is actually able to get a far amount fewer ads than Missed Count, helping them yield a little bit faster of a Kokia Blazehoof kill time. And it looks like, I mean, their Kokia Blazehoof split is also very good because of that as well. Mira's definitely the player to watch, Stratnos, looking at that. Beating out Genji.
Missed Count are going to wipe on Azure Blade at the very... No, they're not going to wipe. They're going to have a lot of deaths right as they kill Azure Blade. So it's actually not a wipe. It's fine. They can continue this. It is minus 20 seconds or 15 seconds of death timer, but maybe they're still okay to time this vault? That's going to be the question. The other question is going to be, will Echo be able to kill off Kairaka and Urquhart in time? They're still sitting on their Bloodlust. They're going to get 2 more sets of 2-minute CDs in this dungeon. Presumably that next set is going to be during the 50-0 burn of Kairaka, and that will probably be the one that is paired with Bloodlust.
Yeah, I think that split for Missed Count looking a little bit sketchy if they still want to time this key, but we're going to have to take a closer look once they finish off Grey Wing because of the route that they're running. Yeah,
Heartjack's down for them. Boss. That is very bad news. They will be able to land a B-res here. I think they have to as well. You can't afford to run back at this point. You are already out of time.
This is where they had a lot of Sanguine healing in their 21 as well. Heartjack's slowing those mobs permanently. Just healed the absolute crap out of these breakers. They can't afford that here. They need about 10 minutes for both of the final bosses combined. Maybe even longer. Maybe even like 11 minutes for them at this level. 22 Tyrannical is... Those fights just have so much HP.
Yeah, in the meantime, Dranos Guild team have put up a 740 Meladressa split in their plus 20. heading upstairs now. Are they on pace for the time improvement that we need to see out of them? I think so. I think they're still okay on this, although, of course, not a perfect start to the dungeon. I think 7:30 for Meladressa would have been ideal, but 7:40, we'll take it. We'll keep it going. It is worth noting that at some point soon they will have to decide whether to commit to this being their final dungeon of the day, because there are just 13 minutes left in our day to start a last keystone. Very important for every team to be happy with whatever they're running at that time. Meanwhile, Echo, in their lust now, trying to nuke down Kairaka before those Inferno cores take them out.
For Hope, they just need to be able to time this key. For them, they're kind of hoping that Dratdos Guild Team doesn't put up like a substantial time improvement, but I think that they really need to focus on their own game plan and just really make sure that they're timing this key. I think that they've been playing a little bit tilted after the wipe to the last boss, and so they really need to be able to put that up. Miscount. It's been unfortunate that they wiped to the breaker. What exactly happened? Did Kira die?
They died. So they had one player died to like a stomp, to a jump, and then another player followed. And I think then they just ended up.
And they just wiped.
To go. Yeah. I'm not even sure. Like, it's possible it even was a decision to just reset the key, because looking at the timer, I think it was not really doable anymore. So maybe they even just decided to reset. But yeah, they do have time to go again. We have 10 minutes left until the final run of the day, so they can attempt the first few pulls a couple of times until they're happy with it, and then just continue their 22. Echo, though, about to finish off the boss.
This is
plenty
big.
Of time left.
This would be for rank 1 in the weekend here, with how Miscount have been looking in that Azure Vault, that might hold for Echo here. So despite some initial weakness shown on Friday and Saturday, Echo potentially going to be putting this group in the W column after all for them.
Did they pass them?
They will with time breaks, I'm pretty sure here, but we will have to check, of course, once Urquhart actually does finally die here. They are definitely slower in Ruby by quite a bit, but I think they're faster in the other dungeons by enough. Let's see what happens to our leaderboard here. Urquhart goes down. 29:09 the timer there for Echo. Oh no, they are a minute 24 slower.
Okay, they're so much slower. This caster is gaslighting.
It's all the Ruby. All of that time is in the Ruby. Yeah, the Ruby 27:46 for Miscount.
What did I do?
And the halls
Co-caster blatantly lying on stream.
I was just looking at that Brackenhide and I saw the 2 at the start instead of the 3, and I was like, oh, that's got to be faster. But yeah, they're slower in every other dungeon except for Nokhud. So, okay, all right, Echo in second.
Yeah, so I think, because obviously Echo can still do another dungeon, right? But looking at the time tiebreaker, I don't think they have a chance to beat Miscount, right? Because looking at all the other dungeons, it's too close. And Ruby, clearly they're not super practiced in this key. And I don't think they can do it 2 minutes quicker. So I think the only chance for Echo to overtake...
I think it's about 22 for them.
A minute 24?
I
don't even know.
22 Azure Vaults, I think.
Yeah. Miscount have
Brackenhide
departed the Azure Vault. They were like, you know what? That was super hard. Maybe Bracken's easier. So they're going to be trying to put up a Bracken 22 as Cryptic's dead for Dratnos Guild Team. That is their 3rd death and 2nd B-res of this dungeon. So talking to a little sketch here.
Talking to some of the teams, I feel like everybody's been able to put up a 22 AV during practice, but I don't think that anybody was like, oh yeah, we can put up a 22 AV fortified on Sanguine. I don't think that anybody was doing that on Sanguine. Yeah. I think that's more of a non-Sanguine endeavor.
I think that's why also no one has been attempting 22 Academy either, right? Even though we've seen it timed last week. Oh, Cryptic's going down again?
Yeah.
This is gonna be a
Once
full
Cryptic went down, I think they decided to call the wipe here.
Yeah, I think so.
And they have 7 minutes and 30 seconds. That is time for another attempt at this Ruby. It was a scuffed run. We already had that death on the first boss. So now it mostly comes down to Hope. Hope's fate is not entirely in their own hands, but if they can time this Nokhud, they do send the ball back into Dratnos Guild Team's court.
They have to time this.
Yeah,
they have to time this. Their fate's not only in their hands. They have like decent time tiebreaker, but they have to at least time this. What is AJ doing?
He's in
Brackenhide 21. Yeah. So they are actually not trying to get the 22 done. They're trying to improve their timer because they think that's the dungeon that they can improve their timer in the most, and they know they're already ahead, but they just want to cement the time tiebreaker in case Echo does the Ruby quicker.
Although it looks like Echo are deciding to do a vault. Well, wait, hang on. Players are leaving the group and rejoining. Okay,
hold on.
So if Echo start this 22 vault, Miscount are playing for nothing in this 21 Bracken, and they should leave and go do a 22 as well.
I agree.
But that is
Unless
something
Echo
that...
then leaves.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a mind game, right? You
It goes
start the
back to
22,
Ruby.
and then you hearth out, and you go improve your time tiebreaker instead. It's all a mind game here, and there's only 6 or 7 minutes left in our day to actually start that key and lock it in.
That would be so troll.
Oh, Echo are in a 21. No, they're in time improvement mode as well. They
Wait, what?
They can improve Azure Vault from
minute
a
30?
34:07. So they need to gain a minute and 24 seconds in here in order to surpass missed count, which means they would need to put up a 32:50, a 32:45 in this Azure Vault. Is such a thing even possible? Has science gone too far?
Okay, dude, just this might sound
That
like
would
cope,
be
but
insane.
just do the 22 if you're gonna put up a 33-minute Azure Vault.
I mean, I
It has to be
think
faster than 33
I think
minutes.
it's
It has to
just
be at
not
32.
possible at this point.
Something.
Like I think, like especially with 7 minutes left, like if they think a sanguine 22 is not possible, there's no point, right? But then at the same time, doing a 21 Azure Vault so quickly also seems impossible. So.
Yeah, exactly. You're choosing between two incredibly difficult options.
Wow.
It does look like missed count are going to be hearthing out of this Bracken, so maybe they've cleverly misdirected Echo into this 21 vault. We'll see whether they are going to continue this Bracken or what exactly the plan is going to be from them. Those two runs on the right are definitely interesting. They are the battle for first or second, which right now, missed count have a huge edge in that battle. But the most pivotal thing for our tournament is which of Hope and Dratno's guild team will we be seeing in the global finals, and which will be going home sad, very sad. And that is all going to come down to these two runs. If Hope can time this 22 Nokhud, they will take the lead over Dratno's guild team. Otherwise, it will be Dratno's guild team making it to global finals. However, even if Hope time this 22 Nokhud, Dratno's guild team can improve their Ruby time. And if they can get it down in that 27-minute range in this plus 20, they will then again be able to compete with Hope, depending on how fast Hope can finish this Bracken, or this Nokhud. Looks like Hope getting ready to engage the Raging Tempest here.
They haven't made it past Raging Tempest since their first
No, they
time
have
doing
not.
this dungeon. Like I do seriously wonder if they're tilted. Like after, so their first attempt at this dungeon, they almost timed the key. They wiped to the last pack of the dungeon on the boss. This really makes me wonder if they're tilted because they've continuously wiped to like this boss basically.
Yeah, you can see they're inching towards that Raging Tempest pull, grabbing those little elementals and then mass rooting them perhaps off to the side. A Sigil of Misery, rather. Those are going to be there to get spell stolen by Smacked for some extra shields during the electric storms here. And Dorky goes into the boss. A Wind Blast going to take him nearly 2-0, but he is going to survive ever so slightly there. The Breath of Eons comes out from Goop. It's always a little bit awkward on pull here because you want to send your CDs, but also it's the only time in the fight that you don't have a huge damage amp. Usually teams are just like, yeah, whatever, we'll send him on pull because it's not reliable. We don't get to 10 stacks very quickly, but it does feel bad.
Well, one of the bigger reasons that you want to send it on pull too is that you have to wait 40 seconds, 35 seconds before you're able to even get up to a 10 stack. And
Yeah.
so holding, 2-minute CDs for 45 seconds is just like really bad. Ooh, they drop a Dark immediately off the rip here, trying to keep everybody topped up. Yips was dropping really low, but Ellesmere finally able to stabilize him a little bit. Everybody making sure that they're snug to the boss, holding tight inside that efflorescence to make sure that they're getting that verdancy healing.
And also
Yeah.
making sure they're getting the rescue out right before those lightning AoEs going off here on the Shadow Priest, and of course on the Agamogger as well. They also have this patrol, which in fact all of the teams have skipped the patrol.
Yeah.
that is,
Those Kodos are
walking
just
around
banned.
the Raging Tempest.
Yeah.
So you definitely need to make sure that you're not accidentally walking into them as you're spreading out with the circles.
They're not really bad count. It's like the issue is that you can't play them with anything else. If you could play that Kodo with any other mob in the dungeon, I think that those mobs would be pulled. It's more just like you can't play that with another trash pack. You don't have enough interrupts.
Echo?
Ooh, Echo wiping in the 21.
That's okay. They've
think
got
they
time
did
to
this
start
on
another key.
purpose?
We've got a couple minutes left in our day. See where they decide to go next. But I think it's really all about Ellesmere and healing this Raging Tempest. Ellesmere's down for Hope.
no.
They do have 2 battle reses, so they'll be able to get him up, but they need to be able to get over to where he is without anybody else dying.
Where's he dead?
Hope is going to go and try and land that res. The Arclight Vital Corrector
Oh, I
is
see
coming
him. I
out.
see him. Okay.
It looks
He doesn't
like
have
they're
10 stack
gonna be okay.
anymore.
Oh,
He
no,
doesn't-
the Electrical Storm is starting, and Ellesmere is not ramped for this as well. There's
Oh,
no
he
hots
doesn't have any
on the rest of the
hots
group.
out.
We do have
Oh.
Empiric Embrace for Yips for a little while. That's going to be with 10 stacks, doing a lot of healing. So Yips is going to be able to maybe cover for Ellesmere here for a sec. We also still have Mass Barrier from Smacked available as a emergency button, although I think they're going to want that for the Lightning Strike here momentarily. Power Infusion and Void Eruption comes out, and it looks like somehow, some way, Ellesmere has stabilized here from a very unenviable position. Incredible work here from Ellesmere,
Wow.
keeping his group alive despite being rezzed right at the start of an electrical storm. It looks like
Oh,
Hope are going to be
dude.
hanging on.
Did Smacked and Yips not did nobody on their team refresh their orb?
That's okay. Honestly, it's all right. We don't need those stacks, right? Like, as long as we can survive, we can lose a couple of seconds here or there. They know that they have the timer in this dungeon. They've
dude,
just got to avoid wiping.
I don't know if they do have the timer in this dungeon too. They were actually really close whenever they were in here previously. It's one of those things that they have to play.
They pull the pack onto the last boss. I think if that works, they're going to have the timer. But
Okay.
of course, it is sketch. It is unbelievably sketchy. Ellesmere once again entering that bear form, surviving that next lightning strike. As they try and preserve these 10 stacks on as many people as possible, it's going to be Energy Surge into an Electrical Storm here very shortly for Team Hope. Mass Barriers on
this
CD.
is going to be
Zephyr's on
a 5.5
CD.
minute fight now because of
Yeah, not
those
a lot
stacks
of-
getting dropped.
Not a lot of gas left in the tank for them, defensives-wise. You can see Goop in a lot of danger there. Does get topped up, though. Ellesmere just doing his best in that Tree of Life form. A bunch of those Grove Guardian Treants out as well. Yips dropping pretty low as well, but they've managed to get through, and now they need to survive the immediate one-shot damage of this Lightning Strike right afterwards. Bear form coming out from Ellesmere, and Yips does go down. And that's going to be a battle res for them. That's okay. That one was the last okay death. Now we are out of B-reses. A Wind Blast comes out on Dorky as well. He backpedals an inch out of the boss's range and gets hit by that Wind Blast. You can see Cheat Death
Dreadnought
has been
skill team.
used by Dorky as well.
Ooh, Dreadnought skill team has a little bit of time, I think.
Yeah,
to
one more
start
key.
a key again.
Okay.
This might be the
We have
final
to check
run
with
for
that.
Hope,
These are
by
going
the
to be
way.
the final keys very shortly here, yeah. These are going to be very soon locked in. I'm sure we'll get a confirmation from the admins when that exactly does happen. Meanwhile, 20% left on the Raging Tempest. Another Breath of Eons comes out from Goop here. Next set of Lightning Strikes comes out. Ooh, Goop's a little bit low. He had to
Is Goop
soak
gonna
one of those.
die?
Does Zephyr, but he does go down.
They have to reset
And now they
fast,
don't have a
fast.
B-res for him.
They have to be
Yips
quick
is in
here.
Oh, they're
They can
they're
go again,
dying,
go
they're dying.
again.
Do they have time to start another key? That is
Are they allowed to start another key?
We're not
It is
sure.
just now. It's just now 5 o'clock. Theoretically,
We'll
the
see.
teams should not be able to.
Wait,
we will
can-
see
No,
here.
no,
We'll
with
see,
the
we'll see.
admins.
The
Depends
admins
on
always
the-
let us know
the
whether or not
admins.
that's
Yeah,
possible.
all right.
So, that's for them to say.
We're not the
us, of course.
timekeepers, please.
We'll see if they can
We
get
are not-
one of those started.
we are not the
Meanwhile,
timekeepers
Dragon's
here.
Guild team do get another Ruby underway. We have Echo working on this 21 Azure Vault as well. They're looking to improve their time here to 32 something in order to get the win on the weekend. Clicks going down is not great there. That's going to be their battle res, but they certainly don't have time to hearth out and start a new key at this point. So they are going to keep this one going. It does look like the teams are starting one last key. These will be the final runs, though, as they start right
dude.
now, just under the wire. A few
Hope.
seconds to spare for both Hope and Dratno's Guild team as these keys do start, and they are now final runs. So it all comes down to this. Hope and Dratno's Guild team will be either advancing to Global Finals or getting eliminated based on the results of this keystone that we are seeing right now.
Dude, Hope has got to clutch up.
Two seconds remaining for Hope before they wouldn't have been able to start this key. More than enough time. Easy.
Oh my god. Dude, this is an unenviable position for them because they're going to have to clutch up in this final run of the weekend. Not just to... This isn't the Global Finals. The Global Finals is next weekend. The teams of Echo, Dratnos' Guild team, and Miscount. Echo and Miscount already qualified basically for the Global Finals. It's going to be between Hope and Dratnos' Guild team. And Dratnos' Guild team, what time do they need for them to be safe?
So Dratno's Guild team with a 27-13
Okay.
would tie Hope with a 40-minute Nokhud. Every second that Hope are under 40 minutes, Dratno's Guild team will need to gain a second in that Ruby. So, but 27-13 is the...
So a 26-30 would be probably safe-ish?
Yeah, 26-30 would mean that Hope would need to be around that 39-10 mark to then win, which, 39-10 is definitely possible in here. We've seen Echo with a 38-30, right? So you're not super safe as Dratno's Guild team until you're sub 26, which I don't think they will be, but you might be able to beat a close run from Hope, depending on the timer you improve here.
Oh my
I have a sneaking suspicion that Dratno's Guild team aren't going to be able to improve their time by enough to win the time tiebreaker comfortably, and it's largely just going to come down to whether or not Hope choke or clutch in this 22.
You got to be clutch. You got to be clutch. They've failed at the Raging Tempest like 4 or 5 times. The first run of the dungeon, just to build this up a little bit, the first run of this dungeon on this 22 key level, they made it to the last boss. They made it to the last trash pack, and they wiped to some unfortunate circumstances. They almost one-shot this key, so they can do it. They are capable.
Yeah, we know that these teams have the ability to time these keys. It's just a question of can they do it on this exact run, because these are the final runs of the day. It is now or never. All of our teams still could end in different positions. Echo could be first or second. Miscount could be first or second. And Drano's Guild Team and Hope could be third or fourth. Vitally important runs that we are watching here. No more room for error for Hope. They cannot afford to wipe again as they start off this dungeon. And boy, once they get to that Raging Tempest area, it is going to be a tense moment for Team Hope in the bottom left. That team, that area has now been the bane of their existence for the past hour. Will they be able to reverse the trend here and overcome that very, very nasty boss?
Yeah, 2 more things to clarify here as well. Some teams are reattempting a key that they've already done before. This is, of course, for the tiebreaker. Miscount doing the 21 Brackenhide because they think that's the key that can save the most time in case Echo improves their tiebreaker, even though Miscount already wins the tiebreaker in the current situation. But if Echo improves their tiebreaker, then Miscount also would have to improve theirs to stick in that number 1 position. Therefore, Miscount is repeating that 21 Brackenhide, while Echo is repeating their 21 Vault, thinking they would be saving time there. And Drano's Guild Team also repeating the dungeon they've already done on a 20, because that's where they think they can be saving the most time. The only group that actually would be getting a point here in the actual scoreboard is Hope, with that 22, which is of course vitally important, because otherwise they would just be straight up losing to Drano's Guild Team.
I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think that speculatively Miscount is only redoing this because they're practicing for Global Finals. They're practicing for like, what would our day 3 of Global Finals really look like if we feel like we're, close to capped on all of our dungeons. Okay, so we need to kind of showcase like rerunning a key for time. How is that going to feel? And their Brackenhide time, honestly, not that bad either. Like, they're rerunning a key that they had a good time in.
No B-Res. That's going to be our first dungeon done of the day, I think. There's no way they can get through the last 27% here without a healer, and I don't think they'll bother continuing at this juncture. So Echo will be taking second place in Group B weekend. This also locks Miscount into first place. Huge congratulations to them. Incredible performance this weekend from Miscount, starting on Friday all the way through the whole weekend. Hearthjax in particular on that Frost Mage has really been putting on a clinic, and a well-deserved gold medal going to them. Now, though, the battle for the bronze medal, the battle for the Global Finals invite between Drano's Guild Team and Hope is underway. Drano's Guild Team looking to get their timer down to 27 minutes or faster so that they can have a chance of winning a time tiebreaker against Hope. Hope, on the other hand, just needs to win this key. They need to time this key or they are eliminated.
I do also want to clarify one more thing, because I've seen people talk about it. The reason why Hope was able to start another dungeon is because the time of the tournament doesn't go by our clock. It goes by the admins whenever they start the 5-hour timer, depending on when they tell the teams the dungeons, right? Sometimes they can be slightly delayed or a little bit earlier, depending on the broadcast hours. But Timber mode does go down for Drano's Guild Team on Melindrosa. They do have a battle rush available. Getting him back up almost goes down to that spawn as he takes a battle rush. Actually really low on mana too, but does manage to recover a little bit there. Yeah, they can recover from here, but that is definitely not ideal to not have a battle rush for another 4 minutes here.
Yeah, it's not that costly in terms of time, right, to lose your healer here, as long as nobody else dies. So they should still be okay. The last 20 that they started, they were able to get to a 740 Melindrosa split, and I suspect they are going to be faster this time. So the timer is still good for them, but the battle res situation is obviously not ideal.
Yeah, look in the bottom left. Basically, they're just trying to improve on this Ruby life pools by a little bit. In that 28-27 on that 20, they had like a full wipe and Timbermaw had to run back, so they lost somewhere, I would estimate, about 2 minutes. So any of their previous splits, they had a 720 in their previous 20 that they ran, and so if they have even the same amount of time for that, they're able to improve their dungeon run by 2 minutes by not having that wipe, and they might even be faster than that 720 that they had in their previous 20.
Yeah, in the meantime, up in the top right, Hope needs to not wipe. If they wipe, it is over, and the entire day will pretty much conclude with a wipe from Hope. So they must stay steely-eyed, steely nerves. Everything must be
What does that even
steel.
mean? What is steely-eyed?
They've got to be made of steel.
What does that
They've
even
got to be constructed with different
Iron Man?
materials.
Like, what does that even mean, man?
Exactly. That's what they've got to have for this Nokhud 22. Ooh, Cauterize procced by Cryptix at the very end of this Meladressa fight. Not great, but a 7-15 split is great news for Dratno's guild team for the purposes of improving that time.
The Wizard of Oz out here.
That's right.
It's the 10-man.
That's what they need for sure. They're on good pace, our Hope, on this Granite split as well. This is going to be around that 8-minute marker when they do get this boss killed off. That is a good place to be. They've they've got to get through that Raging Tempest area. That area has been the bane of their existence the last few runs, so vitally important section of the dungeon coming up for Hope. Meanwhile, Dratno's guild team entering the ring with those Blazebound Destroyers. So they start setting up this very first pull here. Cryptix dropping so low, but is still alive, has no Cauterize for the next little while as well, so Cryptix is vulnerable in a way that Fire Mages often aren't. Hope flying to that Raging Tempest area now. Now, it's not just the boss in this area. The trash pulls are also very deadly. So Hope have to avoid any kind of disasters there.
Yeah, this is the final run. They do have 0 deaths. They have 1 battle res for support. But if they have multiple deaths, 2, 3 deaths, then the timer on this dungeon might not be something that's feasible for them, because this timer is actually pretty tight. There is maybe a little bit of leeway timer-wise to have some deaths on bosses where you just ship your battle res, but if anybody has to fly back, that's a major time loss. It's kind of like Throne of the Tides from last season, where there was a decent amount of built-in time, but if you ever had to run back, it was always catastrophic.
Blazebound Destroyer number 1 does go down for Dratno's guild team. Forgy caught on some terrain, but does escape before the explosion. Always an embarrassing way to die if you ever caught in that circle.
Their first boss split's fast, by the way. 7 minutes, 15 seconds. Good. Yeah. They should be able to put up a 26 something, I think, with this first boss split, assuming that they have no more mistakes. Obviously, that is a major assumption to be making, because this dungeon is very hard.
Especially
on
Koki and Blazehoof. That is going to be a vitally important boss for them to be able to one-shot. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Hope, up in the top right, working their way through the trash section of the Raging Tempest. Bloodlust will be available for them in the next minute and a bit here. They are... Where is that Bloodlust being used? Is it on boss, or do you do the waterfall pull?
I think it's waterfall pull.
Okay,
yeah.
So as much as you'd want it for boss, even on fortified, it's just so nasty to hold it for that long.
It's more that you just don't want to press it at 17 minutes or 18 minutes into this dungeon. You'd rather press it at 13.
Because you need it for 34 minutes on Balakar, right? So you can't press it later than...
Yeah, exactly. You want to repress it 23 on a double pull in the Tyrion Maruk area. Also, there's no point in pressing it necessarily on the boss. So yeah, that's kind of one of those reasons that you're just really looking forward towards that lust, as opposed to, what's the most efficient lust here? Because like you're saying, I don't think that it's you would much rather have it on Raging Tempest, but you have to be moving it towards that Balakar con trash.
Yeah, Dratno's guild team killing off now their second Blazebound Destroyer. Dodging the burnout. Getting ready to head towards the opposite side of the ring. 11 minutes in the dungeon. They are making good time here. And again, if they can time this key in the 26-minute range, they will be slamming the door on Hope, because Hope are going to be relying on a time tiebreaker for victory if they can succeed in this 22 keystone. That also means that the cleanliness of Hope's run is an important variable as well. Every death, every time loss they experience could come back to haunt them. If Dratno's guild team are able to put up 2640, something like that, then Hope's timer becomes extremely relevant all of a sudden. So we see them prepping for their next trash pull here. Lust is off cooldown now for Hope, so starting to burn a bit of a hole in their pocket. They do want to be able to press it in the next minute or so, minute and a half.
Yeah, look at the Shadow Priest CDs. This is a perfect lineup for them. That 11 minutes coming around, the Shadow Priest cooldowns are coming up. The big bust for the mage is available. The Breath of Eons is available, and so they're just kind of finishing off this Storm Speaker, finishing off this Storm Caller, and then like you were saying, they're going to go that Waterfall pull. They'll double pull that with some of the shield mobs and lust that. It's a fairly standard lust, and it comes down to the fact that they're so fast on Granite that they don't have to go that Waterfall pull first.
Yeah, they are zooming.
you can also see how they're optimizing the movement for the affixes here in a sense, because they're basically just dragging those arc blades to the next patch, because they know if they finish this map off, the Spatula is going to spawn and they still cannot mount up and fly to the next pack. So they're just walking as soon as they can, as soon as the casters are dead. And there we go, Bloodlust and all offensive cooldowns are being popped for this waterfall pull. That is one of the most dangerous pulls in this area.
It's kind of interesting that Ellesmere's not running kick in this dungeon. Pretty much all Resto Druids have been running interrupt in this dungeon. Having that short 15-second interrupt on your healer is very, very nice here. Particularly for like pulls like this. Now you do have like shortened kick where the evoker kick is 18 seconds and the mage kick is 20 seconds whenever they successfully interrupt things. So those are nice. But we've seen pretty much every other Resto Druid in this dungeon be running interrupt.
We've seen the Shadow Priest sometimes not run silence as well, right? So basically, having some
viewers avert your ears. Please run silence.
Especially in Nokhud, right? Like playing without a silence in Nokhud is demonic behavior.
That's a TGP strat. Please don't do that in a pug. be normal.
Yeah. It does look like Hope have successfully finished off this pull, and like you said, Nagura, they are like, oh, we can just drag these mobs with us anyways. We're not dropping combat because of Spiteful anyways, so let's just keep these little melee mobs in combat, and they can die to some dots. They can generate a little bit of extra insanity. They can be some pad targets for Goop's Fire Breath there as they head into the final totem pull, which they need to spawn the Raging Tempest. The Raging Tempest, the raid boss that has taken out Hope for the last hour. Will it be this attempt that they are able to get the better of it? It has to be, or else they are going home.
I was here. I have hope.
Dano's guild team also trying to make it irrelevant as they finish off that 4th Blazebound Destroyer. They're getting ready to pull Kokia once the Thunder Dragon maneuvers out of the way there. They're going to be getting Kokia pulled around this 14-minute marker. What was their previous split on Kokia titles? You happen to have that available?
It was 1843.
Okay, so they should be on pace for that here.
Yeah, I think a 4.5 minute Kokia Blaze. So honestly,
that's probably good.
Yeah, that's pretty normal, I think, for this.
So having the same split on Kokia would be okay, right? Because on their last 20, they lost a lot of time afterwards, right?
Well, 2 minutes. They lost 2 minutes to a wipe. I'm pretty it was an insanely bad wipe.
Okay.
Yeah, so having an equal split on the Kokia would be okay.
Here it comes. Hope getting ready to pull into the Raging Tempest. Dorky looking to group up. Sigil of Misery, those little mobs. Nope, never mind. They're just going to be... Oh, yeah, okay. We still got one of them over there. Miseried. Avoids getting wind blasted at the start of the fight as well. That's always nice whenever you can successfully do that, as he does have Trash under the boss now. There's that Breath of Eons, and this is it for Hope. They have to win against this Raging Tempest.
This fight's really challenging, especially at this Keystone level, because you can die to those lightning strikes. Particularly like the Shadow Priest and the Aug Evoker are really susceptible to dying, so that you're gonna have to rotate things such as your Ward of Faceless Ire and being able to just like have a defensive always available for those lightning strikes or get like rescued or something like that. Particularly with the Shadow Priest, the mental fortitude, like you see Yips running around trying to soak up all the orbs, but every single time he soaks up an orb, he loses his mental fortitude overshielding on his character. And so whenever he loses that mental fortitude overshielding, then he's susceptible to getting one-shot 100 to 0 by that lightning strike. Ooh, he actually gets Iron Bark during this intermission.
Yeah, that's nice. The Iron Bark is going to last through until this lightning strike as well, I think. Nope, never mind. There's a...
He got rescued.
Rescue shield. Going to keep him up through that. And it looks like they've gotten through that first electrical storm, which is one of the more dangerous ones. But yeah, like you said, you have to soak all these orbs, but each time you do take a little hit of damage that'll chew through your shields, or maybe mean so you're not topped when the damage hits you. And if you're not topped, a lot of this stuff is going to kill you. Yip's going to use that flash heal for a little bit of extra DR.
Warded.
Ward of Faceless Ire as well, as they move out of these swirlies. 2 battle reses available for Hope as well, so as long as they can avoid a catastrophe here, they can afford a death or two at this point, although they might not be able to afford it on the timer, depending on how fast Dratno's guild team are in that Ruby in the top left. Void Torrent now for Yips, forced to cancel. Out comes another flash heal to try and live through this. Looks like he's going to be able to do that with more than enough health to spare. Moves back into that Efflorescence. Goop firing off an Emerald Blossom as well to help keep himself and Yips alive. Looks like they're playing close to each other as well, so those rescues and stuff will always be available, and so those Emerald Blossoms will cleave onto Yips.
Those are definitely the two that are most likely to die here, Yips and Goop. Because Goop has to press something every single time for each and every single one of the lightning strikes. It is very scary as an Evoker in this fight.
All right, the final ad does get killed off there, so Smacked is now out of free shield spell steals. The rescue comes out from Yips and Goop. Goop rescuing Yips to where Yips wants to be, and then moving out of there, really giving the Shadow Priest the VIP treatment here. The second Breath of Eons of the pull does come out here. Unfortunately, it is going to capture almost all of this power infusion still. Not the entire thing, but a lot of it, and most of the Void form as well. Inside this Breath of Eons as Raging Tempest now sub 50% health. Hope are looking perfect so far.
Dude, they overlapped the Chrono Ward shield with the Ward of Faceless Ire on Yips. That feels like that's a little bit wasted. Feels like we could have delayed that a little bit.
Yeah, they do need to make sure they preserve these 10 stacks of the buff as well. That Surge of Power going to be vitally important, not just for winning the fight, but for the overall dungeon timer, which increasingly looks like it will be relevant here, as Drano's Guild team are setting up for a nice 1830 or something on this Kokia Blazehoof split that they are currently working on. Next Energy Surge comes out, slapping Dorky around for a little bit of extra damage, but Dorky has done a great job on this attempt, not even proccing a cheat death here on this Raging Tempest pull as everybody comes in. This is going to be the Darkness. Darkness once again used for Yips and Goop as they are in the most danger, although Yips now leaving that area to go and soak another orb and refresh his 10 stack. A little bit of danger now for them. You can see they're starting to run dry on CDs. There is still a mass barrier available for this Lightning Strike or for future damage if they need it. The Rescue Shield once again will protect both Yips and Goop. Goop dropping pretty low, but is just fine. More than enough health left over. 22% on the boss means we're probably going to be getting the very start of the next electrical storm, but we might not have to deal with the whole thing, as Drano's Guild team will be finishing off Kokia Blazehoof here right around that 1830 mark. So their splits are looking solid here, but Hope, as they get this next Lightning Strike, the Flash Heal from Yips is in time, and it's actually Smack that procs Cauterize here.
Yeah, it does look like Smack did get recovered here as some of the heals from Ellesmere are coming through to heal up that cauterized damage on top of all of the other damage that's going out here. Some of the debuffs were dropped halfway through this, or at the end of this fight here, but doesn't matter. Boss is on 10%. Mana, I think, also look good on Ellesmere. He's in bear form right now. Yeah, mana is full on Ellesmere. So they're
mana going up even.
Fine on that. If they have enough defenses available for that last AoE that's coming through in just a moment. Sapphire is getting popped, and everyone is coming in to stand in the F-flow. All of the last couple of defensive stave available being used here, so Raging Tempest does drop to 2%. And this might be it. This might be the try where they get
is that orb gonna hit the boss?
Down.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, that was scary.
Sketchy.
Oh my god. They just they almost donated four kills to the Raging Tempest there.
All right, so Hope will advance to the Tira and Maruk area. In the meantime, it is Drano's Guild team looking to get a 27-minute or better Ruby life pools to put some timer pressure on to Team Hope.
I'm feeling a 26-minute run here. I think that's the time.
26-minute run would be phenomenal. That would be really tough for Hope to beat. Hope would then need like a 38-30 in this Nokhud, which, I mean, Hope's run is also looking perfect. 0 deaths on the board for Hope, so they have been going pretty fast in this run.
The Rat team is putting up a good pace here.
Yeah, they're working on that mini-boss already. Going well. They've avoided the wipe that cost them the huge time loss in their previous 20. So this is going to come right down to the wire here. The first piece of information we're going to get is the Drano's Guild team timer, and that is going to inform us what timer Hope needs to beat here.
That's
now,
good.
The problem for Hope
that's great.
is that if they need a really good time, they don't have a way to go more aggressive, right? They're already pulling all the trash into the boss at the end. You can't go any bigger than that.
Can Drano's Guild team realistically box Hope out of being able to even make it the top three?
I think that even with a 26-minute run, that doesn't eliminate Hope. I think Hope could do a 38 or something in that Nokhud. It's definitely far too early to tell what Hope's ceiling is in that run. It is 0 deaths so far for them, so it's going to be very, very good. This is coming right down to the wire. There are 9 minutes left in this timer, but there are only 6 minutes left before the timer becomes irrelevant for Drano's Guild team, as they do need to get, again, 27-10 to have a chance of beating Hope on the time tiebreaker, and every second after that is an extra second that they challenge Hope to accomplish in this Nokhud offensive.
I see the question a couple times in chat. Somebody's asking, why is Drano's Guild team rerunning this 20 whenever they already have a 20 posted, Nagura?
Yeah, so again, it's about the time tiebreaker that we've explained earlier. if Hope manages to get this 22 Nokhud done, which they are looking to time at the moment at least, they're in good pace to timing this 22, then both Dragon's Guild team and Hope are at 126 score, which means they would be even on score. Then tiebreakers would come into play. First tiebreaker would be the highest key done, which they would be equal in. So the second tiebreaker that we're looking at is the time overall. So we're adding up all of the timers together, and whichever team has less time spent within those highest dungeons that they've timed are going to be the winners. And Dragon's Guild team think that they can save quite a lot of time in this 20 Ruby because they had a full wipe on their previous plus 20 that they did. So they're just trying to get that the top 3 to make it to the global finals by winning that time tiebreaker, by improving their time.
Yeah, they've already got that last boss started as well. They are going to have Lust coming up as well. I mean, this run is looking very, very fast for Dratno's Guild team. If you're a fan of Hope, this is getting quite scary because not only will Hope need to win this Nokhud Offensive, but they're going to need to do it with timer to spare, and it's a tight keystone timer, we know, for them.
I think Hope is in a pretty good position right here. So this area of Nokhud Offensive is kind of like a lull. We're basically we're waiting for Tira and Maruk to kind of be the point at which the dungeon accelerates again. Then obviously the trash into Balkarkhan is probably the last really hard part remaining. But I do think that Hope making it through Raging Tempest is very good for them. They also have a great split, 1845. You need 2030 to be able to time this dungeon. So an 1845 Raging Tempest split is well exceeding expectations for being able to time this dungeon.
Quick mention about miscount as well. We haven't talked about them because they're already secured the first spot, so the dungeon that they're doing doesn't actually matter right now.
They're playing for glory.
Yeah, they're finishing off this dungeon, and they are improving their time tiebreaker. It looks like their fastest, the 21 Reckonite, was 30:38. So they're going to be quicker than that, and they did succeed in getting that faster time. But yeah, it does not matter. Dragon's Guild team and Hope is all that matters at this point, to see whoever makes it into the top 3.
Yeah, very soon we will be hitting that Lust for Dratno's Guild team, and we will be trying to just see Kairaka's health melt here. They will get one more down phase here, and that'll probably be when they hit the Lust and all those CDs. Once they can get Kairaka to land one more time, there it goes. Here comes the Lust. Here comes all those CDs. Void Eruption and Power Infusion combined by Forgy, Breath of Eons by Terrasant, landing on both of those 2 bosses, and big damage coming out here. They are going to try and nuke Kairaka from orbit, take that dragon out, and stop the danger on this fight, although they also want to be doing effective cleave damage to Urquhart as well. Remember, 2710 is their timer to beat, so that they can start putting time pressure on Hope. They are making such quick work of this fight, though. Kairaka already at 23% health here, as Lust is still rolling another Void Torrent in that Void form for Forgy. He is ascending on this Shadow Priest over the 600k DPS mark. Forgy has decided now is finally time for him to start doing damage, and this boss is not long for this world.
Why are you flaming him?
Oh, you know.
I can't believe that slander from Dratnos here towards his own guild team. But yeah, Kairaka is already 4%, and this is going to be such a blazing.
Is this a 25-30?
Guild team? This is going to be
Well, they're still 30% on Urquhart, and they're out of CDs now, so they have to stay good on damage. I mean, they have to send this boss home as fast as they can, but they have very little DPS CDs, so this 30% is going to take a while, but this is going to be huge. This is going to set the line that Hope will need to beat in this Nokhud Offensive in order to qualify for Global Finals. We will know exactly what that timer will need to be just as soon as Dratno's Guild team can stop the clock here on Urquhart, which I think is going to be that 26-minute marker. I think that's right around where Urquhart is going to go down here. It does seem to be dying reasonably quickly, despite the fact that they don't have a lot of offensive cooldowns remaining.
In the meantime, Miscount finishing up their victory lap in that Rackonite Hollow. Dude, look at that time tiebreaker. Having 2 minutes and 30 seconds of time tiebreaker advantage over Echo across the entire weekend. An absolute dominant performance from Miscount, and it makes all the other teams really look at them as a major competitor come the Global Finals.
That's
and
it.
Dratno's Guild team, 26 even.
Wow. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, what we are looking for here for Hope now is a 38:45 or so. I'm sure we can get an admin or somebody to do the exact math and do all the milliseconds and stuff, but I think now for Hope to qualify, they not only need to time this key, but they need to do it around that 38:45-ish mark. But hopefully, again, we don't have to rely on caster math, and we can maybe get a numbers check from a real math scientist.
Did you use the caster sheet?
Nope, I just looked at it. I eyeballed it. 3849 says Zyro. Okay, if his math is right, which is more trustworthy than mine, I would say.
So that is possible, right?
3846, somewhere in that range. Okay, so somewhere in that range.
The fastest run we've seen on a 22 is 38:33 by Echo.
Okay,
So it's possible.
It's for sure doable.
It's a zero-death run as well for Hope. Like, they are doing perfectly so far, but are they as fast as Echo? Will they be able to keep that pressure on? Will they be able to quickly execute that last pull of the dungeon while also keeping it safe, keeping it reliable? That is the question here for Hope. It all comes down to this last run. Again, 38:46-ish is the time they're looking for. Somewhere plus or minus
I love that you have
a couple
the
of seconds
ish.
from there.
You know, ish.
It's not important whether we're exactly correct or not. It's not going to come down to milliseconds or anything like that, surely.
The question is,
Don't say that.
the question is if Hope actually is aware of this as well. Like, do they have a person that is telling them this? Because
Dude,
if
do you
they're
know?
not aware, they
somebody
might
telling
play
No,
safe.
no. You don't want to know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you kind of do, because if you're playing as safe as possible to time the key, if you think the only thing you have to do is time, right?
That's true.
Then that would not be good. Like, you have to know that you have to be quick.
I think
That
you
is
should
true.
just
Yeah,
play
you
your
do
game.
wanna know.
I think you should just play your game plan almost regardless, right?
Yeah, but you need to know, like, oh, we have to do trash on the boss because we can't afford
Yeah.
like a 3930 or something.
Okay.
Those sorts of decisions certainly are relevant to them, but it's not really going to matter from here. And mostly it'll matter once they get into the Tira and Maruk area, because certainly either way the play is the same on Tira and Maruk, which is do as much dam as humanly possible. And this is a squad that has shown themselves capable of doing exactly that. Smacked and Yips, two incredibly powerful damage dealers here for Team Hope. They are doing their absolute best to reclaim that number 3 spot from Dratnos Guild team. 88% on these two bosses. They won't be able to afford sending the Bloodlust here. In fact, I think they can only afford to send one more set of 2-minute cooldowns on this fight as well when they come available, because they'll need them for that Lust in the last area. So the timer we're looking to have coming out of this boss, if we're trying to beat a 38:46, is probably like a 32-minute Tira and Maruk split, right?
I'm thinking lower. I'm thinking like 31 something.
Okay, well, somewhere in that range is where it's something like that. We'll have to see what it actually is, as they are making some pretty good time on this boss. It is fortified rather than tyrannical, so the boss doesn't take too long. But you can see those health bars on everybody getting absolutely demolished by each of these quick shots.
This fight is actually very dangerous. So I talked about the last trash area being a bit of a lull in the action. This boss, particularly with two Clothies, is very dangerous. You see Yips with that Iron Bark effect on him right now. He's also going to be able to have that scales on him from that augmentation evoker to give himself a little bit more armor. But having double Clothies on this fight, there's a chance that either of them can just get double shot with Smacked or Yips receiving the double shot and just die. And there's not really much recourse you can do if that happens.
Yeah, we do have confirmation. It is 38:46 is the timer to beat here for Hope. So they have less than 10 minutes remaining to achieve that and win that time tiebreaker, as Tira and Maruk's up 60% now. Another mass barrier is available for them whenever they next want it, which is maybe on the next shot.
This is going to be tight, even if they have a perfect run. I don't know if they have the timer. Like this is going to.
Echo did it faster. Echo were able to do it under that timer. But Hope.
What did Echo have on the Tira and Maruk kill? What was their timer on this boss?
23:05.
33:05, right?
33:05. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
33:05. So, I mean, yeah.
Oh, wait,
Hope.
let me double check. 30:15. There we go. Sorry.
30:15. Okay, that's a very different timer.
That is a very different number.
30:15.
But Echo do a pull. They don't pull the last trash onto the boss, right? Whereas Hope do. So Echo need a bunch more count at the end of the dungeon, right? Or
well,
Echo
they do
the end of the dungeon slower, right?
So, they do the end of the dungeon kind of slower. They don't really do the end of the dungeon that much slower. They play that trash pack to like 50% HP, and then they pull it into the boss.
Yeah, but that's still slower than just going straight into boss with Lust, which is what Hope are going to do.
Sure.
I mean, it's slower. It's how much slower is the question. Because, yeah, if Hope are out of here in the 32-minute range, I think that it's not enough faster what they do at the end of the dungeon, even if they successfully execute it. But maybe it is. Bloodlust is a powerful buff.
I think we need a 31x. Like, I think that is the number that I'm looking for. Like, any 31, anything, even 59, I think it's probably within the possibility of being timed. Now, the boss is down to 28%. Hope is Really
Such
just
a
trying to pump
long
as much damage.
29% still, though. Like these last few percentage points on Tira and Maruk, we're not going to have any set of CDs for, right? We can't afford to press this Void Eruption, to press this Power Infusion. So it's going to just really take a long time to finish off this fight because we need those CDs for the Bloodlust pull onto Balakar Khan. Maybe you can press them right when they come up here. And maybe that's something you can do and just hold your Lust on that pull for a little while.
No. You're wiping. I think you're
in the dungeon.
I think you're wiping to the trash pull though. I think you wipe to the trash pull if you don't have your offensive CDs because you're lusting that, right?
Wiping at this point. We just got to assume we're going to play it perfectly and maximize our damage. That's what I'd be thinking.
I think they pressed the bust. I just don't think they're pressing the Void Eruption and the PI.
I'm sending. I guess it doesn't matter because you need to beat 38:45, not 40 minutes. So maybe it's irrelevant. But either way, here goes the last 10% as Hope now have 8 minutes to stop the clock and qualify for global finals. Tira and Maruk still alive. And the situation is becoming ever more dangerous as Yips gets shot in the head by Tira. That quick shot takes him out for 1.8 mil. The B-res 100%. You have 4 battle reses. Use it. Get it taken. Looks like Yips is thinking about not taking it here.
He declined
Every second
it.
that he stays dead is catastrophic.
There it is.
They had the Halandras line on top of his corpse. He had to cancel it and retake it.
Oh, no. All right, so that's going to cost Hope a few seconds, and they might not have had those seconds to give.
Dude,
another
32-30.
But he's okay.
32-30 now. Oh my gosh.
This is going to be right down to the wire as they fly towards Nokhud on hold.
This is going to be absolutely so close. Now, chat, while this has been going on, has also been having a bit of a mystery debate themselves surrounding Yips, which is Yips really wearing a 518 wrist? Which, yes, it seems like that is the case, but I don't know if, Nagura, do you have any thoughts on why Yips might be wearing this or anyone else?
He just didn't craft it at max item level on accident, probably. He probably used the wrong aspect. He didn't use an aspect tress or something like that, right?
No way.
That could be.
Dude, yeah, that is brutal. He does have 518 crafted Wildercloth wrist traps. Oh, dude, and that's his zone of focus as well, which scales with item level.
Oh my god, that scales so much with item level 2. That's so much.
Oh man, you gotta win this key because otherwise
time?
you are never hearing the end of it. As they start this boss now, they do have Bloodlust available, but they don't actually pull into the boss right away. They're starting the trash pull here, and they do need to get Balakar Khan pulled. There it goes. There is the Bloodlust, and this is it. It is all to play for here for Team Hope. He's able to dodge out of the side of that upheaval, and you can see he's kind of playing between these left and right pulls so that he'll be able to dodge to the other one as he keeps on moving away from all these abilities. Sigil of Misery is going to stop that Thunder Fist cast. They have these spears to dodge as well. Volcanoes. Also, there is some volcanic incidents here in the group. There it's... Oh no, a War Spear is
we got War Speared. Oh my god.
Now Goop down to an Iron Stampede from Balakar Khan.
I don't think they can afford to die here. I don't think they can afford to have people losing their Bloodlust
available. But yeah, Bloodlust falls off of these players as well. Goop gonna rescue Yips here. Yips is going to survive. Smacked is down. Oh my god! And now those War Spears can target people as well. The War Spears that are still alive, are they still alive?
Yes,
there's 2 alive. So
there's 2 of them
charging people because Smacked is no longer up there. So they need to stop those War Spears on their charges. One left.
They're gonna wipe.
He gets Cauterizing Flame. Beautiful Cauterizing Flame from Goop. Incredible gameplay from Goop there. Yeah, he's gonna get behind there. He's alive.
I think they're dying to this War Spear right here. Yeah, look at this. Goop is getting charged.
Cauterizing Flame because he used it to save Ellesmere. Now there's a bleed on Yips as well. Dorky also with a bleed. Yips and Goop both health potion to try and survive. And Mass Barrier comes out from Smacked as well. But this upheaval is going to kill Yips, I think. Yep, down it goes.
No.
That Quake takes out Yips and they don't have a battle res available.
Man.
And I think that means they don't have the timer to complete this keystone. A heroic attempt from Hope to save this run. But it is not going to be enough as they will be eliminated in 4th place here. We will not be seeing them in global finals. What a tragic way for that to end, but what an incredible weekend from them.
Absolutely incredible. And you know what? They didn't give up hope, not until the last second. And you love to see it. Everybody in chat, give them a salute. We see you out there doing it because that was so close and so well fought. But our Group A champions have officially been determined with missed count here in 1st place, Echo in 2nd, and of course, Dratnos Guild team coming in here in 3rd. As Dratnos is like, yeah. No, it was so exciting to see. And Hope, again, incredibly well done. Really looked like there was a moment there where it was going to happen, but Dratnos' guild team really showed their stuff and secured that 3rd place spot. Now, this was an amazing weekend, and we've got an interview here actually with our winners, Miss Count. Thank you, Hearthjax and IA. Congratulations on winning! Oh my gosh, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, thank you. It's quite a good feeling to win something for once.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having us. It feels great.
Hearthjax, I have a question for you. So I don't mean to cause drama amongst your team, but I'm going to cause drama amongst your team. AJ on Friday said that you can't play fire and are actually washed. Is that true?
Well, that's a question for him, but no, I don't believe so. I believe I played a spec I think is better at this for a certain situation, and that's it.
I mean, Jack is the best. There's no better mage.
It was a really impressive mage gameplay, honestly. Really, really well done. And yeah, there was a lot of debate about, whether or not just had forgotten Fire Mage or suddenly there was again and you were just absolutely nailing it. So well done on that. Really entertaining. I mean, Nagura, is there anything from the weekend that you wanted to ask these two about?
I wanted to ask about the 21 Ruby life pools that he just walked in and one-shot very early on. Is that something you were super confident in, or did you think you actually just got a really lucky run?
We kind of practiced it the day before the groups. And it seemed like a pretty easy key for us, so yeah, we were pretty confident, I think, in that one.
Yes, I believe our strength was also the Frost Mage, because I believe many other teams didn't pick it up. And for instance, Echo, we saw started off with a Fire Mage, perhaps not even believing in that 21, and then they tried adapting later on. So yeah, that was a definitely good dungeon for us, but we were also lucky to get it so quickly.
I mean, AJ,
it's a key where the first boss is pretty rough. So if you get past the first boss, it's a bit more smooth sailing from there, but we got a bit lucky, I guess, on the first try that we just managed to one-shot it.
Yeah. I mean, luck, but skill obviously plays a huge role as well. I mean, day one, your team came out blasting. I mean, Missed Count was setting the pace right off the bat. And then, of course, yesterday, Echo kind of bringing it in. I mean, AJ, where were some of the points where you thought, like, oh, man, we've really got to push. We really, are feeling the pressure this weekend. And how did the team kind of rise to meet that?
I think the second day has been the most rough for us. The affixes just really surprised us, and we kind of couldn't collect ourselves in the academy. So we kind of had to cook the new route in the break, and it was kind of just rough to gather ourselves for the next keys, but kind of managed to push through.
I wanted to ask about that because there was 2 Sanguine dungeons this weekend, right? You had the Algathar and the Vault. Did that throw a big wrench into the plans, in Vault in particular? I know that key
not
level
cool,
is pretty nasty with Sanguine.
Not cool at all. Yeah, I mean, we did not expect to see 2 Sanguine dungeons. I don't think anyone did, really. And Sanguine is just nothing that kind of limits the key level. So yeah, a bit surprising, but just gave us more time to focus on other keys.
Nice. Hearthjax, there was a lot of debate from all of us, would a 22 be possible? Where would it be? What dungeon? When you got that Nokhud coming in with the 22 there, were you feeling like, oh yeah, we can definitely hit this? Or was there any uncertainty about that as you were going in to try and get that on the board?
Yeah, 100%. We were actually very happy seeing the Nokhud 22 with easier fixes, because this was something that we thought we would excel at. But in the end, we thought some other 22s maybe could have been possible, but we ended up not having enough time to complete them. Yeah.
Nice. Any other questions from Dusk?
What do you guys think about the format for the Global Finals where there's no eliminations? Do you think that your strat's going to change at all? Or how you guys are going to approach time and keys?
You want to take this one?
Question. I can go first, yeah. Well, I haven't really given much thought about whether that would change our strategy coming into the tournament. It definitely will relieve a lot of stress, seeing, as for example, last TGP mandatory, was pretty unlucky, wiping to a dungeon like at the very end, which lost them a lot of
The
time.
Vortex Pinnacle, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And well, they could have probably done better if not for that unlucky incident. So yeah, that will definitely relieve a lot of stress, the change in the format.
Any other questions, Nagura Tattles?
I wanted to ask if the 22 Asher Vault that you attempted, like, once you wiped there at the end, did you think that you had enough time left, or that it was possible, or did you think that
No,
the timer's looking pretty bad?
Yeah, we wiped kind of on purpose at this point. Sanguine just lost us too much time. We had to change our last timings just to kind of push through Sanguine in the first pool. So yeah, just a rough key on Sanguine. Maybe if we had more time, if we didn't play so poorly in the second day, we could kind of make it through. But yeah, just the affix is kind of making it too difficult, I guess.
I mean, affixes can always just throw a wrench in your plans, but, you know, day 2, even so, you came out of it today, and you were able to secure that victory over Echo. So, I mean, Jax, do you feel like having the confidence, you know, getting that victory is just kind of propelling you to next weekend? How do you feel matching up against the teams that you know you'll meet in the grand finals?
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, at least for me, that we just got a very nice boost of confidence. We really feel like we can go for the win in the finals next week. Yeah, there are some strong contenders, of course. We gotta get ahead of ourselves. We have to focus on practice. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident going to next weekend.
Nice, nice. And I'll ask both of you, but AJ, we'll start with you. Who are you most looking forward to facing next weekend with that confidence? I mean, AJ, anybody you think is really going to be your main competition?
I think Mandatory is probably the strongest looking team, but obviously Echo just made it a very, very difficult competition for us this weekend. So I guess those two teams just, yeah, definitely will not be easy next weekend.
Yeah. Jax, you feel the same?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we let you go to celebrate your victory, we have a little bonus game. I know you thought you were done, but we have a little bit more. We have a little bonus game.
Let's
We're going to pop in for some more keys. No, I'm kidding. We're going to do a round of whose spell is it anyway? Here we'll have everybody, both all of us on desk and all of you in chat, try to decipher the spell based on the tooltip that we're going to see. Now, parts of it will be blacked out, and it could be from any ability, talent, or items within dungeons. So let's take a look. Let's see what we've got here. Oh.
Oh, it's Wild Charge. Moon Conform Wild Charge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is it Disengage?
Is that on 15-second CD?
Yeah, it's on. It's
I
on
think
15
it's
second. Disengage on.
Disengage, truly.
Disengage is on a 20 though, isn't it?
Oh, look, it says Disengage Rogue.
could be-
Does Rogue have Disengage?
Hunter
That doesn't sound right.
has disengaged too. Well,
Oh.
But I think Wild Charge is 15 and the Hunter Disengage is 20, isn't it?
That sounds plausible. Yeah,
It's-
definitely
yeah,
on
it's
Vengeful
not
is
VR,
30
right?
Seconds. Yeah.
Jax, do you have a guess on this?
Well, I definitely roll out the two top ones, and I believe my teammate AJ was playing Joet on the it being a Wild Charge. So yeah, I'll go with that.
I trust Teddles. I'll go with Wild Charge.
We gotta lock in. Sure, please, not this time. I can't let them down. I picked them to win too against my co-hosts.
there we go.
Oh, you were right.
Yes!
You didn't lead them astray. Wild Charge it is. Oh,
wow.
come on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hold on, I gotta lock in.
It's B3, locking it right now.
What?
Oh, man.
I
Yeah.
think it's A1.
No shot.
No, it's C5.
Dude, I just realized that it's a chicken. I never knew what this icon actually was.
Me neither.
A1 and A5 are just the same, aren't they?
I don't know.
Can Hearthjax or AJ please speak up? I am seeking help.
I think A1 is. I'm going with A1, to be honest.
How do we feel about B5?
I like
It's B3.
C5.
Surely it's B3.
A1 or C5, I think.
everyone looked
God, I have no
pretty
idea.
accurate.
All right, I guess I'm gonna go with C5, but I don't like it.
Okay.
Okay, 20 seconds to lock in our picks. I'm sticking with B3. That was my instant read. I'm happy with it.
I'm locking C5.
A1.
Why is there a grid? Hearthjax, what do you say?
A1, I believe.
It's just a Giga Chat. He's just gonna get it right.
We'll see. I'm in suspense right now. This is
C.
Oh.
No way.
no
Incredible.
way.
We're so back!
So bad. I do know my moon shenanigans, of course.
Amazing. Well, Hearthjax AJ, congratulations again on your win. Before we let you go, Jax, is there anything else that you'd like to say here before you head out?
Well, yes, I would like to give out some shoutouts. Definitely shout out to the rest of our team who played out of their minds, and we're very glad to be their teammates. Also, I personally would like to thank the Polish community, because if many of you didn't know, 4 of us are Polish, and we all live in Poland, the whole team. So thanks a lot to them, Polska Górą. I'd also like to shout out our friends and Jeff. We're very close friends with them. We've known each other for a long time, and we're happy to have been in groups with them. That was a lot of fun, and well, that's it from me.
And AJ, anything you'd like to add?
Nah, I think Jack did it perfectly. And shout out as well to the entire all the other teams. Everyone put up an amazing fight, I think. So yeah,
Nice.
we'll see you
No.
next week, I guess. Then.
No, please. You good?
I'm good.
Anything
I'm good. That's
All
it.
right.
That's it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't cut you off there. There is one last thing that we do have to say, which is that we heard that some of you haven't actually met for all living in Poland. So are you going to be getting a meal? Are you going to be celebrating together at all, Jax or AJ?
Yes, I
Maybe
believe
after
so.
finals. Maybe after
Have
finals.
finals. Okay, all right. Well, bring it home in the finals and get that meal. As for us, we were eating well today, getting to watch all of the amazing competition. So thank you again. Congrats on being our Group B champions. And yes, a round of applause, honestly. And chat, you two get in there, say congrats, give some hype to all of our teams as well. We had some amazing competitors this weekend. Miscount, Hope, Echo, Dratnos Guild Team, Jiff, and Ducks Can Fly. Everybody gave their all. And especially for those newer teams, we would love to see you in future competitions. For those moving on, we are especially excited to see what you bring in the Global Finals. But, we got to see what these teams brought this weekend, which does kind of return us back to the start, which was our predictions. A lot of stuff happened this weekend. It was so close. But, Tettles, I think you and I, in particular, maybe came out on top here. What do you think about these predictions?
We are so locked in. What's funny? I'm in a community Discord for high-end key pushers in NA, and there was this thing where there was a bounty for 500,000 gold if you could predict all 6 teams in order, and I actually got it completely correct.
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
Nice.
Just completely locked in. I gotta go collect the gold after this. I'm feeling really good.
Well done. Honestly, everybody should be proud. With the predictions this weekend, it was anybody's guess. It was incredible. Nagura, were you expecting? Obviously, you had different predictions, but as the weekend went out, did this completely surprise you, or did you feel like, oh yeah, no, this makes sense as you watched our competitors?
I don't know. I definitely think the top 4. I think I kind of knew coming in, or I was expecting it, but I honestly was underestimating Miscount a little bit. They have performed so incredibly well. And they really surprised me, and they deserved the #1 seed a lot. They played out of their minds this weekend.
Yeah, it was amazing. And everybody, if you thought this weekend was wild, if you thought the weekend before it was wild, next weekend is going to be the one to top them all. I mean, whether or not you were perfectly on those predictions or like some of us, you were totally surprised by what happened. All these teams have a lot to show next weekend in the grand finals. But before we do our quick outro, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you in chat, to our production, to all of the teams that participated, and to everybody on desk this weekend. It was wonderful. It was super exciting. There were some amazing moments that I know we'll all be thinking about for future seasons. So without further ado, congrats again to our Group B champions, Missed Count. With that, we have our 6 teams for the Global Finals. Group A's Mandatory Madge and Pedros Per Hour, and Group B's Missed Count, Echo, and Dratnos Guild team. Based off of what we've seen these last 2 weeks, like we said, you are not going to want to miss it. So be here next Friday through Sunday at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CEST for the Global Finals of Mythic Dungeon International, The Great Push. And don't forget, right after the finals, The War Within pre-expansion comes out on July 23rd, so make sure you get in there and enjoy the expansion. We'll see you all next weekend. Sit tight until then, and Nagara, as we would say, bye!
Bye!